so good every time. Let's do it. Let's plunge into the digital abyss. First thing we're gonna do is change some settings. We're gonna go from unequipped to previous, so we can do some fancy strats, switching between weapons and items, stuff like that. You can turn the blood off if you like. Change the radar here. Oh yeah, and on the HD collection, you can switch the cutscenes. You can go for the classic letterbox style, or full screen, captions, subtitles. Made Man with the 5 months, thank you. Let me just check my dashboard here as well. Of course, we'll be doing new game. Tanker Plant. That artwork of Ray there on the right. They first revealed that in MGS VR missions. If you 100%ed MGS VR missions, an image of Ray would appear on the screen for like 10 seconds. And it would just have like the words confidential written beside it or something like that. It was just like an early little tease for MGS2. A little reward that you got for finishing all the VR missions. And I think it was that exact same artwork. Pretty sure it was. Actually, we're not going to do European Extreme. Yeah, if you 100%ed VR missions, that's what happens. Once you do all of them, an image of Ray will pop up on the screen for a few seconds, and then it just disappears. And you can only look at it that one time. You can't, you know, if you want to see that image again, you have to go from 0 to 100. So yeah, we're doing Extreme. I guess we'll play with the radar as well. The reason I'm doing Extreme and not European Extreme is, well, for a couple of reasons actually, but on European Extreme there are no rations in the game at all. And for these in-depth playthroughs, we like to do a lot of the optional codec calls. And there is an optional call about the rations. So I want to show that call about the ration. So yeah, in order to see that call, we have to play on Extreme, because on European Extreme, there just are no rations. But the game is generally just balanced better on Extreme as well. Well, it really just the end of the game. The Tengu sequences in Arsenal Gear on European Extreme are just silly. But on Extreme, you can actually play them as they were intended. You know, on European Extreme, you can't really afford to just run around with the blade. But on Extreme, we can actually have a bit of fun during the Tengu fights. On European Extreme, you just can't really have any fun during the Tengu fights. And playing with the blade is just extremely risky. Again, we'll be doing not game over if discovered, because there are certain Easter eggs that you can only show if you're in alert phase. And generally, it'll make the game a bit more interesting, I think, if we can show the alert phase every now and then, and maybe I'll fuck up and get caught. So yeah, we'll do not game over if discovered. And these are dog tags for the different versions of the game. 2001 and 2002. 2001 is Sons of Liberty. 2002 is Substance. And the different versions of the games actually had different dog tags, different names on the tags. Back in the day, you could actually apply to get your name on the tags, which was pretty cool. So lots of MGS fans actually got their name in the game that way. It's not all just fans who applied, though. Like, there are lots of developer dog tags and stuff like that, and other just kind of weird Easter egg dog tags. This won't be like a full dog tag playthrough or anything where we try and get every dog tag, but I might pick up the odd tag every now and then. Funnily enough, there's one tag in the game with the name David O, which is Zero's real name, which we learn in MGS3. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder if that's a substance-only tag, and if that was something that they added, when they were in the early development of MGS3, like just snuck in a little MGS3 Easter egg. But yeah, interesting detail. Let's do it. Oh shit, I've generous people to thank. I'll thank you when I get into the game. Cheers, everyone.
2 years ago, we had classified intelligence that a new type of Metal Gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses have been out in the cold too long.
He's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
Stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? But give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
Who the fuck is this guy?
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Hey, okay. So, I've just been trying to sort out this stream title for the entirety of the intro, but I think I might be able to do it. I have access to the stream manager, but when I try and change the title, it's just loading indefinitely. I think I'll try and sort it out when we get to like the next cutscene or something. But I think it'll be okay, hopefully. Let's see. So here we are. The glory of MGS2 and these amazing water graphics. These amazing rain effects. The droplets falling on the camera. Love the loud crashes of the waves up against the tanker during that last scene. The sounds are great as well. You can see the splashes coming over up there. Even the little 2D animation on the windows up there. Hey, let me thank some people as well. Discovery. I think this is kind of an interesting detail because this is the name of the, there's another big crash. Nice. This is the name of the submarine in MGS1. Thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. It's the only line that references it in the game. Of course, you also see it during like the opening cinematic before you get to the main menu. They give you the name of it there as well. But yeah, I always wondered if this was supposed to be just a little reference, or if it was like kind of if it was supposed to tie into the whole VR narrative, and whether this tanker incident was part of Raiden's VR and all of that stuff, all the stuff that the game gets you to question and think about later on. It's kind of interesting that they give this tanker that same name from MGS1. the visuals here are supposed to really parallel MGS1 as well. The use of green, the nighttime. Supposed to contrast what we see later when we get to the big shell and we're out in the day. Out with the sunlight glaring down. Stabinator with the 10-pack. Thank you very much for the generosity. And Malachite Kell, thank you for the 5-pack. Young Snow, thank you for the 16 months. Which mod did you bribe to get unbanned, Young Snow? I might have to do something about that. But thanks. Stabinator, oh my god. Stabinator with like a 20-pack before that as well. Cheers, man. Good god. What was that, like 30 gifted subs? Amiyoto with the $20 as well. Thank you. Scatman Fiddlestick with the 50 as well. Scatman, thank you so much, man. Cheers. Parker with the Prime sub. Cars with the 76. Nostrovus with the 2. Irachida, if that's how that's pronounced. Thank you. So many subs, so many people to thank. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for all the generosity. And yeah, let's get back to exploring this tanker. First thing we'll do, let's wait for this guy. Or I could.
Well, why don't you do it?
Let's just let him see us on purpose there. Look what happens here. Look at these advanced guards compared to what we had in MGS1. So many improvements when it comes to mechanics in this game. MGS1 was pretty bare bones in comparison to what we have here. Well, in some ways, even in comparison to what you have in the MSX games. Now he's going to go back. One of the major improvements being walking. Look at this. We can actually walk in this game. Truly next gen. In MGS1, you could only run. A little splashing effect as well. Looks great. Snake has rain hitting his character model as well. I think in the making of MGS2, they talk about how the rain is just a part of his model when he's outside. See the rain hitting the railings here as well. Yeah, on the highest difficulties, you will always start the game with a cold. Well, I think on Extreme as well. On European Extreme, there's no way to not have a cold at the start of the game. But I think on Extreme as well, you start with a cold. Maybe not. On lower difficulties, you know, you have to stay outside for a while before you'll catch a cold. This guy with his binoculars. You can see his field of vision. The cone gets way bigger, way longer. Cool detail here as well when we come underneath. Of course, the rain stops and you just see that fog that kind of blows out from the back. And here we get the Pentasement. If we equip it and call Otacon, he might have something to say about it.
What you're wielding right now.
Talking about the M9 again.
You have pentassamine in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentassamine is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family. And along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
So, with the Pentazemin, it's kind of interesting because we don't get a PSG-1 on the tanker, of course. So what is it for? What does it do? Of course, you pick it up and you'll think, if you've played MGS1 especially, like, oh, okay, I must be getting a sniper rifle later on with Snake. I must be playing this whole game as Snake. Of course I'm going to be getting a sniper rifle later with Snake. But as we now know, we don't play for very long with Snake. And we certainly don't get a sniper rifle. But it, like Otacon says, it does help with seasickness. And seasickness in this game translates as this wobble you're seeing on the screen. See, look how the camera's moving up and down to simulate the sway of a ship, which can induce seasickness. That's what it solves. That's what it deals with. That's what it cures. So, if we just lean up against the wall here so we can clearly see it. See how the camera's moving up and down? If we take the Pentazemin, there we go, it stops. No more sway, no more seasickness. Now, that isn't something that really affects gameplay. Like, you don't really need to worry about the sway when you're trying to land shots or anything, you know? It's like a non-factor, but still really cool. I think it's back now. It doesn't last for very long. What's cool as well is that there'll be another call later on the plant sequence that will call back to this, that will reference this. Because later on, when we play as Raiden, we can also get Pentazemin calls with Raiden. And with Raiden, you can use the Pentazemin for its traditional use of stopping the shakiness when you're using the sniper rifle. But yeah, if you remember this call, we'll get a funny reference to it later on. Actually, let's just let that kick in again. Now, when we call Otacon after using it, there should be a follow-up.
Otacon, I took the Pentazemin and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
It's kind of funny as well how it ties into some of the major themes towards the end of the game. You know, like subjective realities, and what you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is. What Snake says at the end of the game. Whoa.
Freeze.
Hey, what's up, Paradox?
What are you?
What are you? Yeah, this guy isn't going to be taking any of our shit. Another cool detail. You know when you hold up guards to get their dog tag in this? Or just to shake them down in general? Most of the enemies in the game are scared when you do that. You know, they'll let you do whatever you want. But some of them are hard asses. And all the guards that are hard asses are actually carrying developer dog tags. You know how I was talking about the dog tags earlier and how fans could apply to have their names on the tags? But the developers also have their names in the game. And yeah. All the tough guards, those are the developers. They're all carrying developer tags. Maybe that changes on if you pick the Substance version, or if you choose the Substance tags, the 2002 tags. I can't remember. If we come over here and look at this. To rescue 23 persons. We should be able to get a call about this.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need.
Okay, so yeah, this game has a lot of these sorts of calls, especially when we get to the plant. Like contextual, environmental codec calls. If you look at something in the environment and call someone, you'll often get a call about it. Yoji Shinkawa's tag is in the game. I forget which guard has his tag. Kojima has Snake's tag. Which is a little bit different. This guy, is he coming all the way back here? I don't think Snake will ever sneeze outside. I think you only get the cold once you go inside. I might be wrong though. Taking out his binoculars, having a look. Such a pretty game, man. Whoa, nasty way to fall there. Or a nasty place to fall, right on the steps of the stairs. Later, oh, is he gonna notice this guy? No, he's just out of his view. And if you kick him off, if you kick him over this rail, I think he hits the camera, and the camera will shake. You get slightly different scenes depending where you kick him, which is another nice little touch. But way later on in the game, when Snake is telling Raiden about the tanker incident, and they're showing the photographs that were put up on the websites of Snake on the tanker, those photographs will change depending on what you do as Snake on the tanker. So later on, when we get to that scene, you will probably see a picture of Snake kicking this guy over the rail. So somewhere out there, a cipher took a picture of what we just did. So it's kind of cool that the photographs you see are actually of the actions that you performed. Let's go back down this way. I think this door is locked on this difficulty. Yeah, that's another thing that they changed depending on difficulty. The entrances. I'm pretty sure on normal this one is open.
Why don't you do it?
Title says MGS. Yes, I was having issues changing the title earlier, but I'll try and fix it later. I think I should be able to change it. This poor guy. Ooh, am I going to be able to get up to this guy in time? No. Let's wait. Oh, man, he stays up there for longer than I thought. I might get caught here.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Another dev. Other photographs that you can see later are like Snake dumping the bodies. Like if you dump the bodies like this, these are photographs that can show up later as well. Sir Butterlegs with the 25 months. Thank you. Shine Sparking Mart as well with the 56. Cheers. So they don't always show up? No. If you don't dump any bodies in the water here, you're not going to see photographs later of Snake dumping bodies into the water. It all depends on what you do. I think on one version of the HD collection, it's fucked. I remember on my PAL disc version of the HD collection, it would just have default pictures no matter what you did. But I think on this version, it should always change depending on what you do. Can I hear the sound alerts? I can't hear the sound alerts all the time, unfortunately. I'll try and set it up so I can hear them next time. Sorry about that. It's just that I'm not used to using DRK's setup. This is the first time I've used it in a long time. So, yeah, I might hear it every now and then, like during cutscenes, during gameplay. I will never hear it. Let's see. All right, I think we can go inside now. Have we killed everyone here? I think we have. Yeah, we dumped the 2 guys down below. There's only 1 guy up above.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
Which version is this? This is the HD collection. NTSC HD collection digital download from the store. Do I want to go in? I saw a little flash of lightning there. We'll go lightning watching later on. Once we can get a good view. Hey, Blind with the 92 months as well. What do I want to do with this guy?
Freeze.
Such a slick and sleek looking game. It's aged so well. Cool detail here as well. Right inside, you have some water on the ground. And here, hey, what's up, Feefer? Shenbot with the 5 months as well. Thank you.
Do you want to save, Snake?
Rifflore with the Prime sub as well. Cheers.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
Whatever.
Great. So yeah, Otacon's save calls on the tanker are kind of interesting. You know, he just tries to copy Mei Ling with all his quotes, and he just keeps fucking them up and getting them all wrong, and they get crazier and crazier and crazier if you keep saving. Eventually, he starts talking about aliens. Yeah, they're pretty wild. I think they're kind of partially hinting that there's something maybe not quite right about this part of the game. You know, like, is this really how Otacon's save calls are going to be for the whole game? This whole game that I'm playing as Snake? You know, he's just... Because what is he doing, essentially? He's just bombarding you with a flood of misinformation. Which is a big theme in the game. And I think it's probably supposed to tie into the, you know, the very illusion of the tanker. The setup that is the tanker. You know, the tanker is bullshit in the same way that Otacon is talking bullshit.
That would explain everything.
You know, he would almost remind me of the AI at the end of the game, in a way. Just spouting gibberish. Drowning in the flood of information. Fuck, I really wish I could hear these alerts. And of course in here... Yeah, here you can hear Snake's heartbeat. This shouldn't really be happening. You might think, is Snake's heart beating because of this lady here on the poster? No, it's beating because there's a guard right next to him. But it should only really be playing if Snake is, like, in caution, or if he's about to get caught. I can't remember if this is an issue on in the original game as well. But yeah, like, for example, just to show you, if we go over to another locker with another poster. Nothing. We can kiss the poster, though. Can you do the Otacon call in this one? I can't remember.
Time to save?
Oh.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
There it is, the classic Nagator with the Prime sub as well, thank you. Can we do the masturbation call with this poster? I don't think we can. I think we have to do it with the other one, but I might be wrong.
What do you think you're doing, Snake?
Oh,
You
you
have
can.
enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Shut it.
So yeah, I think most people know about the reactions that you can do. In this, if you press R1 during a codec call, you will get to hear Snake's positive inner thoughts. If you press R2, you get to hear his negative inner thoughts. Pressure sensitivity also affects the kind of dialogue you get. If you do a light press of the button, you'll get a light thought. If you press hard, you'll get a very aggressive thought, and that works for both positive and negative. It also changes on NG Plus as well. If you're playing on NG Plus and you've already, if you're playing on a cleared file and the game recognizes that you've played the game before, Snake will have lines like, "I am definitely the main character of this game," and silly shit like that. I kind of wish they did that for New Game as well. It'd be funny Bit of foreshadowing. But a bit too obvious, I guess. It wouldn't be much of a surprise then. Now, what are we gonna do? I think I'm gonna... If you leave a guard in a locker, they stay asleep forever, by the way, in case you didn't know. So it's a useful strat to put an enemy in a locker, because they never wake up. True hell. You can do that in MGS3 as well, MGS4. There aren't as many lock areas with lockers in those games. But yeah, it works in MGS3 and 4 as well. Let's wake this guy up. Snake acting surprised there. The reason I'm moving constantly here is because if you stay still, Snake will sneeze eventually if he has a cold. But if you keep moving, Snake will never sneeze. That's a way of avoiding the effects of the cold. Oh, I do have medicine though. Is there a call about the medicine?
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. There are stairs in the north block that will take you up. Head north for now. According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on.
Hey, what's up, Kona? Good to see you. There's another call I want to get here.
Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a sentry...
We actually got some good luck there. It can be kind of awkward triggering some of these story-relevant calls.
The Metal Gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own Metal Gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
Really cool. The very first mention of the Patriots is in this optional call here. This is the earliest mention that you can get. And we can also do some more stuff with this poster. If I equip my weapon, we can punch her in the face. Her big wobbly face. That's supposed to be for her boobs, but I guess her face works as well. And if we unequip our weapon, that means we can tap somewhere else. Hold on. Wait a second. There we go. He just has to have one last little peek. The pulsating exclamation marks. I'm battle lamp a dump. Let's see. What do I want to do next? Let's do the cigarette call.
See those lockers? That's a good place to hide yourself if you're in a pinch. Push the action button near the
He might not want to do it, actually, if I'm
If you
in
open
caution. Or if I'm beside the lockers.
Snake, are you smoking? You really should quit. First of all, it turns you into an instant target in the dark. As for what it means to your health, I won't even go there. Remember what Naomi said about lung cancer rates? Everyone knows that it's a dangerous substance.
So's war, and I've done that all my life.
Well, you can screw up your own body if you like, but think about other people, okay?
This is the new kind that has almost no secondhand smoke. It won't bother anyone.
Oh, really? Didn't I see you toss the butt off the bridge? Littering, polluting. You have a long way to go, my friend.
The funny thing about this is that people actually did complain about Snake throwing his cigarette butt at the start of the game. And that's why in MGS3, Snake doesn't throw his cigar out of the plane at the start of the game. He throws it on the ground and then it rolls back into the plane. And then in MGS4, he even has his own little thingamajig for storing his cigarettes. You know, Snake has that fancy thing for storing his cigarettes. I think it was the Japanese audience that complained about it, because, you know, in Japan, littering and polluting is a much bigger deal. But that's kind of funny. Let's equip that medicine again. I want to see if Otacon has a call about it.
As soon as you're spotted by an enemy soldier, he'll call for backup on his radio. The search party that's gonna show up as a result is a tough bunch.
In MGS1, he just eats the whole pack. In Metal Gear 1 as well, actually, on the MSX. DRK probably showed this earlier. In Metal Gear 1, you can also eat your entire packet of cigarettes at the end of the game, which has time-altering capabilities. All right.
Freeze.
Ooh, yeah, he was putting his hands down straight away. Why was I asking about the stream title 40 minutes ago? Because I didn't think I had the ability to change the title, viewer. Did you change the title? I think I can now, even though when I go to the dashboard to change the title, it just loads constantly. It wasn't giving me any games to choose from. You changed the game a few minutes ago. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think it does work for me now. I just had to reload the page. Cheers, viewer. Let's wait for this caution to die down before we move on.
Come back at once. Your team, stay alert.
Yeah, it's a common thing, viewer. But at first, I didn't even think I had the ability to change it at all. But yeah, no, I think it's okay now. Yeah, I guess we'll just take these guys out. Wait for him to get a bit closer. Take him out. These fancy pop-out shots. hard to overstate how impressive all this stuff was if you played this game back in the day, especially when the demo first came out. It really was a technical marvel for its time. I remember I used to play the MGS2 demo like it was a full game. I would play it that often. You know, I probably replayed the demo more than I played other full games that I had. Or, you know, put more time into it. By the time the actual game came out, you know, I was pretty decent at the game, you know? I was well used to holding up guards and putting them in lockers and all of that. We go over here and look at the TV. We can see that the images of the Ray holds, which we see later on. There's Ray's legs.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise. And maybe give a little presentation?
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs.
Now, if we call him again.
Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission!
And we can even shoot out the screen as well. So many great little details. We can punch the plants. Oh, actually, you can draw the attention of guards if you punch the plants. They make sounds, so you need to be careful. I'm gonna wait. Fuck it. Oh shit, he can hear it from there. Okay, screw it. We'll let him come over here. That's cool. Let's put another couple of darts in these guys. Actually, okay. Another thing we can do if we shoot the window multiple times. Hey, there it is. Love that animation, that sound. So satisfying. Can destroy this whole place. Even unique footstep sounds if you step on the glass afterwards. Just crazy. This whole room is like a big tech demo. Some magazines on the shelf, which you can also interact with if you kick them or shoot them. I think even after they're on the ground as well. Yeah. Grab some more ammo here. In the demo for the game, this picture here used to be of the Twin Towers, which of course was removed for the final game, as the game released shortly after 9/11. The game actually had to receive a lot of... The script for the game was revised like several hundred times due to 9/11. Certain things were removed. Like at the end of the game, the American flag was supposed to fall on Solidus's body. They removed that. I think they removed a lot of American flags. Like images of the Pentagon and stuff during the president's cutscene were removed. Of course, which most people know about, the Arsenal Gear crash scene at the end of the game. With how it is now, you know, you see Arsenal Gear take off and head for the city, and then it fades to white, and then it just cuts to Solidus and Raiden falling off Arsenal Gear. It skips a whole scene that was supposed to be in the game where Arsenal Gear tears through Manhattan and like knocks over buildings and famous landmarks, and yeah, it was going to be this huge extravagant scene where Arsenal Gear just tears through the city. But yeah, they removed that due to 9/11. I'd imagine that took some work as well, that scene. You know, it sounds like a pretty impressive scene technologically. It's DRK's bottles. Are these DRK's bottles? Are they? Yeah, no, don't worry. We will get to the bottles and the ice cubes eventually. Let me put another dart in this guy. I've never seen the scene, no. I remember Bad Humans once, he was talking about like one journalist who apparently got to see the scene, which was mentioned in some article or something like that. Oh, I was actually going to shake him down first just to show. But yeah, this guy is covered in flies if you look at him. But what the flies are really attracted to is the ration he's carrying, not him.
Freeze.
Mo!
So if you shake him down and take his ration, now the flies will be attracted to you. And you'll be walking around with all these flies around you. The flies don't really affect gameplay as far as I know. Like, they won't be able to smell you now or anything. But maybe that was the original plan. I don't know. If you run away from them as well, they have to catch up to you. They don't just stay attached to your model at all times. See? Now they're nowhere to be seen. But now they've caught up. I was thinking maybe that you could leave, that they might work kind of like a blood trail mechanically. You know, if you ran away, but a guard saw the flies from behind you, that they could trail you by seeing the flies before they see you. But no, I don't think that's a thing. But still a cool little visual touch. Let me put another dart in these guys. Probably should have just killed all these guys to save my ammo. But yeah, here we have, of course, the legendary melting ice cubes. Which will gradually get smaller and smaller and smaller if we keep looking at them. They just shrink. They just keep shrinking until they disappear. And here we have the bottles, these fancy bottles where if we shoot them at the bottom, they actually break at the bottom. You shoot them at the top, they break at the top. Not even MGS4 has bottles that match these. Oh, are they still? They're still there. We can still see them. Hey, they're gone. All right, I better hold on to this ammo. But yeah, I'm not sure how they did this back in the day, what the tech was for these bottles. Some kind of pre-animated thing. Meladeth with the 95 months. Thank you, our Meladeth. Okay, I think we've caused enough havoc here. Now, what's really crazy about the detail with the flies is that when you move into the next area, it looks like the flies are gone, right? No more flies. But that's not entirely true. If we just keep looking in first person for a few minutes, well, a few seconds. Did you see that? There he is again. There's one fly that sticks with you. Hey, I'll have to check if this fly is still here in the next area. I think he probably disappears after this area. I don't think we can shoot him. That would be crazy, though. Here we get introduced to shadows. More new tech. Crazy PS2 technology around every corner. The game doesn't really do much with shadows, gameplay-wise, overall. Kind of seems like it might be a bigger deal early in the game. At the bottom of Strut A, there is a guard that can see your shadow and track you just based off seeing your shadow. I don't think there are many areas in MGS2 like that, though, where guards can track you based off seeing your shadow before they see you. I think the bottom of Strut A is the only area I can think of that does that. The Vamp fight plays with shadows in an interesting way, where Vamp can freeze your entire body by locking down your shadow, by throwing a knife at your shadow. That's kind of cool. It incentivizes you to take out all the lights in the area to prevent him from doing that move. I'm just gonna kill this guy, I think. Of course, the Vulcan Raven shadow thing is cool. But yeah, I mean, I'm just talking more like in terms of the core gameplay, you know? I quite like what MGS4 does with shadows. How it will affect Snake's stress and his psyche. You know, you can take a breather if you go into an area, if you go into a shadowy area, so the sun isn't just beating down on you. The sun can really fuck Snake up in Act 2. There's that, you can see the fly here as well, in third person. Blood Sense with the 94 months as well. Thank you. Neo Gene with the 2 months as well. Cheers. Again, water on the floor here because, of course, this door leads outside, but we can't open it. Not on this difficulty. Let's do another save call.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Okay, there's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
I do, Snake.
explain everything.
Still getting the footprints as well. You can shoot the bells as well. And of course that will distract the enemy. It'll lure the enemy over to the bell. Okay, let's see. Is the fly still here? I think it's probably gone. He's gone. Sad. Okay, now we'll be careful with this camera. Go. Chaff grenades down here. I don't think there's anything here on higher difficulties. Lower difficulties, there's a ration in there.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up. Push the action button near a scalable railing.
Yeah.
If it's about... Change to... When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life?
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe.
There we go. Some more foreshadowing relating to the themes. The opposite of what the Patriots believe.
Freeze.
Ooh, yeah, I'm just gonna take you out. He's gonna wake him up. Yeah, this guard here, he will only appear if you come into this room. A new guard will enter the area. And this guy is kind of unique with his pattern. Is he gonna fall asleep here? Yeah. Take out his radio. Can I take it out from here? I couldn't remember if that woke them up or not. And back to sleep. Of course, that's another new mechanic they added this game. Enemies having to actually call for backup. The status report mechanic, which we'll see later on the plant, where certain enemies have to report back to HQ every minute or so. And if they don't call back, they'll send in more guards to see what's going on. And now he's passing out over here. This guy is having a rough day. Poor guy, I feel bad for him. Where does he go now? Does he just hang around here forever? Oh, does he actually leave? Oh, he does, yeah. I think usually I take care of him before he leaves. Is he gonna go? Is he just gonna leave the whole area? Yeah, he is. He's moving around. Now he's going down the stairs. Now he's gonna disappear completely. I think that's what he did. Oh my god.
What's that?
Ooh! And now he's gonna get distracted by him.
Freeze. No.
Hold on, I have to take this call.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher over there. Break it open and try scattering some of the extinguishing chemicals.
Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. Dummy you with the 13 months as well. Thank you. Ryan MGS2 Saul, thank you for the Prime sub. Nice name. Someone asked, is that the guard that you see later on down in the previous area when you come back after Olga? Yeah, it might be. Maybe he's there now. I'm pretty sure that is supposed to be that guy. Let's go down and see if he's there now. No, he's not. That would be a cool touch.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
Cool. A call you can only get if you're right beside one of these guys. Ketchup on the table.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
You can also play some music on the pans here. I think you can play the MGS theme as well. Although it would be kind of hard to do with just the M9. What you really want is infinite ammo. to really go crazy with the musical pans. Let's do one more save call.
Why don't you do it?
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... Hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
Jeans, you say? What do jeans have to do with nature and order? Didn't you play the previous game, Snake? Dim, does Otacon get angry if you save, if you just keep calling and choose not to save like Mei Ling? I don't think so. I don't think I've seen Rose do that either. And I'm sure I must have tested it before. Let's test it out, even though it's a pain on the HD collection because it takes so long to load. Oh! Why'd I fucking skipped it? Look, Snake, this frequency is for saving only, remember? Oh, he does get a little bit pissy. Oh, well, I guess we'd have to hear it again to get the
Time
tone.
to save? Okay, see you, Snake.
That was kind of weird to get it instantly.
Time to save? Hang in there. You want to save, Snake? Okay, Snake. Stay out of trouble. Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Oh, you're not gonna save. Well, okay. Just let me know when you need to.
No way.
Hey, Bad Humans with the 27. Thank
You
you.
want to save, Snake? Oh, you're not gonna save. Well, okay. Just let me know when you need to.
Makes sense.
Is that all we're gonna get?
Oh, Snake. You want to save? Okay. See you, Snake.
Yeah, I don't think the first call we got, I don't think he was, like, angry during that.
Oh, Snake. You want to save? Hang in there.
Yeah, I don't think we can get anything here. I'll try it with Rose
You want to
later.
save? Hang in there.
Okay, one more time.
Oh, Snake. You want to save?
Wasn't there a version where Rose spoke to you in the main menu? Yes, the European version of Sons of Liberty. Maybe the Japanese version had Rose as well. I think it did. But yeah, Rose would guide you through various options in the European version of Sons of Liberty when you started up the game. Like, have you ever played an MGS game before? Are you good at action games? Stuff like that. And the answers you picked would determine whether you played the tanker first or the plant first. And it would also determine the difficulty options that the game gave you. You know, it would ask you, you know, are you good at action games? And you'd have like various answers to choose from. And depending on the answer, that would affect the difficulty levels that the game would offer you. Yeah, and it was like AI Rose talking to you. And then when you finally started the game after answering the questions, she would say, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty will now begin. Please enjoy. And then the game would start. And her last bit of dialogue there actually calls back to Police Knots. Police Knots has a similar kind of intro. Funnily enough, the lines and files are still in the game, albeit unused. For what version, Bad Humans? The American version?
Hang in there.
As someone was said earlier as well, how I can actually punch the pans. I forgot about that. That's the way to conserve ammo, right? Although, it's kind of... It's a little bit awkward. Okay, I tried my best.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
Gotcha.
Hey, Snake, what's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time. Get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
No shit.
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
Okay.
Alright, let's keep going.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian choppers.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Huh? So if you look at the script for the game, when Snake grunts there, in the script, beside the grunt, in brackets, it says, Snake thinks of Meryl when he sees this woman outside. So that's what Snake is thinking there. We don't get to see it in the actual text, but the script reveals what he's actually thinking. And of course, in Japanese, in the Japanese versions of the game, Olga has Meryl's voice actor. So there's an added element of sort of surrealism when it comes to Olga appearing as a Meryl stand-in in a way. The next scene where they face off as well is supposed to imitate the scene with Snake and Meryl outside of the cell in MGS1. You know, where they have that face-off against one another. This encounter with Olga is supposed to mirror that. And yeah, in the Japanese version it comes across a lot, you know, it's much more obvious because they share the same voice actor. And yeah, if you look here, if you strafe in first person, you can kind of see her outside still, but they cover her face. You can just see that she has the radio held up against her face, so can't see exactly who it is. It was never explained why Meryl wasn't in MGS2. No, she's barely referenced at all in the text. There'll be a little cheeky reference to her after the Olga fight in an optional call where Snake says he got tired of tomboys or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting what they do with Meryl in this game, how they kind of brush her under the rug. I feel like they could have done more with her, like made her a part of philanthropy or something, you know? They could have still had her in the background, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, and In the Darkness of Shadow Moses confirms that, or heavily implies that Meryl did make it out alive. You know, because you might wonder, maybe they just didn't want to have like a canonical ending for MGS1 at the time. Maybe when they wrote MGS2, they wanted the MGS1 ending to still be sort of ambiguous. But within the Darkness of Shadow Moses, and I don't think Snake would be so flippant with how with his tomboy line if Meryl actually died and he was kind of responsible for it. You know, I don't think he'd have a line like that. It would seem a bit disrespectful. When you see the stealth camo at the start of the game, you might think, because that's a callback to MGS1, right? And the secret items you could get for beating the game in MGS1. If you submitted to the torture, you got stealth as a reward. If you passed the torture, you got the bandana as a reward. So when you see Snake wearing the stealth camo at the start of the game, you think, oh shit, so Meryl might be dead, you know? Is that confirming what happened? Of course, it doesn't have to be the exact same stealth camo, although I think one of the lines kind of hints that it is supposed to be that camo that Otacon gave to Snake, right? But then, of course, at the end of the game, we also get the bandana reference. So you could say he has both of the secret items from MGS1 in this game. You see the stealth camo at the start, and then, of course, the infinite ammo bandana is overtly referenced at the end of the game. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about anyway. What they do with Meryl and how they have these kind of Meryl stand-ins in the game. Raiden is a Meryl stand-in later on. You know, there are a lot of parallels between Meryl and Raiden. But on the tanker, Olga seems to be the Meryl of this game. Let me call Otacon a couple of times.
There's something about that soldier who was standing outside the infrastructure. I think you should check it out. Use the hatch on the port side of the infrastructure to get out onto the navigational deck. That's where you need to go. So that's the Ka-60 Kasatka, a multi-purpose military helicopter built by Kamov, the Russian aerospace firm. It adapts to a variety of missions: troop and weapons transport, medevac, target marking for attack choppers, even all-weather surveillance missions. It uses Fenestron-type tail rotors. That's what makes the distinct rotor sound that you picked up. It is a Russian helicopter, but we can't be sure that the hijackers are Russian military. After all, Kamov did make a civilian version, the Ka-62. And there's also the Ka-64, the export model. This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone.
No shit.
Shalashashka has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications, and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
Who the fuck is this guy?
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Sick. Let's do it. bum. I'm playing on extreme, yes, so I can actually survive more than one shot. Amazing. On European extreme, it's one hit kill. Everything one hit kills you. I'm just gonna chill and fuck around here.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good.
Yeah, she throws grenades.
Nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Kind of feels like they wanted to evolve the idea of a 1v1 handgun duel. You know, that's your first boss fight in MGS1 against Ocelot. Mechanically, this kind of feels like they wanted to improve upon that idea. And then, of course, in MGS3, your first fight is another 1v1 duel with Ocelot again. Hold on a second. Do you mind if I take your photograph?
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Ooh! Another cool thing you can do, it's the only way you can ever get to hear Olga laugh. It's the only time she'll ever laugh in the whole game, is if you do this. It can be hard to trigger though.
What do you think I am, stupid?
There it is. Oh, she gets to reload!
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
Fuck, I'm gonna die. And another cool thing here, and this is something they do in a few areas of the game. A few areas have like dynamic, contextual music. Well, not, maybe dynamic isn't the right word, but where the tracks will change depending on certain things that you do. In this area, if we go back here and lean up against the wall, check that out. The music changes. Sounds kind of close to like the Caution theme. Very similar, maybe like a slight variation on it. Oh, she's flipping around over there. I think this is a completely safe area. And I guess the music kind of suggests that as well, ties in with that. That's why the music is changing. Because I'm not in the battle zone, you know? Everything is eased down. It's not as dramatic and explosive. When we're out in the open fighting her, it's like alert phase. When we're back here, it's kind of like caution phase. Really cool. But yeah, we'll see the game do some similar stuff later on. And a few of the other areas. There aren't too many areas that fuck around with the music like this, but there are a few other areas that we'll see later on. It was Bad Humans that showed me this. I didn't know about this until like a month or so ago. I think I only found out about this like 2 months ago. That's probably when Bad Humans found out about it as well. But yeah, pretty cool. And then it kicks back in. I'm probably gonna die trying to do this next thing. Fuck. I have yet to master the photograph reaction.
Snake! Snake!
but she can react to you taking pictures of her as well. But it can be a little bit awkward to trigger. Stabinator, thank you for gifting a 5-pack. Cheers. That effect that you saw on the camera, that wasn't unique to having a camera equipped. If you're looking in first person, the camera will also smash like that. Fuck! I'm gonna die! I think I might have to wait.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew
Okay,
up on
let's-
the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Okay, she's probably not gonna do it while she's giving her speech. Fuck! There's the grenade. Oh, she actually cancelled her grenade.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Whoa! Why is she all blurry now? Look at her, she's all blurry. What's going on? No!
What do you think I am? Stu, 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 what do you think I am?
There we go.
Stupid? What do you think I am? Stupid?
I've never gotten it to trigger like that, though. No! Okay.
Snake, what's more? Snake! Snake!
Yeah, I have to master the photography here. I'm not sure how you do it consistently. You can do it so she won't even shoot at you. You can get her to just keep responding like that, and she just won't shoot at you. She'll just keep looking at you, and she'll say those lines, and she won't shoot until you put the camera away. I think, anyway. From what I remember. Okay, how about we actually fight her this time? Bump, bump, bump.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit. We've shared everything. All the bad.
Bump, 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 bump.
Nothing except the unit. Nothing else.
Cypher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cypher.
A Marine Cypher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, Then the Russians? Now the army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister. A stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
All right. We're back. So now we have a USP, but of course the USP doesn't have ammo, because if it had ammo, we'd be able to murder Olga right here. And she's the main character in this game, so we can't do that. If you go inside and find ammo, well, first of all, it's impossible to get ammo outside. It's just not possible. But if you go inside to get ammo and come back out, she's gone. She's gone. If we look at her here in first person and call Otacon.
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
There's the line I was talking about. Does Olga actually reload after 16 shots, or just an infinite mag? She reloads. Yeah. Although now you're starting to make me question it. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure she reloads. I'm not sure if she reloads at the correct time every time, but I think she does. Yeah, I think she reloads at the correct time.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Now, of course, we can also take a photograph, if you like. And Snake will kiss. You know, I think this is the only time you ever hear the kiss sound effect from one of these photographs. You know, and if you take pictures of the posters, you don't get the kiss sound. I think he only ever kisses the Olga photograph. Is he seeing Meryl? Because he's reminded of Meryl, although I thought he was sick of tomboys, right? And pick up her body. Get her dog tag. Is he still gonna kiss even now? Man, I wonder why Sonny was born with that disability. Cool here as well. You get to see the panels and stuff that they use for the Semtex. See if you ever stop to look at what she hides behind here. Look. The same things you have to crawl through to get past the lasers. And that's what she was talking to Gerlukovich about as well. On the radio. And you'd hear the things, the little boxes that you shoot to turn them off. And now, the most peaceful area in the tanker. Just one is strong to knock out an elephant. Yeah. If we climb up here, we get the thermals. Thermal goggles, classic item. Visualize heat source distribution. Allows one to see in the dark. Claymores can be seen when used. Yeah, all the claymores in this are stealth claymores again. The thermal effect as well is different if you compare it to the original versions of the game. In the original versions, it looked more like the thermals in MGS1. It had that red look. But they changed the thermal design for later versions of the game, just for Substance, I think, for all the Substance releases. And I'm not sure why. Does anyone know why they changed the thermal effect? Was there something about the... was there some kind of issue with the original effect that they used? Or maybe they just didn't like it. But my favorite thing about this area is that we can stop and gaze at the skies. And go lightning watching. Every now and then you'll see a flash of lightning, but it can be really rare. The weather here feels kind of real in a way, given how rare the lightning flashes can be. And they'll differ drastically in like size and sound. I guess how close they are. Sometimes we get lucky and we get a good few flashes in a row. Sometimes you have to wait like a couple of minutes before you even get one flash. And I think the weather is supposed to foreshadow Raiden as well. Raiden, but you know, the name Raiden literally means thunder and lightning, right? Raiden looming in the distance. Remember the first image they showed of Raiden in that trailer of MGS2, you know, where he's just kind of silhouetted in the background? The very first image they revealed of Raiden officially had like thunder and lightning in the background as well. Yes, sorry I can't hear the alerts. I will, I'll try and sort that out for the next stream. I might be able to hear them occasionally during cutscenes, but not during gameplay. It's just I'm not used to using this setup that DRK has. And it's my first time using this Streamlabs OBS in a long time as well. It's been a long time since I streamed on this channel, a good few months. I wasn't really paying attention there. I don't think we're getting much luck here with the lightning flashes. Okay, I'll wait 30 more seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Come on, game. Just one nice, juicy flash. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. This is ridiculous. Combined with the time we were waiting before I started counting, we're getting... Oh! Did you see it? Did you see it? That was an okay one. That was a medium tier lightning bolt.
Whatever.
I don't know why I enjoy doing this so much. I think it's just because it does feel kind of realistic. Kind of feels like you're actually, you know, close to what it would be like in real life. You know, they're not just throwing lightning flashes at you every few seconds, or like predictably every 20 seconds or something. You know, sometimes you really have to wait to see it. And when you do see one, it might not be all that impressive. Oh, that was a bit more impressive. That one really lit up the skies. The bolt itself wasn't like huge, but it had a nice flash. But yeah, I like how rare it is, or just how realistic it is. How realistic it feels. You are slow speedrunner. Yeah, I'm a very slow speedrunner. It's almost like I'm not speedrunning at all, but no, I'm speedrunning. I am actually speedrunning if you pay attention. Nice! Another one. Okay, don't worry, I'm gonna stop soon. Okay, we're gonna wait 15 seconds. And then we're gonna go, no matter what. We got a nice few flashes. I'm just being greedy. I want one really big one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think we missed a huge one on the opposite side. Ooh, rumblings. So sick. Look at this realistic ass thunderstorm. Okay, I think I'm done. Of course, we don't have the skyscrapers on the opposite side. Hey, what's up, Safi? We're just chilling here, watching the weather. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I really had to pull myself away. I was actually starting to enjoy it more the longer I stayed there. Now there's lightning, you just missed it. We have the Phi symbol on the flag here. Still not really sure what this is supposed to mean. Within the context of the game. Snake's shadow looks nice here, the light.
Freeze.
Oof.
Are you going to shoot me?
Ooh, if I had some ammo. Oh, this is another cool detail as well. What if you shoot an empty gun? Oh, let's get behind him.
It's the enemy. I need help.
If he hears the click of that trigger, he'll notice. Such a sick detail. Can they actually check out this area? Oh, they can. Where the fuck did you come from, man? This guy spawned out of thin air. Because they can't open these doors from the other side. I don't think.
It's the intruder. Stay on guard.
Send a replacement guard for the area.
Can't spare any backup. They have another one of these things. They're setting up the sensors. A battle lamp dump. Is this guy still in the area? He is. Does he just stand here?
Encountered the enemy requesting backup.
Oh, now he can afford to send backup. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I was hoping I could just loop this guy around here. Oh, 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 where are you going? Where's the backup, man? I don't think any backup arrived. Alright, alright, alright. We'll stop fucking around. My box is fucked. Yeah, the one you pick up outside here. That's the wet box. Unfortunately, there isn't a very good box call on the tanker. When we get to the plant, there are a few funny box calls, but on the tanker, this is all we get.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably...
Yeah.
Using the old cardboard box trick, huh? Looks good on you, Snake. Camouflage is the best way to slip past enemy surveillance. But cardboard is just paper when it comes down to it. It won't withstand any serious assault for long. Don't rely on the trick too many times either, and I recommend you keep it dry.
Yeah, so nothing too crazy there. That is a good question. Can the regular box become a wet box? I've never ever tested that. I don't think. Probably not, but I mean, who knows? We're still discovering new things about these games. Right, so what if I'm just chilling in my regular box? Will the rain fuck it up? That would be really cool. How long are we going to wait to test it, though? I'm not sure if I have it in me to sit out here for 5 minutes. Right, let's go for 1 minute. Just a box. Yeah, maybe we can look for lightning as well while we're here. Does it say waterproof? No. Cardboard box to transport perishable foods. Oh! We get a unique sound effect when we look in first person in the box outside. Hear that rain falling on the box. That's really nice. I'm not sure if I ever stopped to pay attention to that before. That's a nice sound. It's cozy, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pretty unique sound. I don't think that plays... I don't think they use that same sound anywhere else. You can even strafe inside the box. If you're looking in first person, you press R2, L2, you can still do the strafing motion. Okay, yeah, I don't think we're getting this box very wet. Does the wet box make the same sound? Yeah. Alright, cool. Before we make our way downstairs, let's call Otacon a couple of times.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone. Snake, metal gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. Go down. When you're flattened again...
I want to get a call about Gerlukovich and about the Cypher.
The Cypher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall. But I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Cyphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Okay, now just want to get the call about Gerlukovic.
Push the L2. Move the right.
Can be a bit of a pain getting Otacon's story-relevant calls because they're buried within a load of tutorial calls. It's kind of similar to the issue you have in the Virtuous mission in MGS3, except it's not nearly as bad because Otacon only has a few story-relevant calls.
If you have a weapon selected, bodies can be...
Yeah. I don't need to learn about disposing
I
bodies.
recommend you
You don't need to recommend anything. Tell me about Gerlukovic.
You can also... Snake,
Oh, Otacon, please.
if your life... Snake, the M...
Oh, he's gonna tell me about every mechanic in the game before he tells me about
Aim the
Gerlukovic.
gun.
Aim the fucking gun. Otacon, please. Please.
Didn't think Gerlukovic was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. It looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Alright, nice. There we go. Let's keep going. Let's face plant those steps. Ah, fuck. Alright, bad humans. Are you ready? I'm gonna try the bad human strategy here. Oh, nice! Sick. Such a cool strat. Shoot the bell to distract that guy. Lean up against the wall. You have to be really quick leaning up against that wall afterwards. But you don't actually have to be as close to the edge as I thought initially.
Time to save?
A battle loom bum ba-doom.
The Chinese have a saying. Those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, well, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept. So make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Snake's grunts here are amazing. He has so many of them. Actually, let me just show off one more thing related to this guy and this bell in particular. The bell is key. Let's wait for him to come back. If you distract him with this bell, you know, normally where a guard should come up to the point where you made a noise. You know, if you distract them by making a sound, they will walk up to where you made that sound. That's the general rule. But this bell is kind of unique in that if I shoot the bell, look where this guy goes. Hey man, where are you going? But he is actually going up to the bell. It's because of the height of the bell. Because the bell is so high up on the wall, he's actually going all the way up there. Because up there, that is actually closer to where the bell is. But yeah, usually shit like that doesn't happen. Let's see if I can do it twice in a row. Whew. There's another one here. With this one, I think he will just walk over to this point. I mean, he can't really go up here anyway. Oh, fuck, the footsteps. Yeah. When the hell was I stepping on water?
Who's there?
And there he saw me peek, I think. Oh my god, I'm going around in a circle with this guy. Now he's gonna see this guy. Is he still coming? Okay, he's going back. Anything over here? I think there's some USP rounds here. Yeah. We're getting a little bit low on ammo. Yeah, I love the AI in this, and yeah, just a crazy improvement over what we had in MGS1. I especially like the status report mechanic. It's a shame they never brought that one back. This place is still a mess from before. Let me see. I don't suppose they put any more M9 ammo here, did they? No, fuck. Hey, nice. I didn't even know. I was just hoping.
Raven.
What do we have here? It can't be. Can it?
Snake, that shadow.
It's him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. What are you talking about, Snake? And then... unfortunately, there's no follow-up codec call. This was something they showed in one of the early trailers for the game as well. This image. Tying into the bait. The bullets do despawn eventually, yeah. He can really cover this whole place in bullets though, but yeah, after a while they will despawn. Nothing in here.
Good. Good.
There we go. See how Otacon feels about that later. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Well, I guess that's something we could do. I like how he hears it right before the other guy lands on him. Huh? Smack. On this difficulty though, they will wake up fast if we don't get down to them.
Freeze.
I want to see if I can knock this guy over the rail. I think this rail might be too high. Oh, shit! Yeah, he went straight down into the abyss. He's dead.
Freeze.
Let's just kill this guy normally. Oh, the guy he landed on did die. Right. Yeah, the other guy's dead. I forgot about that. More M9 ammo here. What do we have here? There we go. But the interesting thing about the posters in this area is that for some reason, if you shoot them... Oh my god! I fucking knocked him out! That is amazing. Oh my god. You can actually damage them with these explosions. There's another poster in this area that will explode, but it's way far away from any enemy. You know, none of the soldiers can get close to it. That's crazy though. I've never done this before. I've never actually knocked the guy out with the one down below. Shit. Where's the guy that's usually here? Just go. But yeah, no other posters are like this in the whole game. But for some reason, the posters in the engine room, they all explode. Well, there's only 2 of them. And if there are guards around, you will trigger an alert. Oh, shit. Yeah. Fuck.
Enemy intruder sighted. Sending new shield personnel.
Can I survive this? Give me cover, box. Ah! What were they doing there? Were they stepping on my hands? It's been a long time since I've seen that as well. That's cool. Back this way. Back this way. I'm bleeding. Fuck. Oh, okay. Right. No, he still saw me all the way from up there. Okay, we're cool. Ah! The box is going to be right beside the blood, so they're going to check the box, I think. Let's see what happens. Ooh, he might just stop here. Nice. Okay, this guy's just patrolling up and down. I should have just went for him there. His walking animation looks a little bit weird here. He's kind of wobbling. Go. I might regret this. Yeah, of course. You can't hold up the shield, guys. Why did I even think of that? I'm dead. Woo! Maybe I can still somehow make it out. This is fun. I haven't had a messy situation like this in a while. With all kinds of new things as well that I haven't seen. Things that I've forgotten about. Oh god. Yeah, no, I'm fucked now. He's noticed the blood. Very lucky. Normally they would see me from that range. But I guess just the angle that I'm at. Oh my god. One cool thing about this area as well is that you can make more noise than usual with the USP. Because the engine in the room is so loud, the enemy's hearing isn't as good. So their hearing range, their hearing range isn't as good in this area because of the loud sound. So you can get away with more by loudly using the USP. Strut E is like that in on the plant as well. You can get away with things that you normally wouldn't get away with in terms of making sound. Otacon should have a call about
Snake,
it here, actually.
There should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room. Head west.
It's weird seeing people come online. On PS3, can you disable all notifications? I'm not sure if you can even turn those notifications off on PS3. I'm not sure if I need to be signed in to play the game with Sony's new security setup. I think I might need to be signed in. Whatever. Hopefully we don't have to deal with too many people signing
Snake,
in and out.
The engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine in the middle there. The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too.
There it is.
The reason the ship's drive section is in the aft area is so that more oil tanks can be fitted into the middle part. A shortened propeller axle is another benefit. The simplification of the drive structure means a greater emphasis can be placed on hull strength.
Anything else?
Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room.
Yep.
Head west.
Alright, I think we're done. Let's just do a save call. Oh, hey!
Do you want to save, Snake?
We can also level up Snake's grip gauge. I haven't done that. kind of a bit of a chore, but I think we might do it anyway.
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. That's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
Well, leveling up the grip gauge won't really do much for me in this playthrough, you know, because I'm not going for all the tags or anything. Oh shit. Look at Snake's little feet sticking out at the bottom there. I'm probably gonna get caught for being impatient here. Oh god, where are you going? Love the behavior of the guards, the way it all looks. So slick. Oh fuck! How will they even react to Snake like this? Oh my god. I kind of want to just sit here in this same position just to see how he reacts. Is he just gonna alert straight away, or is he gonna pick the box up off my head? I think he's just going to alert if like half of my body is sticking out. Ah, fuck.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Nothing happening. Nothing going on here. Hey man, what's up?
Freeze.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, go check that out, man.
It was nothing. Unable to
Oh shit.
defeat a wolf soldier. Nothing else to report.
The guy that I killed despawned as well. When he went to interact with the body and inspected it, it disappears. And now, because I knocked him out, he doesn't remember what happened and everything's cool. Okay, right. If we're gonna level up this grip gauge, let's reload. This guy is still shooting away here. Okay. I think that was one of the most fun little sequences I've had in the engine room. That was great. This guy, he's just gonna walk back again.
Freeze.
Okay, so the fastest way to level up your grip gauge is to just keep doing this. Just dropping down and hanging. You can also do it by holding L2 and R2, doing pull-ups like that, but that is the slower way of doing it. Especially if your health is low, because your health determines the speed of the grip gauge. See, look, if I just to demonstrate, look at that speed. And now if I take a ration, not too much slower, but still considerably slower. Or a little bit slower. It takes, what is it, 100 pull-ups to level up your grip gauge once, and each one of these drops counts as 10 pull-ups. So if we do this 10 times, we should get to level 2. It is kind of scary dropping down here, because it's easy enough to miss it. Even though you don't have to time it, all you can mash the button, and Snake will grab once he falls past it. But it can still catch me out every now and then. Oh fuck! What are we at? 6, 7? And the reason for doing this is so you can access other parts of the ray holds later on. Useful if you're collecting tags and getting to hard to reach areas. Hey, there's level 2.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were worth it. Your grip strength is up.
And 10 more, we'll be up to level 3. Does Otacon have a call for when you get to level 3? I can't remember. I think Rose only has a call for level 2. Portable Ops is not a part of the marathon. Just the Kojima saga. But you might see Portable Ops again in the future. Yeah, I think that might be all we get. I can't remember. There's only one place to really do this in when you get to the plant. That's Strut D. Dropping down from the 2nd level to the 1st. The congrats line, that's from VR, yeah. Same thing he says in VR. Exact same dialogue. What are we at? 7, 8? Oh, there it is. Yeah, no call, nothing. So now that we're at level 3, I think we could have probably done this at level 2 as well. But if we go all the way up to the top, we can make use of it in this area as well. Check out this little wire here. There's another one we could drop down to there as well. Although I think that's bait, isn't it, that one? If I drop down onto that wire, I think the game might just fuck me completely. I can't remember. Oh god. Turn around. Whoa! Okay, I was hoping I timed it. We're cool. We're cool. A body shot and a roll is the equivalent of a headshot. If you shoot them anywhere in the body and roll into them, it'll knock them out. That's what I was trying to do there before he managed to call for backup. There's one more thing I just want to test here. We're still in the engine room. Ooh, we okay? Why did the guard flee? I don't think he fleed. It was the guy who woke up the guy that I knocked out. He woke him up and then he ran back to his position. Because he shouldn't have been down there. Okay, let me reload the area. Because if I die, I'll lose all the grip gauge that we worked for. I just want to see what happens if I drop down onto this wire here. You know, like, why is it there? Surely it's there so you can drop down onto it. But now that I'm here, what can I do? I guess the game will let me grab onto this ledge here. Yeah, I guess it will. Nice. Okay, okay. How do you get grip gauge level 3? I just showed it there like a minute ago. You can either do pull-ups or just drop down from one rail to the other repeatedly. Hey man, freeze. That's my box. Stop that. It's another little trick you can do when they're in the middle of picking up the box. If you unequip the box, press L2 to unequip the box while he's picking up the box, you can just run around behind him while he's picking it up. Here's another poster that you can shoot at to blow up. You want to trigger another alert? For the longest time, I thought this was the only one that exploded, but no, the other one does as well. Star Yan, what's up?
Freeze. Mo!
Mo!
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
Sick. I think you'll always land a dick shot on that guy when you pop out to shoot him. Looks so slick. And then when he falls back, he actually opens up the room because he had access to this room. I don't think I can open this door by myself. Actually, is a fancy little thing here, look. Like a handprint scanner. Or something. Maybe not. Is that supposed to be like a scan for getting through the door? Or is that something else? You can now. Oh yeah, if I walk through the door now, I could go through. But let's close the door. Will they let me go through it now? Oh, they will. Huh. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else. They do something kind of cheeky here with this one. You know, normally if you take a photograph of a poster, you'll get Snake's approval. You know, if you took the photograph correctly, Snake will say, all right, or something like that. But with this one, no matter what we do, we get no response from Snake. That's because this one is a trick. There are two pieces to this one.
Good.
And there we go.
Snake, there's another set of infrared sensors in place. If you touch that, the explosives will detonate and that ship will be pulverized.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Oh yeah, of course. The noise is the guard fixing it, and then he even talks about it. I don't know what I was thinking. Right, Jesus. Yeah, of course, of course. Alright, let's put another dart in this guy. I think I was thinking in my mind, it was like something from the VR missions that I was thinking about in relation to that door. I don't know. Are those two an in-joke? No, I don't think so. You know, the tanker is full of posters of various models. And these are just another two of them. Although Otacon does find this picture to be particularly funny for some reason. I'm not sure why. So maybe it is some kind of in-joke. You know, when you take these pictures and upload them later, Otacon will comment on them. Yeah, he really likes this one for some reason. There we go. Oh, I forgot to show as well, if you shoot the flower here, that will also show you the lasers. You can use the cigarettes, shoot the flower, whichever you like.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Does the flower explode if you have a lit cigarette, like just right beside the flower? No. No. But you think some ash is gonna fall on the flower and it's gonna light up? Oh my god! He can see from there. I mean, I guess that makes sense. He's coming back down, okay.
What? Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that. Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
Really cool. I think this is actually one of the things that I found on my first playthrough. I have a memory of it. I'm not sure if it's correct though. This legend. This guy here can throw you off as well because he does wake up sporadically. Oh fuck! It's actually pretty cool, the firefight you can have here. Whew. You have a nice, handy ammo respawn here. Now that's that. Casings all over the floor.
We have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there? Let's do it. Ooh, Nice. Ah! Fuck. Nail that first shot. Oh, fuck. Pretty nice.
Who goes there?
Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel.
What the?
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front, front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
I see.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
All right. Fuck your real life in-world logic, Otacon. What button do I press?
Nation on the
Walk up to the thing and press the action button. That's all you need to know. Okay, so we are in the holds.
Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of
What is that ammo over
rogue
there?
states. They are all working on deploying
What?
their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivative.
I didn't imagine that, did I? Oh, it's on the other floor.
Metal Gear Ray as
I thought I was going crazy.
these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that
It's
can stand
M9
up to Metal
ammo.
Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
You can also just go back through this door.
With Ray,
And there's more M9 ammo here.
thousands of
Yeah.
Metal Gears that exist
So we
all
don't
over the
need that,
world
but
are no longer a threat.
yeah, if you
The blind rush to
do need
nuclear
that ammo,
proliferation will be
your
contained,
fancy grip
and it
gauge
be
will
the
help you
regroup
get over
and
there.
our Ray that will accomplish this. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice
Hey,
about
what's
their
up,
nuclear
Storm?
strategy in the light of the military
How's it
dominance
going?
spelled out by Ray.
Ooh, with my low health, I might not make it all the way over here, actually.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs.
I should have picked the 2002
Some
tags,
say
because
that
I
the
think
strategic importance of aircraft
I
carriers
think this
will be
guy is
reduced by the
David O.
completion of
Zero's real name.
Freeze.
The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air backgrounds.
Ho Young Sang.
Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the
Yeah, I
Marine
think
Corps.
this guy has the David
The
O
enemy is
tag
sometimes
on the
closer to home than you
2002
think.
tag.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to metal.
So, here's another new Easter egg that
Ours is not the
I only found out about not so long ago. I think this was due to Bad Humans as well. Something that he dug up. But if we keep
only
exiting this area and entering it, just going in and out, in and out, in and
Ours
out,
is not the only.
something different might
Ours is
happen
not the.
with Dolph's dialogue.
Ours is not the only military.
Pay attention to his dialogue here.
Ours is not the only.
Ours is not the only, so this is just repeating constantly.
Ours is not the only military.
But if you wait and you keep doing this,
Ours is not the only. Ours is not the only. Don't stay on the same ground. We're here to complete a mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. Only those who are willing to take risks can achieve victory.
amazing. You're talking to the Marines there. Are you sure? Classic. Don't stand your ground. You need to take risks if you want to be a Marine.
Devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy
Can I
are
even make
attempting
my
to
way
derail
down to
our
this
own
floor
great
from here?
project. But
I don't
promise
think I
you
can.
that they will not succeed.
Yeah, I think we have to go back.
I have a daughter, and it is my great.
Jesus fucking Christ! Yeah, I forgot about this guy. Forgot that I put him to sleep.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
At least we got to see the scene. Hey, I have some people to thank here as well. Dingosaur, thank you for the 15 months. Dim, thank you for gifting a sub to Sangi. Colonel, thank you for the $5. Colonel, I hope you're still there in chat. That was a good while ago now. Thank you. Flail with the 61 months. Top Ramens with the 1,000 bits. Thank you, Top Ramens. That goes to DRK, just so you know, but I'll thank you for him. American, thank you for gifting a sub to I Am Jupiter. And yeah, everyone, cheers.
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Yeah, that guy genuinely surprised me there.
Metal Gear Force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives.
There's some weird glitch you can do with this ladder,
The initiated development of
where you
Metal
can
Gear
like
Ray is
bypass it
a
altogether.
countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another
Cool thing
Metal
about
Gear.
the projector here as well. Like the standard way, the way most people get past the projector, they crawl underneath it, right? Because if you try and run across here, you'll just cross the light and you'll get yourself spotted. You'll cast your shadow on the up on the screen. But if you go right up to the edge
Blind rush
here,
to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it
see,
will
look
be
how the
Marine
light
Corps
rises up,
national
how it ascends.
This weapon
You have
will
just
render
enough space
all
to
other
move
Metal
underneath
Gears
it.
obsolete.
If you come right up to the last line of guards here.
Nations building up their
Pretty cool.
own Metal Gear Force will think twice about their nuclear
That's actually the
strategy
fastest
in
way
light
to
of
get
the
across
military
here.
dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. We, the Marine Corps, will play a central
Cool how the
role in
sound
military
dampens in this, just these little alleys as well. These corridors.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be
Snake, the tanker's holds are divided into 3 separate blocks, and Metal Gear is in the farthest hold. You need to head north. You know the number you're up against. If you're spotted, there's no winning that fight. You have to stay out of their sight, okay?
Why don't you do it?
Oh yeah, of course you could use the box as well to cut your height in half. Yeah, that's cool.
Snake, take those pictures before the Commandant finishes his speech. It's the only chance we've got. As soon as he finishes up, the Marines will go back to their posts. That's way too many pairs of eyes watching out for Metal Gear. There's no way they'll let an intruder with a camera slip past. Do what you have to before that happens.
Well, at least I can see the sound alerts thing come up in the chat, even though I can't hear it, so I can imagine it. Maybe I should set up some sound alerts for my stream as well. Although, maybe I'll do something different with it. Maybe have all my call highlights as sound alerts. So you can try and surprise me with my own calls. Hey, what's up, JMP?
You absolutely can't let anyone see you in there. There are too many Marines in there to handle, even for you. If they see you, you're dead. Caution's the key word here.
Yeah, I can't hear it again. Like I haven't streamed on DRK's channel in a long time, and I only just got the sound alert thing set up before I started streaming. But I'll try and have it so I can hear it for my next session. What am I doing? What am I doing?
The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear.
Anything else?
You absolutely can't let anyone see you in there. There are too many Marines in... You absolutely...
Okay. What about a save? I think we're a little bit behind on the save calls.
Snake? Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means... where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means... that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
All right. Hold number 2.
Interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine.
So here we have 2 separate projectors.
The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add...
And if we take a picture of this screen on the right... Hey, straight away. Oh, and it actually registered. Wow. For some reason, that picture is usually bugged on my version of the game. Wow, it actually worked. Yeah, there's Kojima.
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own raid project. But I promise you that they will not succeed.
If we keep pressing it here.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? In the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
The way it cuts back there.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature than the Navy.
Snake, are you okay? Snake! Snake!
Classic. One of the best Easter eggs in the game. For sure. Hey, turn that back on!
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specific...
Now, apparently it's possible to see Ocelot on one of these screens.
...applications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
I saw Bad Humans posting about it a while back. But I think it can be tricky to see.
...compete with the US's nuclear strike capability.
We can see the Grlukovich soldiers run in later as well. It's easy to see the Grlukovich guys, but I have yet to see Ocelot.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure.
They're not his shadow. You can see him on the video, just standing in the background.
Stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Well, you can only see the top of Ocelot's scalp on the HD collection. Okay, that must be why. That must be why. Okay. So the some of the images cut off on the HD collection for all of the whole video. The HD collection cuts the frame a bit. Yeah, it doesn't have the right aspect ratio.
Thousands of Metal Gears that
Aspect
exist all
ration.
over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray.
Damn, man, that's a shame. The original versions, man, they're still the definitive versions.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal
Okay,
Gear
here we're just gonna chill,
about their nuclear strategy in the
so
light
we
of
can see the
military
Gorlukhovich
dominance
soldiers,
spelled out
because
by
we
Ray.
can still see them at least.
The shift in the
And maybe
balance
we
of
can
power
see
will lead
Ocelot's
a new
scalp
world
here
order.
if we pay close
We,
attention.
the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure.
Where's
from
your
Navy
scalp,
brass,
Ocelot?
especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think.
About the last 1:30 minute of Dolph's speech, the camera will pan downwards and over to Dolph. Then and only then will you see Ocelot's head. Okay. And are we really talking about the end of his speech or the end of his first speech? Is it before he goes on a roll, or is it after he goes on a roll? Is it the fake end or the real end?
Gentlemen, always bear that in mind.
The first end. Okay, okay.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development.
I'm not sure if I want to sit here for 5 minutes just to see Ocelot's fucking scalp.
Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
You know, if we could see Ocelot properly, then I might be more inclined to do it. But just to see some scuffed HD collection version of it, I don't know.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war.
I got 5 minutes. We'll see. We'll see.
Future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my
duty.
You must be Terrence. Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Oh shit, yeah, let's be careful.
Right. Up. Left.
Oh shit! Fuck! I should have just got in the box. I didn't think he'd see me standing up from that range. Yeah, there was a guy at the far back.
Respond! Snake! Snake!
Oh, Jesus. Do I really want to wait around now just to see these Gorlukhovich guys run in?
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogues.
Well, at least it made for a funny
They are all
alert.
deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear
Alright,
strike
down we go.
regime. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives.
With Ray.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Alright, I want to use the box strat as well now. Can we go right underneath it at the back?
With
We
Ray,
can, yeah, nice.
The hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears.
Let me save.
Time to save?
For some reason, you can't get Snake's reactions at this point either. I wonder, is that another issue with the HD collection? Like, if I press R1 and R2 now, I get nothing from Snake? Maybe Snake is extra paranoid. He thinks even thinking things will get him caught, even though he's not saying it out loud.
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Well, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
Obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Let's do another one.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris. I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
It's the next chapter.
Sorry.
Okay, one more.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league? That means... what does it mean? Okay. It means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study. Stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
Okay, whatever you say.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs.
Right, so are we going to wait around for these Gerlukovich soldiers? I don't think it takes that long. I think they come in at around like the 3-minute mark or something.
There is a lot of pressure from
3 minutes, 2 minutes. It is a pretty cool detail, so I guess we should wait around. That's just, it's just frustrating the way I got caught last time.
But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development.
There was this guy that saw me last time, I think.
But it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a
damn, look at those eyes. Look at that detail.
Uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed.
Oh shit.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Okay, you're not gonna fool me this time.
Right. Front. Right. Left.
He saw me from that angle when he looked left. How? How?
To move on. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know...
What's the difference between Extreme and European Extreme?
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the...
Oh, I think we're about to see it.
It can cruise deep underwater.
European Extreme is harder
Landing on any
in
shoreline.
pretty much every way. Guards have longer vision. You're given no rations at all for the whole game.
Onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System
Take more damage.
identifies targets with unerring
All
accuracy
that stuff.
and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about
Less
this.
ammo. Guards don't drop anything.
This new model of metal
You can't
is
shake them
called
down
the
for
Ray,
anything.
After the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta.
It's kind of bullshit at the end of the
Latest Metal
game.
Gear, we can rule the sea
And that's
land
partially
as we
why
never
I'm
have
playing on
before.
Extreme, not European Extreme. Because the Tengu fights are just ridiculous.
George Sears surrendered
On
his
European
presidency
Extreme,
in
I
the
mean.
aftermath of Shadow Moses.
It's just kind of silly. You can't play the game as it's intended, you know? It's too much of a risk to run around and have fun with the sword. And that kind of sucks, so...
But
Yeah.
even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed...
But if we were playing on European Extreme, we also wouldn't be able to do the ration codec call. So that's also why I'm playing on Extreme and not European Extreme.
We have
But,
intelligence
yeah.
that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship.
Aside from the Tengus, I really like how the game is balanced on European Extreme. But yeah, the Tengus are just not fun. We cool?
Intruder to the right! Intruder to the left! Intruder in the back! Intruder to the right!
This looks like
Intruder in the back!
this looks like a musical. Whoa!
Should that actually happen, I expect you to be...
Whoa, the way they all kind of floated
cannot
back to their position there.
Will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times.
Now, game over on site is a separate option, which you can choose to
Let's
have
continue.
or have not. That's separate from the
Metal Gear
difficulty.
Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the
I'm
first
playing
ever
without game
measure
over on site.
taken against the
I
few
could have played
possible
Extreme with game over on
reduced
site. I'm just
nuclear
choosing not to. Okay, here we go. Look, look, look.
technology leaked to other nations with
Pay
no
attention to the
consent
walkway up
like
there
that.
that we're looking at right
This
now on the
theory is
screen.
correct. It means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these
Look,
corrupting forces.
there he is.
That
They're
is
coming
our
in. They're
mission.
storming in.
You will bear that in mind. The proliferation and development
Can't
of
you
metal
also
gear
see them,
technology
like,
are
take
about to
out
lead
one of the
regions like
Marines
the
as well?
NPT and STARS.
Like, you can see one Marine getting
There are
choked
also
and pulled
forces
back.
at work trying to exploit this
And maybe that's
distortion
something as
further
well
their
that you
own
can only
powerful
see in the
influence.
original version. Maybe it gets cut off on the HD version, although I thought you could see that as well on the HD
The
version.
human
But yeah,
race
at least
is
you
about
can
to
still see
slide
some of
back
it.
into the endless arms race of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that nobody notices. But still a cool detail. Are we going to wait around to see if we can see Ocelot's scalp?
The brain drain of nuclear specialists and the black market trade of weapons grade plutonium.
Bad humans, where am I looking? Where am I looking again?
Since late last
If we want to see Ocelot's
Add
scalp,
Metal Gear to the mix,
when the timer hits
the
130,
proliferation you see the world over.
when the timer hits 130, we'll be able to see Ocelot's head.
We once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine.
Around
This
130,
Metal Gear
okay.
Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines,
Yeah, we may as well
will be the
wait, right?
guardians of this peace. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of
Where's
Ray.
your head?
The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact.
Where's your head?
There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and...
I'll say now when it's coming up. Okay.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype. Designed
There it
and
is!
operated by
There
an
he is!
onboard pilot.
Isn't that him? You can see his whole ass body there, bad humans. Isn't that him?
In its final form,
Wait, no, that's a cable. That's a cable.
Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous control system. The importance of next generation technology such as C4ISR and RMA in battle situation has been discussed.
I hope you were able to tell which cable it was that I thought looked like Ocelot. It was a very Ocelot-looking cable.
Ray's completion, the Marine Corps will lead the way for a new age of military tactics. The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure, and the success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance happening.
Have we missed it, bad humans? Did it happen?
I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already advanced.
So yeah, once the clock reaches 0, he's just gonna keep on going anyway.
Russia and China for its potential violation.
But once it hits 0 again, he's not gonna. It's over.
Anti-ballistic missile agreement.
You don't get another chance once it hits 0 a second time. I saw AJ, a cable man.
That any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning.
AJ, a Penese man. An incredibly Penese man. The most Penese man I've ever seen.
Your necks must be stiff by now. Time for some more
fuck.
stretches.
So it's either coming up or it was before the 130 mark.
Right.
Okay, maybe it's the next one.
Left. Front. Up. Left. Up. Getting back
Cool.
to the topic at hand. President Sears forced the NMD proposal through and succeeded in deploying the program.
Okay, here we go.
Some say that it was a
I'm confident we're going to see it now. I can feel it.
A $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert.
Why are your lips moving?
We do not risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray
Ah,
is well worth
shit.
all these precautions. Trust me.
I'm not so confident anymore.
It
We're
is
just
an
getting a lot of
undeniable
close-ups
fact
of
that
Dolph.
there is a force at work in our...
We most likely missed it now. Oh, that's okay. We can do it again. No. In Hold 1, it's a bit easier because there's no screen switching and no stretching. Okay. Next time we'll sit in Hold number 1 then.
Seeking to control national affairs.
Imagine if we missed it just when it was switching.
Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party.
Even though it doesn't take that long to
Thwarting
switch.
guiding this nation back to its original path.
Sounding a lot like
This
Solidus
exercise
there,
is but
Dolph.
the first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight. Former President Sears did also act towards...
Ooh, that's an interesting shot. You don't see that often, I don't think.
It was he who lowered START 3's ceiling for tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM Treaty. Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened. We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
I thought I saw something again there, but that was probably just him.
Huh? Stop! Freeze!
Oh, and then we just get the same scene again. I couldn't remember what happened here exactly if you just waited for the timer to go down.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Okay, how about we actually make some progress now?
At the moment?
Let's do it. Let's get another save call with Otacon. And then we'll actually make our way to hold number 3. Where there are more Easter eggs and things to do. You still will get to see Ocelot before the next cutscene.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts. You see, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying...
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight.
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear.
No, we're not gonna sit and hold one again. Just to see Ocelot's fucking pixelated ass cut off scalp.
Metal Gear Force to compete with the US's nuclear strike capability.
Just so we can barely see his bald ass head.
Of these Metal Gear derivatives.
Get in the box. Woo! I forgot that I didn't take these guys out.
As a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Where are you going?
With Ray.
With Ray.
Thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world
No.
threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will... This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear
we'll
will
take
think
the
twice
bottom
about
path.
their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
It is a requirement that we take this path if we want to see something. Oh my god, it's awkward trying to crawl here. Get on the fucking ground, Snake. Thank you.
Forget about it.
The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy
Look at this
brass,
PS2 tech.
especially those with submarine and air background.
Cool.
Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen.
I think this was the path I took on my first playthrough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I noticed that the camera focused in on the hatches.
There's the program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
I didn't find the Ocelot ghost, though, on my first playthrough, that's for sure.
But I promise you're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
I have a daughter. And it is
Whatever
my
happened to
greatest wish
Richard
never to
Gere,
have
anyway?
her or her children
What happened to that guy?
experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generations. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Okay, so here, this is the only way to get up to this point in the area.
Down.
Down! So if we come up to this point here
Right.
and take out our camera,
Front.
look who it is. It's Ocelot. Look at the empty
Getting back to
sleeve.
the topic at hand. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's
There
Rex,
he is.
it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline.
Yeah, I guess Otacon will comment on this Gerlukovic picture if you hold on to it, but it's not really that interesting.
Tactical information
Huh.
identifies targets with
So what happens
unerring
here if we
accuracy
try and shoot Ocelot?
and takes them out?
Yeah.
Massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. Like you ought to think about
Spooky
what that means.
sounds.
This
He's
new
gone.
model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray.
Pretty unique here as well, this pole. I think this is the only
Great man.
pole in the game that you slide down.
Our Ray has a sting that
This game should have had more poles. Satisfying sliding down that thing.
Latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even
And here's, of course, the terminal that we interact with to upload the photographs. But if we stop and look at it and call Otacon, we can get another call about
you
it.
would have heard rumors that he
And
was
it's a pretty funny one.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Bayton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the TDIL-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format. And the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No.
Love it.
Once was enough.
forced to resign after the failed
We need some kind of hacking spin-off game with Otacon,
cover-up costing his influence in
where we just play as Otacon, hacking computers.
The Metal Gear Rex development.
All right, let's do it. Loading, MGX. Look at all this text. Etho Arms Tech. For use only on the console. Cyberspace 4. Military personnel only. Monolith MGX. I'm assuming that's supposed to say monolith. Here he's going in for his password attempts. Login, incorrect. Scott Dolph, of course. Police Naut, Scott. Is Police Nauts like his tag there?
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first one I'm seeing is... Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one.
It's a woman.
The next image is... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again? The next one's... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. I'll just make a backup of this one.
And now he's blushing again, like he was with the other girl. What the hell is wrong with you,
next?
Otacon?
Isn't this that soldier on the deck, Olga? I can't believe you took a picture of her, all things considered.
That's all you have to say about that one? Okay.
And the next one is... So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now.
That's a little bit homophobic, Otacon. I'm not sure if I appreciate
what's the
that.
last one gonna be? Yeah, another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
So, the Ocelot photographs are all classed as spooky ghost photographs. You know, he reacts in the same way to the Kojima picture.
Shadow Moses.
I mean, he doesn't really look too ghostly there, but he did disappear when we tried to shoot him out of nowhere, out of thin air. But maybe Otacon is better at recognizing ghosts.
Was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. If this theory is correct,
oh!
it means that there was a calculated
3! I've missed 3!
Cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. Proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology.
I knew that was risky. Okay, yeah. Get on with it.
Snake!
The way he just kind of stopped and slowly turned around. It's kind of funny how they don't just like turn around swiftly.
It's my greatest wish never to have her.
You're getting punched in the back of the head. What? What was that? Slowly turns around. That's okay though. I wanted to get caught at least one more time here because we can get one more spooky bit of dialogue from Otacon.
Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left. Down. Front. Left. Right. Up.
Yeah, let's be careful here.
Getting back to the topic at hand.
Hold up.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's Rex. It can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. It's on.
Okay, Otacon, what do you think about these?
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. Okay, first up. Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? And the next one is... the Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. The last one is... Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Put it over your bed or something. I just have this image of Otacon cleaning up Snake's room and making his bed for him, putting up all the posters and, you know, designing his whole room. 1 second, guys. Okay.
Information distribution.
We still need to do a couple more save calls.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Yeah, Otacon definitely makes his bed, for sure.
This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
News to me.
Yeah, this is where they start to get really crazy. Let me do the next one. I think there's only like 2 or 3 left.
Time to save?
Silent Martyr with the 72 months. Thank you.
Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! Ah! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh? So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know that Otacon's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure. And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Hey.
Good luck.
You, I'm not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
Damn, what's she gonna do to him?
Identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them
She
out
gonna
with
step on him?
firepower.
Oh shit! Fuck! Ah!
It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard.
Oh shit!
I'd like you all to think about what that means.
Oh fuck! As long as he doesn't get them to stretch while he's picking up the box, I'll be okay.
This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray.
Yeah, no, we're cool.
Our
We're cool.
Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
Freeze.
George Sears surrendered his presidency in the
Okay,
aftermath
now we'll
of
just
Shadow
pick him up.
Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community.
His legs are sticking out a little bit there. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generations. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. The Metal Gear Rex development of Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the...
It's really hard to get a strike. We did really well with that one where there was only like 3 of them left.
Other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting...
Ah! Ooh! Ooh! No! No, you put your fucking hands up.
That is our mission. We will bear that in mind.
Ah! Oh, shit! Two of them left!
Technology are about to render agreements like the NPT and START obsolete.
Look at the other 2 guys just standing there. Wow, these are some loyal soldiers.
To further their own power and influence.
Nope.
Freeze.
Woo!
Freeze.
Turned out to be longer
Both of you, put your fucking hands up.
than expected. At ease.
Oh, shit. One of them's knocked out permanently.
Getting back to the top of the hand.
Ooh, I feel like they're standing in some weird positions now. Well, maybe not.
And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see.
Oh, Jesus, how fucking close do you have to be?
That possibility. The brain drain of nuclear specialists in the black market trade and weapons grade plutonium.
3 of them left again.
A cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, the result is the renewed proliferation.
Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time.
We once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again.
Yeah, Dolph just standing up there.
And be the guardians of this peace. This
Okay,
Metal
I'm
Gear Ray
satisfied.
is a prototype designed to be operated by
Let's put another couple of darts in these guys so they stay asleep.
Final form, Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous
Maybe
control
one
system.
more. With
Importance
Ray.
of next generation technology such as C4IS and RNA
There's the Marines
analysis
logo.
has been discussed time and again.
Oh shit, look at the
But
time.
Ray is the first to deploy it so fully.
Oh wait, although, no, this is after we completely restarted, so he's going to continue talking after it
Ray's
hits 0.
completion,
Okay.
the Marine Corps will lead the way for a new age
I
of
think.
military tactics. The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005.
Okay, I'm receiving the images. Okay, first up. This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. The next one's... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. What's next? Okay, this works. It's a great front view. So, what's the last one gonna be? Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? I have the photos from the left, front, and the one of the letter.
So good.
The only one we still don't have is of Metal Gear from the front right. That's the last one. The Commandant is almost done with his speech. We're just about out of time. Hurry!
It's way better if you do it like that instead of sending him the 3 pictures at the same time. Need to let him think he's not going to get another one and then surprise him with another one. Okay.
The NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure, and the success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance happening.
Good.
I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer.
Hey!
There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated development has been pointed out from the very beginning.
Okay, I'm receiving the images. The first one I'm seeing is... Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. Okay, now we have all the photos.
Oh, fuck.
Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
There was one more save call, but that's okay. We got the good one. We got the Mei Ling one.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Reign. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Gerlukovich. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Gray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Kurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Kurlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's arm.
Have what it takes after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right, there we go. There's the tanker, complete. I guess I'll save. And I'll check my dashboard to see if there's anyone I have to thank. If it will load. Hold on. Propagandor, thank you for the 32 months. Much appreciated. Corvin with the 80 months. Who else? Silent Martyr with the 72. Carbon Water with the 11. Dingosaur. And I think that is everyone. I'm pretty sure I thanked everyone else before that. The gifted subs. Colonel with the $5. Top Ramens, everyone. Cheers. Thanks for all the generosity, all the resubs, everyone. So, yeah. Plant. Usually we like to go over a couple of details before we play the opening scene of the plant, because there are some interesting little things that are easy to miss, especially if you've only played the game a couple of times, or if you haven't seen the game in a long time. So the first thing to take note of during the next scene is, of course, Raiden's voice. Raiden's voice during this opening scene is very different to how it sounds for the majority of the game. And that's because during the opening few minutes, he's kind of putting on a Snake impersonation. And he even has the code name Snake during the first few minutes. The Colonel will refer to Raiden as Snake. And while he does that, Raiden acts more like Snake. His voice sounds gruffer. He sounds more confident. He sounds like he's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. There's like a back and forth between them, which kind of mirrors the Colonel Snake banter in a way. It just has that kind of flow to it. But then when you get into the plant, the Colonel changes his voice. He changes his code name from Snake to Raiden, and instantly he changes. His voice changes, and it's like his whole personality changes. He becomes the Raiden that we know. He sounds more on edge, much more like a rookie. He's no longer like on the same wavelength as other characters. It's like he's beneath everyone on the pecking order. So yeah, it's something that's pretty easy to miss. Once you hear it, you'll wonder like how you ever missed it in the first place. But it is actually easy enough to miss, because it's not like a huge difference in their voice, in his voice when it changes, but it still is pretty noticeable, especially once you know it's there. Another interesting detail is the Colonel's dialogue. He has spoilers, of course. We'll be talking spoilers throughout the whole game. But the Colonel is, of course, not the real Roy Campbell. He's an AI. He's an AI from the very beginning of the game. And there are some interesting early hints that he is an AI. One of those hints being something that parallels MGS1. When we see this next cutscene, when we see the plant introduction, there are all these little things that mirror MGS1, the Shadow Moses incident. And one of those things is something that the Colonel tells Snake when he says, when we need to reach you, or when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. Right? That's one of the Colonel's first lines to Snake at the start of MGS1. When you swim up in the dock and he's telling him about the codec. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. And MGS2 mirrors that with the Colonel and Raiden, except there's a slight change. instead of saying when we need to contact you, the codec will beep, the Colonel says when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. He stops himself. He's about to say when we need to reach you, the codec will beep, and then he pulls back and he corrects himself. He says contact you because that's what the Colonel said in MGS1. And this is the Shadow Moses simulation. We're repeating the events of the first game, so we need to say it correctly. We need to say it how it was said in the first game. So yeah, that's just an early little hint that there's something not quite right with what's going on here. And maybe there's something not quite right with the Colonel himself. So yeah, really cool detail once you notice it. And yeah, there are loads of other little things during the start of the plant that we'll go over when we get into the actual gameplay. But those two details are always worth going over, I think, before we actually get into the gameplay, because if I bring them up later, you'll be like, oh wait, I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that thing with the voice. What was that dialogue again? I don't remember it. So yeah, it's kind of it's worth bringing up those two things, just so you notice it when it actually happens. Yeah, let's save and get into it. Also, yeah, another thing to note is just the weather, the time of day when the plant sequence begins, and how that changes later.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The Big Shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the Big Shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the Big Shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the Big Shell under complete control.
The first shot we see of Raiden is his head poking up from beneath the water. The last shot we see of Snake on the tanker is his head being submerged. Snake goes down and Snake submerges and Raiden emerges.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have two mission objectives. One, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And two, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation. Is this a joint effort? No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the big shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
Who the fuck is
I've
this
completed
guy?
300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. Yeah, and of course, as soon as he changes his code name, they immediately start talking about VR missions. His next line of dialogue after his code name gets changed is, "I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. I feel like Solid Snake," of course. And now that we're here, there are lots of interesting little things to look at in this area. You know, chances are in a first playthrough, you won't hang around here for too long before you head to where you're supposed to go. But if we actually stop and look around and get some codec calls here, there are some interesting little details that again hint at the truth of what's really going on in this place. One of those things being this thing right here, this submarine. If we come over and look at it and call the colonel.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the big shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
It doesn't pose any threat. This is another recurring line we'll hear from the colonel again and again. Return to your duties. Return to your duties. It's not operational. Doesn't pose any threat. Okay. Well, maybe not so unusual by itself. bugs. Yeah, speaking of bugs, we can also look at the bugs here, but before we do that, we'll come over to the suit. These two suits here.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
So, doesn't look like it's usable, doesn't look like it's ever been used, according to Raiden. So what's going on? Again, the chances of getting either of these calls on a first playthrough, pretty slim. You know, even knowing, you know, how are you supposed to even know that there are all these contextual environmental calls, you know, unique calls that you can do if you just look at things and call people. I had no idea these were in the game for the longest time, but yeah, really portraying these items as if they were props almost. You know, the illusion of a facility here. An oil cleaning facility. And the bugs, if we come over and look at these.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
Okay, so even the bugs here are also, they don't exist naturally. Genetically altered. And what he's saying is true. If we crawl around on these bugs here. Now we can see them crawling all over Raiden's body. And now if we stand up, even though we're away from the bugs and we can't see any bugs crawling over our model, if we look in our items, now we have some sea lice in our items. Genetically engineered bugs for oil spill accident. Eats and decomposes oil. Rations are their favorite as well. And what did he say that we had to do to get rid of the bugs? Shake our items. See how the image moved there slightly? Even further. And that's how you do it. That's what it means by shaking your items. Just rapidly moving up and down until you get rid of them. Pretty cool little detail. Kind of reminds me of the stuff they do in Metal Gear 2. A bit, you know, Metal Gear 2 has all sorts of crazy mechanics with rations and snakes that can eat your rations and, you know, all the stuff it does with animals in that game. Kind of reminds me of something you might see in that game. Metal Gear 2 with all of its different types of rations, different ingredients and whatnot. Over here, we can get a shaver. Electric razor, smooth and quick shaving performance. Nothing is left behind. So this is an item we can give Snake later on when we meet him. And then Snake will appear clean-shaven at the end of the game if we do that. The Colonel's getting angry.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
This call always just makes me think of just the contrast between the start of the tanker and the start of the plant. You know, Otacon never calls you to tell you to hurry up at the start of the tanker. You're left alone. He isn't saying, you know, come on, Snake, I'm sure you've gotten used to the controls. He just lets you be, but yeah, it's quite a contrast. The relationship between Otacon and Snake, the relationship between the Colonel and Raiden. We're not best bros with the Colonel. We're just a pawn. We're just the Colonel's pawn. Don't think we have anything in the lockers here. But yeah, I think what they're doing with the whole name change thing is they're having the story of the game reflect what's actually happening to the player. Because you need to remember as well that this was a huge twist when the game came out. Raiden was not shown in promotional materials. Everyone thought you were playing the whole game as Snake. And then you're hit with this after the end of the tanker sequence. So, like Raiden, you think you are playing as Snake. You think you're Snake in this game. And then you have it taken from you. So, Raiden has his Snake persona taken from him, just like the player has Snake taken from them. I think that's kind of what they're getting at with that idea. You know, because when it cuts to the opening of the plant sequence and the Colonel starts talking, and he says, "Okay, Snake, whatever." You've been conditioned to think that Snake is gonna naturally respond, and he does, but it's not Snake. You think Snake is going to be appearing, and he doesn't. And Raiden also gets his Snake taken away from him.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster.
Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Yeah, the voice change, that is not like an intentional part of the story or anything. Those are re-recorded lines for the HD collection. That is re-recorded dialogue, but it's kind of a happy accident in that it fits the character, because the character is an AI. So you could say it makes sense that he would act up like that. Or that his voice would change in such a robotic, artificial manner. But yeah, some of Zero's lines were re-recorded in MGS3 as well. Zero's lines aren't as noticeable. But yeah, I think this was because of the original dialogue that they mentioned controller names that were copyrighted, like mentioning the DualShock by name or something like that, and they just needed like a standardized version of the tutorial dialogue for all the versions of the game, you know, because the HD collection came out on Xbox, PlayStation, So I think that's the reason, something like that. They needed to have the same dialogue recorded for all the versions. But yeah, aside from it kind of tying in with the player's own experience of what's happening, you know, having Raiden's experience mirror the players, it just kind of fits Raiden's character as well in a way. You know, Raiden's character is all about his identity crisis, his complete lack of identity, and his search for meaning and his search for an identity. So it just kind of fits the character, you know. You start the game, his whole personality is fake. Then you get into the game, you learn about his blood, that he has artificial blood, not even his blood is real. Later on, Emma starts questioning his hair and if his hair is even real. That one always cracks me up because the secret items that you unlock for Raiden in this game are wigs. They're all wigs. So it's kind of cool that call later ties in with the themes in a way, or, you know, the theme of Raiden's character. You get I think the brown wig is for infinite ammo. You know, like with Snake, you get the bandana. With Raiden, you get a wig. And I think the brown wig is for infinite ammo. You can get an orange wig, which is for infinite grip gauge, and a blue wig, which is for infinite O2 gauge. I think that's it anyway, from what I remember. But yeah, I remember in the game plan or the script for the game, Kojima spoke about Raiden's white hair as well, and how that was supposed to symbolize how it was supposed to be like pure virgin white without identity. And the alien mask tying into that as well. That it was supposed to look like a classic gray alien. Naturally, you'll probably think of Psycho Mantis as well. But yeah, it's also supposed to make him seem like an alien of sorts. Something Bad Humans pointed out to me as well a while back was in that previous scene where they're talking about the skull suit. You know, when the Colonel is describing his suit and Raiden responds, it seems appropriate somehow. Skull suit. It seems appropriate somehow. Apparently in Japanese, that line comes across as being much more ominous. Like it's a bad omen or something. Like I forget exactly what the reasoning is behind it. Bad Humans, if you're there in chat, maybe you can explain it. But yeah, apparently that line feels a lot more ominous in Japanese. Like hinting that he's kind of like a dead man. You know, like he's signed himself over. That he's like a walking skeleton, a walking corpse. Of course, the codec screen is also another sinister little detail. Something that changes going from the tanker chapter. Look how the signal bars look like a pistol. That's not what the codec looked like on the tanker. Those signal bars didn't look like a fucking gun. They had a very like natural flow. It looks just, the codec that you see on the tanker looks just like the codec you see in MGS1. It's the exact same. But then when we get to the plant, it changes. Why does it change like this? Why does it have this weird design? Well, I guess because Raiden is a hostage to whatever is asked of him. And if you look at that as like a symbol, it makes a lot of sense when you get to the end of the game where you are basically held hostage. You know, you fucking kill Solidus now or Rose dies. You do what we say or Rose is dead. You do what we say or Olga's child is dead. So yeah, kind of it works well as a symbol, I think.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the big shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle.
Now that I've said it, now that I'm really focusing on the image and the lights and everything, suddenly the Colonel's orders are feeling a little bit more sinister. If we let's hold off a second here.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
That's kind of concerning. Raiden doesn't seem to know that his blood has been taken from him. That is slightly concerning. So yeah, I better do what they say, or I might not be getting my blood back. It's cool how they use that to describe the mechanic of regenerating health as well. You just crouch and you can regen some health a little bit. Bad Humans, you're not sure if that was you. I was pretty sure that was you. Maybe you forgot about it. Maybe it was someone else. I thought that was you. Some weird stuff that you can only see in the HD collection here as well. Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots is written on the door here. Or maybe that's supposed to say Sons. It looks more like a G to me, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what Blue Point we're doing with this. If we look up here as well. Here we see Metal Gear Solid 2. It says actually has the solid on it this time. That looks more like an S from here. Sons of Patriots. But again, an MGS4 term. Yeah, it's weird.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gorlukovich man.
Gorlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They've become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
That sounds familiar. And here we have some more stuff that they added to this version. Here it says Metal Gear Solid Tank Hangar. Okay. It would fit better with the story if it said dock. It actually says Metal Gear Solid Tank Hangar. I think there's another one up here, but the image is so stretched you can barely make it out. Yeah, it's just the Guns of Patriots thing again. Weird.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man?
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Okay. Bad humans, what are you saying here? The only thing I remember about the skull suit is that the mask is reminiscent of ancient samurai who held scrolls in their mouths. Ah! I can't remember if I read that before. Shinkawa wanted Raiden to have a skull suit to complement Snake's sneaking suit, known as a muscle suit during development. And that the skull suit took inspiration from slender grey aliens. Yeah, I remember the grey alien comparison. Although I wasn't sure if that was... I remembered that just being in reference to the mask and the eyes and not the suit in general. And that it was to symbolize Raiden's newness to the series, his alien nature. But that's interesting. I always did wonder about the thing in his mouth, because it's a pretty unique looking design. Cool. Let's call the Colonel again here. We can get another interesting call.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
I bet it was Jankal. Now that you've mentioned him, Bad Humans, it was probably Jankal that brought up that detail to me about the skull suit. But yeah, interesting call here. This is level 1 from the VR missions. Raiden recognizes this place. The Colonel tells him, of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions. And he isn't bothered by that. As a matter of fact, it gives him confidence. Just do as you are trained and everything will be alright. And right, obviously it mirrors the start of MGS1. And you might think, is that what they mean? Because the MGS1 parallel stands out more than the VR missions parallel. You have the elevator at the back, or inside a dock, the forklift. But no, it is also reminiscent of the very first VR mission. Level 1 from the VR missions, where you start off at the bottom left of the screen. Right in front of you, there's an obstruction. There's a little slot to hide in. This thing right here, this is like straight up out of VR missions. It's not completely like VR missions, because the first VR mission doesn't have all this shit over here. But it is similar. It does have some similarities. And just like the first VR mission, the goal is at the top right of the room. Colored blue as well, just like the node. So you move up and then to the right. So pretty cool. It's like a combination of the first VR mission, the dock in MGS1, and some new stuff which is not like MGS1 or VR missions at all.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
Shit. They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Find the ones that haven't been individualized. So, my theory was, for the longest time, that the Colonel was just talking bullshit there. He wants you to use MGS1 logic, because again, we're repeating the events of MGS1. Raiden is trying to use real-life logic. Why can't I just pick up the enemy's weapons and use them? And the Colonel says, they're ID locked. But yeah, I thought that was probably just bullshit. But Kojima suggested otherwise on Twitter a while back when he was talking about the ID locks. ID locked guns came up in the news, and people were talking about it, and I guess a load of people are messaging Kojima about this ID locked gun thing that came up in the news, and he made a few tweets talking about the development of MGS4 and ideas and stuff like that. And he brought up the ID locked guns from MGS2 in that string of tweets, and it suggested that no, the ID locked guns were actually legit in this game, that the terrorists did have ID locked weapons. But I don't know. I still think maybe there's a possibility that while the idea was there, that they were still supposed to not be really ID locked. Because it really ties in with a lot of other stuff in this game. It would really make sense, I think, that the Colonel was talking shit there. Because later on, it becomes very clear that there are specific weapons laid out for Raiden that he's supposed to pick up as a part of the simulation, All of this has been prearranged. All of this has been set up. There's an M9 in the warehouse, and that M9 is there for the sole purpose that Raiden will pick it up later. And just the way Raiden questions it there, but these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality? Oh, these are professionals we're dealing with, and I'm sure they wouldn't have their own weapons be used against them. It feels so much in line with lies that we hear from the Colonel later on. Especially when we pick up the M9 later in the warehouse. When we pick up our first weapon later on and call the Colonel, again, Raiden will be like, well, what the hell are their weapons doing here of all places? And the Colonel is like, Raiden, now is no time for armchair theories. So it's clear there's something going on with the weapons and the weapons that Raiden is allowed to use. But yeah, whether or not these guns are actually ID locked or not, it still doesn't really change this whole idea in the grand scheme of things. Whether they're ID locked or not, Raiden he's still being he still has to follow the MGS1 rule set. He still has to pick up the weapons that have been laid out for him. But yeah, we'll talk about that a bit later when we get further into the game. But yeah, it's an interesting little thing anyway to take note of, to think about. Here's our goal. Here's our node. Can I get the call about the node here?
Right. The computer terminal you see over there is what's called a node.
This?
Right. Log into it right now. Stand in front of the node and push the action button.
This? Can we get the other one?
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
So yeah, here's another detail. It just kind of feels like it might be a little bit off. You know, if we're thinking that this guy is supposed to be Roy Campbell. Roy Campbell installing programs in people's nanomachines. It feels a little bit out of character. I mean, maybe it's a very simple process, you know? I don't really know how nanomachines, how easy it is to install programs in people's nanomachines. But yeah, it just feels a little bit strange, maybe. Of course, another interesting detail is Snake. We see a shot of Snake rising up in the elevator as soon as we enter this room. And the first thing we see at the start of MGS1 is also another Snake going up an elevator. In MGS1, at the start, we see Liquid go up the elevator. And here we see Snake. And later on, we're told that Snake is the new terrorist kingpin, that Solid Snake is now the Liquid Snake of this game. Solid Snake is the terrorist leader, so I guess he's kind of fitting the character there by going up the elevator in a similar fashion, being the first character to rise up the elevator at the start of the game. But here he's also supposed to mimic Gray Fox. Remember what Snake said about Fox in MGS1? There's another intruder besides me. Raiden says something almost identical. He's already taken out 3 people. That's what they say about Fox in MGS1. And as you can see here, 1, 2, 3. 3 guards taken out in the area. So we have Snake filling the role of Liquid Snake. We have him filling the role of Gray Fox. And yeah, we'll talk a bit more about that later on. Hey, what's up, Gore Lab? How's it going? Ooh, that's an interesting point there. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not seeing a lot of the chat here. To that seems a little off end. I thought it was weird that the Colonel said that the bugs were created in the lab and not created in a lab, as though he was familiar with where the bugs came from. That's interesting. I never thought about that. That might be something as well that changed in translation as well. It might be interesting to see if the Japanese is also like that. But that's a very interesting observation. On the name entry screen, we can enter in Kajumbo's name. And well, let's see what happens. Hey, we get his details. For some reason on the HD collection, you can't input year. I have no idea why that is. In the original game, you could input your year. Yeah, there's also Yoji Shinkawa's name. His details will come up as well. I don't think any other developer was lucky enough to get their details in the game. Just the two main men. But I guess the other developers got dog tags, at least. The mercenaries. Yeah. Date changes. Now, what are we going to call ourselves for this playthrough, chat? If I remember correctly, it's because of security concerns that it might have just fucked with the game over the file format not being safe enough for personal info being moved online. Are you talking about this thing here? Lloyd Grossman. Cold Hot Man. So Hyundai. Joe Mama. Not feeling many of these names. No, Mike Hunt is terrible. AJ, a Penny's man. That's what we did last time, though, isn't it? I think that's what we did last time. Fuck it, let's go for AJ, a Penny's man again. Although, no, it was MGS5 that we did it for. This is a reference to a guy that came into my chat one day. His username was a Japanese man. But I didn't realize, he just said hi or whatever. And I was just like, I was busy playing the game and I glanced at his name. I was like, oh, hi, AJ. And then I stopped to have a closer look. I was like, AJ, what? AJ, a Penny's man? Oh, wait, no, a Japanese man. But I think AJ, a Penny's man is better, personally. AJ, a Penny's man. Do we have enough space? I hope we do. Actually, I think chat had to tell me that I got it wrong. I don't think I realized. Oh, just enough. Wow. Okay, perfect. Oh, another thing, of course, another little Easter egg. If you set it to today's date. Hey, you get a little happy birthday message. And I guess a Japanese man has to come from Japan, so. Actually. A twist.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Okay, Bad Humans. There are 49 developer names you can enter. One of them, Jason Enos, has his birthday today. Oh my god. So we could have put Jason's name into the game and got his birthday and everything. Why did I think there was only 2? You probably told me about this before. Do the names work at any time, or do you have to like play the game on their birthday for their names to appear or something? Or will all those 49 names work at any time? He said it like 3 times in chat. Fuck off. I wasn't looking at the chat. I'm sure, like, right, what, it's like you're accusing me of, like, ignoring his comments or something. And now I'm commenting on it because I've seen the messages. I'm not always, my eyes aren't glued to the chat every time. All the time. They work all the time, but 2 names are PS2 exclusive. Okay. Yeah, like, I think I tried a couple of other names once, and then I just assumed that there weren't any others. Because I think I tried Hideki Sasaki and So Toyota and, you know, a couple of the big name developers. Is Hideki Sasaki, can you get his details? Can you get So Toyota's details? Anyway, let's move down here.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Ooh, shit.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter. Stay on the lookout.
Yeah, come down. See that guy that I knocked out. Spank. A spank to the ass will knock them out. Get this guy's attention. Lure him down to my position. And there we go.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the President?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
Okay. So here we are. You haven't experienced daylight VR training after all. Interesting line is again tying back to MGS1. When we were doing this in MGS1, it wasn't daylight like this. It was the whole game took place at night. Apart from the very final cutscene. But yeah, all of MGS1, it all takes place at night. All the gameplay, anyway, is at night. And that's what that's alluding to there. You know, Raiden hasn't done any training like this before. Neither has the player. Let's take a look around. How are the doors? Locked? Okay. Locked. Okay. How are we gonna get in? What's this?
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it.
Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up.
You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
And if we look down at the hole again, this hole in the fence again, and call the Colonel again.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
So just like the very beginning of the plant, it's Snake that allows us to get through. That gives us access to the facility. Because when we're swimming through at the very beginning of the game, we swim through that hole that Snake carves open in the fence. That the hole that he cuts open. And here he is again, cutting another hole in another fence, allowing us to pass through. So quite interesting details to consider for later when we're constantly being told that Snake isn't a part of the simulation, that he's an unintended part of this mission, that he's not supposed to be here. That Solid Snake was never supposed to be here, but yet he's crucial to us completing the mission and even accessing the facility, like right from the very beginning of the game. It's he that allows us, that gives us access to the place. I have a theory that the Colonel saying that he's not a part of the simulation is a part of the simulation to mirror the fact that he's a Grey Fox stand-in. Right? We're playing the game as Raiden, and we see that there's another intruder besides me. We see Snake, that there's another guy in the facility, this mysterious other character that's not supposed to be here. Who could it be? He's already taken out 3 people. So when the Colonel says that that's not possible, you know, that there couldn't be another intruder, that's not a part of the simulation, that is a part of the simulation. That's Snake filling the Grey Fox role, and the Colonel acting surprised about it is also filling the role of the characters in MGS1 who were surprised about this other force. Another thing as well, which I forgot about completely until I reread In the Darkness of Shadow Moses recently, but In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, they really characterize, they really reinforce that idea. Like all the higher-ups behind the scenes, when Grey Fox appears, they're all losing their shit because they didn't plan for this to happen. You know, like when Grey Fox appears, Nastasha notices that Ames and all his boys are going crazy because they didn't foresee this happening. And just like really reinforces the idea that Shadow Moses was this very planned and staged thing. So I think it would be really cool if that was the idea. Again, like this is all just speculation and theorizing. Like I'm not sure if this is supposed to be the idea that they were going for, but I feel like that works really well, and it's a nice theory. You know, because we do see Snake play the Grey Fox role. That much is very clear. And Grey Fox not being a part of the MGS1 simulation makes sense. And having this copy that makes sense. You know, having the Colonel act as if he's confused about this outside force just because that's what you need to do if you're mirroring the events of the first game. I forgot to show the bomb at the bottom of strut A, which is a really cool detail. Here, like even before we meet Stillman, you can see the bombs that are set up for later. And you can see that this one actually has a blinking green light, but the one down below at the bottom of strut A doesn't have a blinking light if you look at it at the start of the game. And that makes sense because in order for that bomb to become active, all these other bombs need to go offline first. All these other bombs need to be frozen for the one downstairs to become activated. So it's a pretty cool detail that you can notice down at the bottom of strut A, that bomb is there, but the light isn't blinking yet because we still have to freeze all these other ones. Yeah, pretty cool. Another cool detail, if we stop and look up to the sky for a few seconds, birds will shit on our face. And if we keep looking up at the sky, more birds will shit on our face, hopefully. But you can only go so far. I tried to like cover the whole screen and shit, but once they shit on the screen like 5 or 6 times, I think that's where it stops. There's number 3. But yeah, it's a big question people have when it comes to this game. You know, was Snake actually, was he actually a part of the simulation? Or was he not? Because we see him fill all these various roles. Like later on, he'll be the Master Miller stand-in with the same frequency and the mentor role that he plays. We have him acting as Gray Fox. I think that might be it. Is there a call related to this? No, unfortunately not. This is not the Solid Snake power fantasy. That's for sure. Snake, they wouldn't shit on Snake like this. Snake was the main character of the game. They wouldn't dare shit on the legend like that. It's interesting if you watch the making of MGS2. They talk about the opening scene of the tanker and how it was very much designed to really satisfy expectations. And then of course the plant is the opposite. It's supposed to throw everything for a loop. It's supposed to turn everything upside down and betray expectations. We are not Solid Snake, that's for sure. Let me call the Colonel a few times here.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor.
Yeah. Why am I listening to this shit? But you don't get to play the tanker if you say you've never played MGS before. In that version of the game where Rose will guide you through options in the main menu. Yeah, I think so. If you answer that question and say that this is your first MGS game, I'm pretty sure they put you straight on the plant. It's been a long time since I've seen that version. I know DRK has shown it a few times recently, but I've never caught it. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but yeah, I think that's how it works. Certain dialogue will change as well at the start of the plant, depending on whether you've done the tanker or not. When the Colonel changes your codename from Snake to Raiden, that's when the dialogue will change. If you've played the tanker, the Colonel will say, "All right, Raiden, you've already went through training in VR." And Raiden says, I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. But if you haven't played the tanker before doing the plant and you just go straight into the plant, he will say, "All right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission." He won't mention anything about Raiden's previous VR training. So really interesting, you know, you might think it heavily implies that the tanker that we did was Raiden's VR. That's another question people have about the game. You know, was the tanker Raiden's VR, or was that how it actually went down? That dialogue would strongly suggest that it was Raiden's VR. But again, it's kind of blurring the lines between the player's own experiences and Raiden's experiences, because Raiden's experiences in VR are supposed to mirror what the player might have done before playing the game. You know, he's done MGS1 in VR. He's done all the VR missions. He's done the tanker. But there are other details which really, which heavily suggest that no, the tanker we played, that was actually Snake's. That was Snake's tanker. That wasn't VR. First of all, later on, when Snake is telling us about the tanker incident, he doesn't describe anything that we haven't seen. When Snake tells us about the tanker, and Raiden is like, "Oh yeah, I know that. I've done VR of this." And Snake says, "Well, I doubt it accurately simulated the events of that mission." But that would you'd think that would be a good moment for them to like add some details that we didn't see, if they were to portray that tanker was something different. But no, everything that Snake says lines up with what we saw. And the photographs that they flash on the screen during that sequence are all things that you did, no less, during the tanker sequence. You know, if you take some bodies and throw them overboard, they will show those bodies that you threw overboard. And this is all while Snake is describing to Raiden what he did on the tanker. So, yeah. But also while Snake is telling Raiden that, no, the tanker you did must have been different. You know, you might think, well, all that stuff with Liquid was kind of bonkers. You know, I guess it would make sense for that to be VR. But no, Snake says that he also saw him there. And Raiden says him, a man who was supposed to be dead. Alluding to Liquid. So maybe that was something that Raiden didn't see in his VR version of the game. But also kind of interesting if Raiden did something in VR that the player didn't actually experience, because it seems for the most part Raiden's VR is supposed to just be, you know, it's supposed to reflect what the player has done or what the player might have done. Assuming the player is an MGS fan, has played the previous game. There was something else I was going to mention there. Oh yeah, another detail to consider is whenever the Colonel mentions controls and new mechanics that they've added to MGS2, he will always say, unlike in VR training, you can now do this. Like, there are loads of these tutorial calls. Unlike in VR training, you can now shoot in first-person view. Unlike in VR training, you can do this, you can do that, you can do whatever. And that would be a bit strange if the tanker we played was also Raiden's VR. So, yeah. That wouldn't make sense if the tanker was Raiden's VR, because of course you can do all those things on the tanker when we play the tanker. You can shoot in first person, you can do all these things. But yeah, interesting things to consider.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Procedure, that's another good point. Yeah, you do also see, during that scene, you do see a lot of footage of MGS2 trailers, which specifically show things that you can't do in the final version of the game. Snake using the FAMAS, Snake running away from the flood of water that they cut from the actual game. So yeah, I mean, you have things that pull you in both directions. There are things that really suggest that it was Raiden's VR. There are other things that suggest it wasn't. You know, the Colonel's dialogue being a big one, I think. You know, unlike in VR training, you can now shoot in first-person view. Well, that just like completely smashes the idea that the tanker we played was Raiden's VR. You know, he's suggesting that all these new MGS2 mechanics are things that you couldn't do in VR, as if Raiden's VR was just PS1 era stuff. Let me call the Colonel a couple of times here.
According to the SEAL Team 10...
The Flood was in the PS2 demo? No. I mean, it was in trailers. You could never experience it in the game unless there's some crazy version of the MGS2 demo that I don't know about, or like a cheat or something. In the US demo, the demo ended after the Olga fight, I think. The demo I played ended before the Ray holds. In the European demo, you got to play after the Olga fight, and you got to go down to the sensors in the engine room. It ended when you went through that door in the engine room that takes you into the long hallway that leads up to the Ray holds. But I've never heard of any version actually having the Flood. Firelord with the 75 months, thank you. Except for the PAL demo, Bad Humans, yeah. Yes, I think maybe you're imagining that, unless there's some crazy version of it that I don't know about.
I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
It just goes to show the Colonel cares so much.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
Okay.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago, the tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil. The end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
So that's another interesting little detail, considering the whole theme of information in this game. She used the brochure to get her information on the shell, not the database. It always makes me wonder, you know, is it because the database has information on what this place actually is, that Raiden needs to receive the false information that's given to the public? Because that is what he's told, more or less, you know, that the place is just a legit offshore cleaning facility. Oh yeah. Does Raiden need to... Does he need to receive the public information because the database she has actually has the legit info? I don't know.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
One second here. Does the Big Shell also work as a cleanup facility to some degree? Or is it all just bells and whistles? Yeah, like what Dim said there. They bring in fresh crude oil to clean up just so they can keep it running. That's what Otacon theorizes anyway later on. He doesn't say for sure that that's what's happening. That's just an idea that he brings up. That after the initial spill was cleaned up, that they just kept bringing in fresh crude oil to clean up, to keep the place running, to make it all seem legit. But I don't know. Let's knock on the wall here. You should know about wall knocking, Raiden. How? Give him a spank.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
Yep. I guess I don't really need to hide this guy. Fuck it, I'll leave him here. Now let's sign into the node. Snake says later that the facility hasn't done a lot of cleaning, so there won't be much spill if they blow the house down. That is another line. Yeah. I forgot about that one. Okay. Another funny little detail here is as soon as you enter the building, another guy goes straight up immediately to open the doors. You know, you could stay up here forever, but no one will ever come up to open those doors. But as soon as you go in through Snake's hole, a guy comes up straight away to open the doors. Just seems kind of like a cheeky little detail. Yeah, and now we can just go straight out. Oh. Yeah, I'll upgrade Raiden's grip gauge later on. I might not bring it all the way up to level 3. We'll see.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
No, I think I'm going to take a little detour. We head over to Strut F, we can get our first weapon. Always really like how the game looks here, just the light, the early morning. Okay, that was something I pointed out during the opening scene of the plant as well, was just to take note of the time of day. Because when the plant begins, it's like really, really early morning. It's just right before the sun has come up, where it's still kind of dark and hazy. And then when you rise up in the elevator, it's like the reveal of Raiden, the full reveal of Raiden aligns with the sun coming up. Like everything is out in the open. The day is just beginning. I feel like they do a few like little symbolic things like that with the weather in this game and the time of day, like the thunder and lightning on the tanker, the darkness, the thunder and lightning seems to be foreshadowing Raiden's name, literally meaning thunder and lightning. The darkness is supposed to resemble MGS1 as well, and just the colors in general, the heavy green, the darkness, it's supposed to feel very MGS1-esque. Later on with Emma's death aligning with the sun setting. You know, she dies as the sun sets. Little things like that. But yeah, of course, when the plant begins, Raiden rises up through the water. He hasn't been fully revealed. He's still wearing the mask. Everything's kind of dark and obscured. But then when he takes off the mask, it's full daylight. The sun is blaring down. Here we get our M9.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The president is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The president's life is at stake here.
Can you grab and shave someone? Man, imagine if you could do that. Imagine if that's what the use of the... Imagine if that was what the shaver was for. When you got an enemy in a chokehold, you could shave them instead of kill them. That would be amazing. I wish that's what it was for.
Raiden, didn't you hear? Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
So there it is. Again, same call I was talking about before. Raiden. Paying attention to what's going on here. Asking very good questions. Why the hell is there a weapon here of all places? And then again, they come in with their excuse. Oh, you know, the president, the terrorists must have brought it in with them. You know, it really does remind you of the call we got at the bottom of Strut A, where Raiden questions the nature of the weapons and, you know, how are these ID locked? These are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality? Oh, the terrorists, these are professionals. And here they come in with their excuse that, you know, I'm sure they must have brought them in. But Raiden says, no, it looks like they've been here from before then. And yeah, the real reason is because they've been laid out for Raiden. They're here for him and him alone. As a part of the simulation, they've laid out the weapons to be picked up in very particular places. OSP, just like MGS1. I should have done a couple of other calls in Strut F while we were there, but we can do them later.
Freeze! Oh!
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Faragus, thank you for the Prime sub. Hanging? Let's do some hanging. You need to be careful on the floor here. Those patches that make sound. Ooh, I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Go.
Freeze!
5 today. Or rather, 6.
Get down! Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Who the fuck is this guy? Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking Mission 60, Weapons 80, Advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top-secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that.
What's up? Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is
This
Bravo Zero.
fucking
Currently
kid.
bridge between struts B and C. The
I ought to slap you.
Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
All right, we're back. We're back. Let me get my controller. Let's go back down to Snake first of all. He's asleep already. Wow. I never really stopped to notice that, actually. He's like immediately, right after the cutscene ends, he's fast asleep. But, of course, he is still quite aware. He still has that sixth sense. Because if we do this...
Think you can shoot that thing?
As soon as you target him. Asleep? What? You thought I was asleep? Let's call him. 141.80. If you need information about this place or about Dead Cell, just contact me. In MGS1, it was Master Miller who had this frequency. If you need information about the flora or fauna, just contact me. And similar to Miller, Snake is operating under another identity. Master Miller is not Master Miller. Master Miller is Liquid Snake. Iroquois Pliskin is not Iroquois Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin is Solid Snake.
Yeah.
And just like Miller, Snake really plays a mentor role in this game. You know, he's Raiden's mentor in this. Anything else?
Yep.
Damn kid.
Ooh, I thought he'd be able to get me from there.
What are you thinking?
Damn kid.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, hold on, before we really piss him off, let me look at this guy first, the Navy captain. Oh, shit.
He's asleep?
Yeah, now we're getting the sleeping calls. And we can do the rest of those later.
A Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge. Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain. Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
That's interesting, isn't it? Shouldn't we be trying to kill Snake as soon as possible? You know, so he isn't interfering with this simulation anymore? I mean, maybe they think we're not capable of killing Snake. That would make sense. But it's rare to see the Colonel actually defend Snake. I think that might be the only call. Where, like, he really disapproves of you shooting at him. Let me log into the node again.
What are you trying to do, kid?
Yeah, now he's really angry. Once you shoot him like 5 or 6 times, he'll just constantly shoot at you. And now his dialogue should change as well when we call him.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Yep.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Yep.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
All right.
But at this point, does the AI know that it's actually Snake? Yeah, maybe not. All the casings there. Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours. Damn, look at that auto aim. Fuck. I thought there was a way to like, quickly move back down. He's instant. Okay, I'm just gonna back out slowly. Hold on, hold on.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the
I'm a little bit busy here, Rose. Just give me a second. Let's save, actually, just in case. Oh, shit! I have a food delivery. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm glad I caught the delivery before they fucked off. Hold on a second.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay. I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, There's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Okay. Hold on. I got a chicken burger, which I don't usually get. Chicken burger with some shit on it. I don't know. Okay, where was I? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if Snake, if I leave the area and come back, will Snake be asleep? Look at his cone in there, it's still red. Oh my god, look at his cone follow me. That's amazing, look. Even now, he's still tracking me. Oh my god, my every move. That's great. Okay, so now if we go back to the AB bridge. Oh, Fatska, you came and you ate all my burgers. And then you took it away, oh, Fatska. Nice, he's asleep again, okay.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
The little Meryl grumbles there. You don't see Meryl appear in the subtitles, but you can hear it. Meryl. There we go. So yeah, some interesting stuff in that last scene. Of course, the big obvious MGS1 parallel is the corridor of blood with Gray Fox and MGS1. Earlier in the game, we had Snake fill the Gray Fox role, being the other intruder besides me, taking out 3 people. And here, it would seem Vamp is the Gray Fox stand-in with his blade, cutting up all these guys here. And I think that scratch that you see on Raiden's face is also supposed to mimic Sniper Wolf and the scratch that she leaves on Snake's face in MGS1. You know, when she kind of marks her territory in MGS1 by putting that scratch on Snake's face. The same side of the face and the almost an identical angle of the scratch as well. When you see Vamp jump over right behind Raiden and then he slowly puts his hand up to Raiden's face and then Snake comes through the door, starts blasting, and then you get a shot of Raiden's face and Vamp is gone. When I first saw that scene, I think I thought Raiden just got lucky and like a bullet grazed his face or something like that. But yeah, now I'm more of the opinion that is another MGS1 parallel, and it's a mark that Vamp actually left, because his hand was right up beside his face, right before Snake came in. And later on, we do have Vamp fill in the wolf role again during the sniping sequence with Emma. And yeah, we obviously encounter him later on. It's interesting how they portray Dead Cell there as well when Snake is describing Dead Cell, and you see the artwork of them all lined up together wearing the long trench coats, like very Foxhound-esque, very, very similar to how Foxhound is portrayed in the MGS1 briefings. Something I like to bring up as well is the inspiration for Dead Cell. They're based off a real group that functioned similarly to Dead Cell. In reality, they were called Red Cell. And yeah, they tested the effectiveness of government facilities and staged ransoms and kidnappings and did all sorts of wild shit. And the leader of the real-life Red Cell is very similar to Fortune's husband in that he was accused of misappropriating government funds and he was put in jail for doing so. In the story of MGS2, that was all staged by the Patriots, that Fortune's husband was actually innocent. In reality, I think the guy was guilty. Richard Marcinko, who was the leader of Red Cell, who was a bit of an action hero kind of guy if you look into him. He had a video game based off him. He wrote a book that Jeremy Blaustein actually used when translating MGS1. That's where he got where he learned about, military jargon and lingo and just the way people spoke in that kind of industry. So yeah, interesting. Definitely worth looking up if you're interested. The real life inspiration for Dead Cell, Red Cell, and there's all sorts of controversies related to them and shady shit that they got up to. Pretty interesting stuff. There also were rumors as well that he too was framed. Really, I didn't know that, Bad Humans. So there were rumors that Marcinko himself was also framed. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, my knowledge is the bare minimum as well. I've only briefly looked into the real life Red Cell, but yeah, it's some interesting stuff. It's a really uncanny moment in that scene as well, where Raiden is talking about the absolute reality of VR and how it's indistinguishable from real life. And while you're hearing this, you're seeing all this MGS1 footage, which now, compared to what you're seeing in MGS2, especially at the time, is just going to look so old and dated. So it's really kind of surreal seeing Raiden talk about how real it is, and you're looking at these old-ass PS1 models. I think MGS2 really it was very aware of how it was this really technologically impressive thing, and it kind of used that to enhance the themes of the game, the questioning of reality and the power of games and how they could be used for nefarious purposes and how they could be used to train soldiers and make them detached from the actual reality of war and stuff like that. I feel like the game was very aware of how impressive it was technologically, and it really used that idea.
Think you can shoot that thing?
Oh, he's not completely pissed off anymore.
Damn kid.
I'm not sure if any games at the time were being used as recruiting tools when MGS2 was being made. Maybe there were. I know there were after MGS2 released, you had certain games that were used to try and recruit people into the actual military, America's Army and stuff like that. Probably COD as well. I don't really know much about COD in relation to this, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Richard Marcinko died last year on Christmas. Really? Really? Okay, I guess we'll just leave Snake be then. But yeah, it's interesting to see Kojima obviously concerned about games and how they might be used for the wrong reasons. And I think a lot of that probably inspired Raiden as well, like the creation of Raiden as the protagonist for this game, and this game being a very like anti-power fantasy. I'd love to find some of these quotes again from Kojima, but I remember him talking about Snake and how, you know, after MGS1 was such a huge hit on PS1, right? And Snake was sort of a mascot in a sense. And I think maybe Kojima thought he made MGS1 a bit too cool, and that people were just kind of losing themselves in the Solid Snake fantasy of that game. And I think that probably, and just with how big the game was and everything, I think that probably inspired a lot of what this game was, and really wanting to strip a lot of that aside and make you very aware of the fact that you're really not Snake. You know, you're the player, and that's why so much of Raiden is a stand-in for the player, the VR trained rookie. That's that false side of Raiden is who the player is. Obviously, in reality, we find out that Raiden has a lot of experience. Ever since he was a kid, he's been in real battlefields, real war zones. But I think that other side of Raiden is supposed to be there as the side of him that's the player. Let's close the door here. But yeah, I think a lot of different things probably influenced the creation of Raiden and why he is the way he is. I think Kojima probably felt he was kind of done with Snake's arc as well in MGS1, you know? He had his journey, he grew as a person, he found that there were other things to live for other than just being a tool of war, and that it would probably make more sense for him to take on a different role, you know, become the mentor figure to another character. Anyway, let's trigger the next scene, shall we? You don't like the Twin Snakes either? I don't understand all the dislikes, and yes, I love the cutscenes. No, I'm not really a fan of the Twin Snakes either, but if you love the Twin Snakes and you love all the crazy scenes and everything, fucking all the power to you. But no, I'm not a fan. Although the wacky scenes and everything, that isn't really why I dislike it. I think I would have preferred if it actually went more in that direction, if it did more to separate itself from the original game in terms of the story. It always kind of feels weird to me how crazy a lot of the scenes are, but then you just, when it cuts to codec calls, you're just getting like the same calls. I don't know, there's something about that that's weird to me. Like where it's kind of like really drastically different, but then it's like too much of the same then in other ways, except with worse VA and the lack of music. But yeah.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
I'm afraid it's been...
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to Simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
And I won't let you be just a dream. I won't let you be just a dream. Hold on. I finally had a chance to take a bite out of my burger. It's pretty good. All right, so there's an interesting line there
I'm afraid
when
it's been...
the Colonel tells Raiden that he needs to hurry up and move along to get to Strut C to meet Stillman and all this shit. And Raiden responds, "Is this according to Simulation 2? What are you talking about?" This is Raiden. He's starting to get concerned that things are veering off track. That things are starting to maybe not resemble MGS1 so much. And remember, down at the bottom of Strut A, when Raiden was seeing things that were similar to how they were in MGS1, it wasn't making him suspicious, it was making him more confident. Instead of noticing that these things were kind of odd, if this is supposed to be a real mission that he's never experienced before, you know, wouldn't it be a bit odd that he's seeing all these things that he recognizes from his training? But no, all these things were actually instilling confidence in him because he's been trained for it. You know, the games have prepared him. He's done the tutorial. He's done it all before. It's his second playthrough. It's his third playthrough. But now that he's starting to get the sense that maybe things are veering away from that, he's getting a little bit scared. And that is what happens next as well. The bomb disposal is a sharp right turn away from the Shadow Moses simulation. And then once we finish the bomb disposal, then we're back on track on the Shadow Moses simulation. We have to meet up with Ames, who's the stand-in for the DARPA chief. And then we have to meet up with Baker, who's the stand-in for President Baker. But all this stuff with the bomb disposal, that isn't anything that Raiden really recognizes. And he's not too happy about it. And we'll see later that, yeah, he's quite upset about having to freeze all these bombs. Having no preparation. Having no skills in that department. 1 second. I'm not making up any of this shit, Stray. Come at me. I'm not making up any of this shit. The bomb disposal, I know you're probably just talking shit or trolling or whatever, but no, the bomb disposal is, later on it will be described by Ocelot as a sort of examination that was used to test Raiden's progress before letting him tackle the true exercise. Right after you complete the bomb disposal and kill Fat Man, in the very first scene after that, the ninja appears and says, "You passed with flying colors," which means you passed the test. The bomb disposal is like, yeah, it's a test for Raiden to see if he can really handle the S3 plant. And once he proves himself, then it gets back on track and it starts to mirror Shadow Moses again. But the bomb disposal is supposed to be a little tangent to see if Raiden can really handle this whole thing. But yeah, I'll bring up those points again when they become more relevant. I was going to go and talk about Ocelot's speech and the whole examination metaphor and all that, but we'll talk about that later when it's actually relevant. Or, you know, when we get to those parts of the game, I will use those details to reinforce this idea that I'm talking about. Here, I usually like to talk about the cut content, because Fortune's cut content is just hilarious, or just the original concept for what she was going to be, what she might have been. Fortune, of course, has her beautiful theme, her theme song. That's that saxophone that plays, that saxophone melody. That is Fortune's theme. But originally, the concept was that Fortune would actually play the saxophone in the game. That Fortune would play her own theme on the sax. So this just immediately makes me put this image in my head of this scene that we just saw playing out, except Fortune was playing the sax during the scene. So she walks out onto the bridge, starts playing her theme on the sax. Raiden is back there looking on and like, what the fuck is going on here? Bullets start whizzing past her, and she is just not even paying attention to the bullets. Like, these guys shooting at her, they may as well not be there. She is not registering that they're even there. She's just jamming out on the sax, the bullets whizzing past her. And originally, she was going to wear shades as well, so she'd be wearing sunglasses while playing the sax. All Dead Cell members were going to wear shades. They were all going to wear sunglasses, which they kind of reference with Snake's NG Plus item, I think, when Snake has those badass shades on. Apparently, they decided against the use of shades in the end because they thought people would think it was too similar to the Matrix. Along with the game already having, similar themes about simulations and virtual realities and, the questioning of your reality and all of that stuff. Whether the idea was originally born out of a reference to the Matrix, maybe that was what gave them the idea to use the shades in the first place. I don't know, or maybe it was just a coincidence and then they decided against it because they knew people would think it was trying to reference the Matrix. I don't know. But yeah, I think that might be a missed opportunity with the saxophone. It makes me, every time I think about it and talk about it, it just makes me excited. I want to see Fortune with the sax. Imagine that. Just picture that scene in your head. That exact same scene, except Fortune is playing the sax. And the bullets are just whizzing past her. Some might say, no, that's just too ridiculous, even for MGS2. But I don't know. I don't know if it is. I think maybe it could have worked. Maybe it could have been really cool. She was originally going to have some kind of blood condition as well, where Vamp would have to suck her blood to prevent her from dying. Like a couple of times a day, Vamp would have to suck her blood to prevent this rare condition from killing her or something like that. I'm sure those would have been very erotic scenes, with Vamp and Fortune. Is there anything else I want to say about Fortune's concepts or anything? I don't think so. She really seems to mirror Raven here during this scene, the way she talks to the birds, calling them her beauties. I'm so sorry, my beauties. It's not like she has a strong association with the birds or anything throughout the game like Raven does. Raven being called Raven and, of course, being strongly associated with the Ravens. But I think that is probably supposed to be a mini parallel. Because that's what a lot of characters do in this, Like, a character won't just be a straight one-for-one stand-in of another character, but they'll be like an amalgamation, You'll have Snake, who stands in for Gray Fox in one scene, then he's Master Miller in the next scene, and so on. But yeah, I think that little moment of her talking to the birds is probably supposed to echo Raven. Of course, the gun would make you think of Rex, the big rail gun. And maybe Raven as well, if you're thinking of her already being associated with Raven, just like this massive weapon. The way she destroys the environment in her boss fight as well is very Raven-esque. I think Raven is the only character to do that in MGS1. You know, where he like blows that level to bits, obfuscating certain paths and yeah, knocking all those crates over. Obviously, that's Fortune's whole shtick later on when we get to her fight. The way she just blows apart the environment. I guess you could say Rex to some degree with the barrels and the stuff that he can destroy, but yeah. Originally, we were going to get 2 other Dead Cell members as well, Old Boy and Chinaman. Chinaman, who wasn't actually going to be Chinese. He was called Chinaman because he was bisexual. No, he was called Chinaman because he lived in Chinatown. He lived in Chinatown, but he was actually Vietnamese. Chinaman was actually going to be Vietnamese. And we were originally going to fight him where we fight Vamp now. That's where we were going to fight Chinaman. And I think Vamp was going to die earlier in the game. And yeah, some of Chinaman's characteristics then carried over to Vamp. Like the whole swimming thing. I don't think Vamp was originally going to be this crazy swimmer. And I don't think he was going to pilot the Harrier either. I can't remember if Chinaman or Old Boy was going to pilot the Harrier. But yeah, originally Vamp wasn't going to pilot the Harrier either. And when you fought Chinaman, he was going to have like a dragon tattoo that would come to life once he hit the water. And there were going to be sharks that you would have to avoid while swimming through the water as well. I think maybe you were going to have to swim during the boss fight with Chinaman. I can't remember. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you just had to avoid sharks in the Shell 2 core on the way to Chinaman. Not Big Boss. Old Boy is interesting because he was going to be Big Boss's mentor. Originally, Big Boss's mentor was going to be a character in this game, not MGS3, and that was going to be who Old Boy was. Imagine how crazy that would be. You meet Big Boss's mentor in this game. And yeah, that would be an idea that they then later repurposed for MGS3 in a pretty huge way. I don't really know much about Old Boy. Is there any like official information on like what Old Boy was going to be in terms of gameplay or anything? That's all I really know about Old Boy, I think. Just that he was going to be Big Boss's mentor. I'm probably forgetting some other things. Anyway, let's continue, shall we?
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. The bomb disposal expert is somewhere in Strut C where you currently are. Locate him and request his assistance.
When did Old Boy come out? I think it came out around the same time as this game, didn't it? Wasn't it like an early 2000s movie? I'm not sure if they were referencing that film. 2003. Also, no, it wasn't a reference to the film. Old Boy was a former colonel in the German Defense Force who participated in World War II. He was given his nickname by those who feared him, along with that of the Devil, though he was also regarded as a legendary hero, having been a mentor to several world-renowned soldiers and mercenaries. Old Boy later served in the Navy SEALs anti-terrorist unit Dead Cell. At over 100 years old, he was going to be over 100 years old as well. I guess that carried over to the end in MGS3. Utilizing his vast cunning and experience, he would often fight with weapons and equipment from World War II, I guess. Bad Humans. I remember telling you that he was an ex-Nazi, but I don't remember where I got that right. Vamp's boss fight was in a church. that was on Arsenal Gear. I remember reading about this church inside Arsenal Gear. When you say on, did you mean to say in? Was it on top of Arsenal Gear or was it inside? I think it was inside, wasn't it? There was going to be like a room at the back of the place that was a church. That would have been really surreal. Imagine walking into a church inside Arsenal Gear. Kind of making me think of Snatcher, actually. But yeah, of course, Vamp has his whole history with the church bombing and being buried and surviving on his family members and all that. It was in, but on sounded cooler. I mean, you never know. Arsenal Gear is this giant monstrosity of a thing.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a VSTOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Jesus Christ, this fucking name. Kexus Coochie birth dessert. Durest. Wait, no, that doesn't say dessert. That says durest. Kexus I'm just gonna call you Coochie, okay? From now on, you're Coochie. Durst. Thank you, Coochie.
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Coochie. Yeah, I prefer Coochie over Kexus. Or I guess I could say Kexus. I prefer Kexus.
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Don't trust the man, trust the gun.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
Okay, thank you, Rose. Let me just save.
What's up, Jack?
Kind of curious to see if she'll talk about Fortune or Vamp now. After this save call. Probably not.
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong, it's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Actually, that's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
I'm not sure if she meant that as an insult to all other women. I think maybe it just kind of came out that way. I think it was more like, you know, I'm not strong because I'm a woman. I'm strong because I'm me. I think that's what she's trying to say there. I'm not just strong because I'm a woman. Or maybe she hates all other women and she thinks all other women are weaklings. Of course, now we're in the bathroom, where we can have all sorts of fun. If we go up to the urinal and look down and call the Colonel.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary,
What?
could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Ugh. So yeah, now you might think, oh, that's surely the only thing we can do here with the urinal. But no, if you crouch down and get your head right up in the urinal, we can get another call.
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
I really want to see the Japanese versions of these calls. I want to hear the Japanese groans. Then it flushes when you step away from it. So calm. And now if we go into the woman's bathroom. Let me just wait around for a minute first. This next call can be kind of weird to trigger. You have to spend some time in the bathroom before you can get it, I think, anyway. Whenever I try and get it just after coming into the bathroom, it never works. I have to, like, hang out in here for a while. Which I guess could tie into the call, because doesn't the Colonel say, like, isn't that long enough, Raiden? Huh, I never thought of that.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Raiden, Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
You guys are unbelievable.
Get real.
Oh, I was hoping Raiden would say the line as well. Get real. No, it's actually the next call where the Colonel comments on the amount of time you're spending, I think. But before we do that... Wait. Wait, is there a call for just looking down at the toilet here? I know there's one for crouching down and looking at it.
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
No.
Return to your duties is what I feel like saying, but... What did I do? I'm just fucking looking at the toilet. I'm not the weird one here.
Raiden, I'm at a loss for words.
I'm afraid to ask. Do you do that in my room too?
Oh! Oh, I think that was the call I was struggling to get last time. Maybe it's because I just went to kneel down and look at the toilet without looking at it like this, standing up first. Okay, I need to remember that. Do you do this in my room too? And now if we just stay in here with the door closed, we should be able to get one more. It's crazy the amount of bathroom-related codec calls there are. There's another one later with Stillman as well. And then there's one at the very end of the game in Arsenal Gear. Even in Arsenal Gear, they're talking about the toilet.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
And that's it. She isn't actually leaving us, though. That would be hilarious, though, if there were, like, ways to get her to stop talking to you for the whole game in the early game. Like, if you played your cards in a certain way, she would actually just stop talking to you. There's the bomb. Can't do anything with that yet. Let me just check here.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Yeah. Oh, I never did the corner call earlier. Can I still do it?
Move in close to the enemy.
I think I should be able to. Hold on.
Move in behind the enemy and push the weapon button. Right. Push the R2 or L2 button while it... Once you see the
codec screen.
Right. When you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an...
Yeah. And now it's going to be this next call, I think.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
There it is. So, me and DRK, we have different interpretations of this line and this call. DRK thinks it's not supposed to make any sense, and it's the Colonel taking dialogue from MGS1, but not really having the context for it to where it makes sense. In MGS1, there's a tutorial call that you can get, the exact same tutorial call about, you know, looking around corners and distracting the enemy. And in that call, I'm sure DRK showed it earlier when he was playing MGS1. In that call, Naomi butts in towards the end after the Colonel has given the tutorial. And she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" Because they're talking about distracting the enemy and luring the enemy. She jumps in and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds by saying, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." And it seems to be like an early indication that Naomi has something against Snake. Like, she sounds very malicious with how she says it. Like, "You're good at tricking people." You know, it doesn't sound like banter, but Snake doesn't really pick up on it. And now, in this MGS2 version of that call, we have very similar dialogue about this beautiful woman. but I think it's supposed to be in reference to Rose and Raiden's relationship with Rose. But what does it mean within the story of the game that Raiden would be tricking Rose? I think it's Raiden's, like, part of Raiden's self-deception, the fact that he never really told Rose who he really was, never opened up about his childhood or any of that. And I think that is what the deception means in this context. DRK thinks it doesn't relate to Rose or their relationship at all, that it's just taken the dialogue from MGS1 without really having the context for it to make sense, and it's just another indication of the AI kind of fucking up, and another hint that there's something up with the kernel. I really do like that idea, but I think it's a cool way of looking at it. But I think it is probably supposed to be in relation to Rose and Raiden's relationship with her, and his lack of honesty, and his deception. Maybe some people wouldn't see that as being deception, but yeah, no, I that's how I see it anyway. Deceiving someone into making them think that you're someone that you're not. Which is also what Rose is doing as well, in a different way. Rose is deceiving Raiden. Raiden is just a blank slate. Oh, I really don't agree there. I think, yeah, no, I don't agree. You know, if you look at it from the perspective of Raiden believing that Rose is a genuine person. Sure, she is being incredibly deceptive and manipulative, but I think he is as well, in another way. I think Rose probably deserves more blame for the way that she's being manipulative and deceptive, but I think Raiden is too, in his own way. For wanting to have this relationship, but he's also refusing to reveal anything about who he really is. He wants her to believe that he's someone else. Yeah, he's concealing his past. But concealing his past while also pursuing a relationship with someone. I think I would see that as a form of deception. That you're making someone think that you're someone else. And I feel like that's probably what that line is getting at. I'm trying to think of some of Rose's lines later in the game, you know, her accusations towards Raiden. You know, I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. But Raiden just, you know, refusing any kind of in-depth conversation or anything. You know, Raiden didn't want any kind of relationship, really. He just wanted the illusion of one. Like she says, she lied to him, but she all the time she wanted to be caught by him. Or when she realized that she truly did have feelings for him, she then wanted to be caught. In some ways, I think you could say Rose was the more genuine person in the relationship towards the end. I mean, it's a whole fucked up situation. But it seemed like Rose really, she was the only one who really wanted to pursue something real. Or at least she attempted to break down the barriers that were there, and Raiden was perfectly happy just living in his fantasy. Anyway, those are just some thoughts.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
Who the fuck is this guy? You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
I'm lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the Big Shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
Why don't you do
You're
it?
up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The two of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Whatever.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, again, Dim, I mean, nothing you're saying to me is really changing my mind. I'm just kind of seeing your interpretation as just another interpretation. And like I said, I really like DRK's idea about the Colonel just taking these lines, even though there's no context for them, where it doesn't make any sense. I just disagree. I think you can apply that dialogue to Raiden's character and Rose. With Rose being the new Naomi stand-in as well, in a way. Being the secondary character that appears on 140.85. But yeah, I could be wrong. I'm sorry I can't hear the alerts, guys. I really am. I will try and sort that out for next time. I apologize. First thing we're going to do is go out onto the bridge. And look what we have here. Who's this? Who's this? And no response from Pliskin. Interesting. He even says Snake's lines, so I'm able to fool people, huh? Trickery is your strong point, huh? Only works against beautiful women. Again, I'm kind of struggling to see the point. I feel like you're throwing a lot of lines at me, and I'm just let's just put an end to this debate. And maybe you can try and explain it again another time more succinctly. But yeah, once Snake moves on into the next area, or Pliskin, suddenly we're able to get a call.
Don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
The RK said something about this yesterday. Yeah, I'm just talking about our differing interpretations of a call in this game.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I'm not trying to say my version of it is like definitely right either. I really like the DRK interpretation of it. I'm just not sure if that's it's just not how I see it, but I think it could be correct. I'm dead.
It's the enemy. I need help.
But yeah, maybe if I had a fuller understanding of how it is in Japanese, I would think differently. I know Dim is throwing a lot of like original Japanese lines at me, but I'm still just not really getting the whole point of what he's saying. Yeah, maybe the Colonel in the English version of MGS2. What differs in the English version of MGS2, Dim, that the Colonel doesn't bulldoze through all the points like he does in Japanese? In the Japanese version, it just feels much more like he's just nonsensically going through all of the dialogue. But yeah, either way, I kind of want to move on from this topic. Fuck. Let's log into the nodes before we do anything else. Head over to the watermelons. See what the Colonel thinks of these watermelons.
Looks like there's a lot of stuff laying about. Make sure not to scatter it around. The enemy will increase their security if they discover anything out of place.
Don't worry. I'm used to cleaning things up. Rose's room is...
Jack, don't say any more.
fine.
Anyway, the key element of covert operations is not to leave anything behind. Understand?
Love that one.
Freeze!
Being very sloppy here. Let's take this guy out so we can disturb Stillman in peace.
I'm all right. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. I'm all right. I'm all right. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. No need to worry. If you need to talk to me, use the codec.
Oh my god, he has the patience of a saint.
You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Here we go.
Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already.
There we go. Man, it takes a while.
Lay off the knocking already. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Lay off the knocking already.
Yeah, that's all we get. Okay. Let's call him here as well. There are a lot of optional calls we can do during this section.
There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
There it is. So yeah, if you've already been to the woman's bathroom,
whatever,
that will be the call that you get. I love how he just skirts around it. Doesn't want to say the mythical name. Why can't you just say the woman's bathroom, Stillman? What the hell? Why are you making a riddle out of it? A place that guys have always wanted to enter up until this point. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. My. Pliskin has a call too in the ladies' bathroom. Is that a call? I don't think I usually get that one.
Raiden, where are you?
Yeah.
What are you embarrassed about? You're on a mission. Anything goes.
Pliskin.
I've snuck into similar places in the past myself.
Huh?
Yeah. No, I've definitely seen that one before. I don't do it that often, though. It's been a while since I've seen it. I need to remember that one for next time. Yeah, Snake has done it a couple of times before. If he still remembers those MSX days.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this.
Whatever.
There's something going on.
Let's do a few calls with the Colonel here. There are a lot of calls to go through.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Okay, but exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
One of the interesting things here is how you ask for information about Dead Cell. And I guess other characters in the game as well, but to get information about Dead Cell and Stillman from Rose, first you have to call up to ask for the information, and then you need to stop using your codec and then call back again later, once you've been to another area or watched another cutscene or whatever. But what's interesting is Rose isn't the only person on your support team who has information on Dead Cell and these other characters, Snake also has that role of being there to tell you about Dead Cell and to give you backstory and history on Dead Cell. Both Rose and Snake have the exact same role as a member of your support team, which is pretty unusual for the series to do. You know, usually one person will have a set role, like they'll be the weapons person or they'll be the person to give you this very specific type of information. Not that multiple characters can't talk about one character or anything like that. That does happen, but it seems to really stand out here, I think, just with how you retrieve the information from both of these characters. When you call Snake and ask about information on Vamp, Snake just gives you information on Vamp, and he speaks from experience. He has all this first-hand knowledge and experience that he talks from. But with Rose, you have to go and ask for information, then she goes to look up the information, and then she comes back with this very cold Wikipedia bullet point info on the characters. It's just kind of an interesting thing, just especially when you consider the whole theme of information that this game has. You know, you have to work so hard to get the info from Rose, and then the info itself just generally isn't as good as Snake's. I think, anyway. I've yet to really go through the, you know, all of like really compare the calls between Snake and Rose and how they differ, but I think generally it's safe to say that Snake gives you better information than Rose, and more of it as well. And it's, you know, it isn't as cold with how he delivers it. A lot of it anyway. You know, Rose comes back with the database info, the bullet points, and Snake kind of tells you more of a story with his information. There's more character to what he says. Because, yeah, I guess it's more human, you know? He's speaking from experience. She's taking stuff from her computer. Let's keep calling the Colonel out. We should be able to get some of our information now on Vamp and
Make
Fortune.
doubly sure you...
Because we did ask for the information earlier.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. It's possible that...
Really? I'm still not able to get my information?
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing a cardboard box.
A cardboard box?
Who do you think he was? A dead cell?
The dead cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
Oh yeah, she looks up info on this as well.
Do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly. If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects.
No shit.
On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4.
Damn. The Colonel really cares about the environment. What else do you have for me, Colonel?
Whatever.
Rosemary researched Fortune for you.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Yeah, I think when we talk to Snake about Fortune, he goes into a lot more information about Fortune's husband, whereas Rose there really glosses over it. You know, died in captivity, my data says, and then she moves on and there's no real talk about it. But when we talk to Snake, you know, he really goes into it and how people think that her husband was falsely accused and how it was all a setup and all of that. But Rose, with her official information, she doesn't have any of that. Because I guess, you know, that she has the Patriots' information and the Patriots set her husband up to be killed. So they're not going to be revealing any truths or any theories about what could have been happening with him. We should get some information on Vamp as well.
Raiden, Rosemary has some information to report.
I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Pegleg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
When we ask Snake about Stillman, I don't think Snake gives us any information on Stillman. He just tells us to fuck off and go and ask Stillman ourselves. Like, what the fuck are you asking me for? He's on there. You can call him up yourself, can't you? Rose doesn't do that, though. She goes and looks up the info anyway.
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
About a loop doo doo doo.
Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy's sight. Raiden, Rosemary has something to report.
Jack, I looked into that guy a few minutes ago wearing a cardboard box, but...
Did you find anything?
No, there is no corresponding data in the files for neither Dead Cell nor Colonel Gerlukovich's private army.
How about as a surviving member of SEAL Team 10?
Of course I looked into that possibility too, but...
You didn't find anything?
No, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
Wonder who the heck he was.
Raiden, be on the lookout. It's possible the terrorists will attempt to
Did we get the info on Vamp?
Raiden, I trust that you don't actually believe what that guy Pliskin told you, right?
I believe him. There's something about him, like an iron will. Enough to trust.
Raiden. He's not included in the simulation. Don't trust him, ever. You got it?
Roger that.
Okay, whatever you say.
Raiden, how is Pliskin doing?
Looks like he's doing fine.
Stillman said it too. There's something strange about that guy. Don't let your guard down. Understood?
Something strange about you, Colonel.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders. Raiden, still... If you find an item...
Okay. I think I'm done with the Colonel for now. We have a good few calls to go through with Pliskin as well, but let's take a break. Let's go freeze some bombs first before we do that. Okay, let's do it. There he goes, talking about the simulation again. Hey, what's up, D-Gamer?
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you. It's in your hands.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Okay, so for the longest time, I thought that that dialogue didn't actually change depending on how fast you are. It comes across as the kind of dialogue that would change depending on the player's speed. Just with how it's presented, just with what some of the other games do, getting up to the dock at the start of MGS1 and how the dialogue will change depending if you're slow or you're fast. And this dialogue kind of feels that way as well. It kind of seems like, oh, so if I'm faster, will they compliment me? Because it feels kind of weird if you're speeding through it and they're saying you're slow. That doesn't seem to make much sense. So it's probably dialogue that changes depending on depending on how fast you are. But yeah, for the longest time, I thought that it didn't actually change. But recently, Bad Humans discovered that it does. That if you are extremely fast, he will comment on how you're fast. But Bad Humans also said that he had to hack the fucking game in order to get the compliment from Stillman. Bad Humans, what's going on with this? Did you look into it anymore? Because I've definitely done it like as fast as humanly possible. I think, like full speedrun strats to the bomb, and it's still not working. Like as soon as the cutscene with Stillman ends, you just sprint to the bomb, but still not getting a compliment, having them still tell you how slow you are. So yeah, maybe it is a fuck up on maybe they just fucked that up. Because it is fucked on PS2 as well, isn't it? Free Dog, do you know what I remembered? Strut D is the place to get the fast call. Because there are 3 bombs right by each other. Oh. So if you go to Strut D first and take out the 3 bombs there as fast as you can, then they will complement your speed. Because you've frozen 3 bombs in a very short period of time, as opposed to just freezing 2 bombs in a pretty short period of time. So it's also determined by the amount of bombs you freeze. Just 2, because this is only a second defuse bomb call. What? So what if you go down and freeze the bathroom bomb as fast as you can, and then quickly come down here as fast as you can and freeze this bomb? Will that still not work? I'm just saying 3 because you have choices, okay. You'll get the second fastest response. Ah, okay, okay. So maybe I have seen a couple of these variations. Maybe I just haven't seen the fastest one. Okay, right. Well, we'll have to experiment with this some other time. That's cool though that it does that it is doable and you don't just have to hack the game or some shit to get it. I think maybe as well the reason why I don't get it is because oftentimes I will skip the bathroom bomb. I'll leave the bathroom bomb until last and I'll just go for this first one. And then my second bomb is up at the top of strut A. And then maybe that's just not fast enough if I'm just going for these two bombs as my first two bombs. The perverted version, fucking around in the woman's bathroom, is the one people get often. Oh yeah, I think this was another thing that you showed that I hadn't seen before. See, there's the... Oh wait, no, are you just talking about a regular Stillman call? Like not a bomb call? You need to eat 10 rations for the ration one. Right, okay, that's another thing I need to remember. Getting 10 rations on extreme is a real chore, I think. Maybe if I learned which guards exactly carry rations, then it wouldn't be too bad. I think I might leave that one for this playthrough though, and we'll try and sort that out for another playthrough. Do you know how you get the perverted call with Stillman? I guess I have to do all of the calls that we just did. And then what? Just keep calling Stillman normally? I love that we're still learning new things about these games. Take him out. There's something else I want to test here, actually. I might die, and maybe I won't be able to even get the call. Earlier in the playthrough, I forgot to get that call with Rose, where she really panics when you're about to die. But I think you can only get that in the very early game. Okay, let me try this again.
Right, what's wrong?
I did do the call right here last time, yeah. But yeah, I think it has to be early game only. And last time, I think it only triggered when I was in evasion or caution. Or maybe when I moved from an area while I was in evasion. Ah, fuck. Whoa, shit! Yeah, no, I don't think we can trigger it. I'm not sure if bleeding makes a difference. Part of me feels like you really need to be on low health. Oh my god! How do they not see me there? Yeah, no, I think it has to be early game. It's a call where Rose loses her mind because Raiden is about to die. She gets really scared.
Who the fuck is this guy?
But yeah, I think it has to be in the early game. Sorry about that. I showed it during the last playthrough, but I forgot about it this time. But speaking of Rose and getting scared, let me just kill myself. And listen to the dialogue here.
Raiden, come in.
It's the Colonel.
Raiden!
Rose's death dialogue is particularly interesting. Let's see if we get it this time.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
So, she screams out for Jack repeatedly, and then there's a long pause at the end, and then she goes, So, for the longest time, I just thought that was her gasping, like a crying gasp, like, I can't believe it, you know? But recently we learned that no, that final gasp is Rose herself getting killed. And what's interesting is that there are a few variations on this dialogue where Rose screams out for Raiden. And she'll scream out in slightly different ways, right? As you naturally would. But there's one constant in all of these calls, in all of these screams, in all of these pieces of dialogue, and that is that gasp is heard every single time on each variation. There's the long pause, and then there's the and that is Rose herself getting killed. Because remember what the Colonel says at the very end of the game is that Rose's life depends on our success, and how she's wired the same way. If you die, Rose dies. And that's what that's getting at. If GW assesses, like, this is what this whole screen here is like a part of GW's program. Like all these numbers and letters and stuff here, these are all your stats and your like camera coordinates on the big shell, and your the points of damage you've taken and the amount of alerts you've triggered. Like, this is all a part of GW. And I guess if GW recognizes that Raiden has been killed via, by monitoring his nanomachines or whatever, that will also trigger something in Rose and how she's hooked up, right? Because they're all like connected to this network. It seems like they're all like wired with nanomachines and hooked up to this network. And if GW, and I guess Rose is connected to GW in the same way, and if GW recognizes that Raiden dies, it'll also kill Rose as well, with how she's wired and how she's hooked up to these nanos. So yeah, it makes this dialogue feel a lot scarier now. It feels a lot more ominous. I remember when I first found out about this, it was there's a Japanese MGS fan on Twitter, and he posts lots of interesting stuff about the games. And I remember I saw one tweet of his where he was talking about this. I think Bad Humans might have been in the conversation as well. And I just did a shitty Google Translate of what he was saying. And I noticed that they were talking about Rose's gasp in there. And I immediately knew what they were talking about. Like as soon as I saw the Rose gasp thing, I'm like, oh my God, is there something significant about Rose's gasp? Because it is something that is strangely memorable, right? Like as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, I know exactly the gasp they're talking about because it's very memorable. The long pause and then the, but I never thought there was actually something really significant about it. I thought it was just, oh, it's just Rose crying. It just happens to be a memorable piece of dialogue. And I never thought about the fact that there are variations on the scream, but you hear that gasp every single time. That's like the one thing that you'll always hear, no matter which variation on the dialogue you get. But yeah, crazy. I still remember as a kid, but I thought it was her crying. Yeah, it is strangely memorable. And I guess maybe that's why, is because they did put some very specific attention on it, even if you're not picking up why that is. You are hearing it every time, and it does stand out in a unique way. And yeah, I guess there was purpose behind it. What's this Japanese fan's Twitter handle? Someone can post it in chat if they have it. Bad Humans, you can post his Twitter. But yeah, the information was taken from like one of the MGS2 scripts or something. It's very official info. Oops.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
I meant to talk about the numbers and letters and stuff while we were here, all this code. Yeah, like I was saying, the first thing you see underneath exit is arm strength. If you actually stop and read it, a lot of it makes sense if you break it up and combine the words. Arm strength, and then GTH 0, that's my grip gauge. 0, I'm a weakling. I haven't leveled up my grip gauge at all. Prudence underneath that is my save count. 16 saves. Funnily enough, all this information includes the tanker. Getting back to theories about the tanker being Raiden's VR and all of that. Ammo used underneath that, 239 points of ammo. Underneath that, alert number, the amount of alerts, 8. Underneath that is my kill count, NUET. I think that's supposed to be neutralized. But I guess the E should be where the U is. 24 kills. Damage amount, 381. So 381 points of damage, however the game counts damage. Underneath that, you have camera coordinates, camera position X, camera position Y, Z. I'm not sure which cameras these would be referring to. Like the area that I'm in currently doesn't have any cameras. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the deal is with the camera coordinates. Area move underneath that. That is the amount of times that I've moved between areas. I think this also includes the tanker. 144 times I've moved from one area to another. Vanished point. That is the code of the area that I'm currently in, which is W12C. That is just the code for this area that I'm in. You can actually see the area codes written within the environment of certain areas. I'll point that out later on in one particular area where it's kind of interesting. And for the other ones, I always forget what the other ones are. Gakuratas, I'm not sure if that's supposed to mean anything in relation to the game. Onikamoto, that's an anagram for Tokyo Konami or Konami Tokyo. But I think Onikamoto is also something else as well. But yeah, it's also an anagram. The DSJWSS or the DSJW668558. I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, there you go. There's There's GW's analysis of Raiden's stats and mission. And that's why the screen goes bonkers in Arsenal Gear at the end of the game, because it's after you insert the virus into the AI. Same reason why the Colonel goes crazy. The Colonel is a part of GW, that's why he starts malfunctioning and going crazy with his dialogue, and that's also why that screen pops up randomly when it shouldn't and says fission mailed, because that screen is also a part of GW. One thing I didn't talk about was how it says mission failed as well, which is interesting. It doesn't say game over. In MGS1, it says game over. On the tanker, it says game over. On the plant, it says mission failed, which is interesting because the only other game to say mission failed before this point in the series was MGS VR missions. In MGS VR missions, when you fail, you get a mission failed, not a game over. So, especially interesting when you consider this game has this whole VR narrative and makes you question whether what you're seeing is VR or not within the world of the game. So that's just another one of the many things designed to fuck with you and make you question what's actually going on here.
Freeze!
Takeshi Sato. Let's call in Stillman. Give me an update. Or I guess I'll give you an update.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of.
Hey, you. Has anyone ever told you you have some issues? Right. There's a possibility that C4 was put indoors as well as on the roof. Go inside and confirm this.
Okay, so there it is. So it is a response to you freezing a bomb, but it is also in reference to you being a pervert. That's kind of weird. Why does he decide that now is the time to accuse me of being a pervert? All I'm doing is freezing a bomb. I feel like that dialogue would make more sense on its own as just a regular call when you call Stillman, not for like a bomb disposal call. I do kind of like it like that though as well, how he just comes out with it while we're doing our job. It can only happen in an optional defusing bomb call. Right, yeah, I figured. I really do like this detail as well, how you can just... How, like, not all of the bomb disposal calls are mandatory. Like, some of them are, where you don't have a choice. Raiden will automatically call Stillman to give him an update. But I like that he doesn't do that for every call. But how you can still call him to give him an update if you like. And get some different dialogue when you do. Such as the call that we just got. Really nice. Now, we have one more bomb to freeze in this place. Let's distract this guy with a chaff. Ooh, nice. Throw the chaff one side, run the other side. Wherever you throw the chaff, that's where he's gonna look.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know. but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
Okay. Oh, I could have been calling Pliskin as well to see how he's been doing with the bombs. I forgot.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look in first-person view. You should try it too.
So Snake generally doesn't look in first-person view. He controls himself in third person. Do you have someone else controlling you, Snake? Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Let's get a few more calls with Snake, actually. We still have to get all the Dead Cell ones.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defensive perimeters of each strut covered. You'll be safe as long as they don't radio for more men, but if you're spotted, run for it. Find a good concealment and wait until the backup leaves. You won't be able to defuse the bombs while you're being chased down, believe me.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any. Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
So here they're referencing that moment during the scene where you first meet Pliskin and Vamp pins Snake up to the wall and he's about to say, "You smell like Solidus." Vamp can recognize that they're brothers, that they both come from Big Boss. They both have the same scent.
What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle. People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
Yeah, again, regarding vamp, and vamp meaning bisexual, I think Hollow Mind has it right there. I remember when I looked into it, yeah, I found out that it was like slang, old slang for a seducer, a seductress, which I guess kind of ties in with general vampire fiction anyway, and how vampires are often sexualized and portrayed as seducers. But yeah, I couldn't really find anything relating to bisexuals when I was looking into it, but yeah, I guess you can extrapolate bisexual from that in some fucked up old logic, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird.
Fat Man. Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
And we can see later, you can analyze Fat Man's hands later, and he does have some pretty fancy manicured nails. We'll see those later. Vamp was originally going to be a woman, yeah. You can look up some concept art if you haven't seen it. Ooh, that's a waste of a chaff, I think. Oh wait, no, it's not. Ba-bum-ba-dum.
Freeze!
Ooh, Jesus. Turn around. Bump, bump. Ah, you little shit. Ooh, nice shot. Stillman. Give me an update.
I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
I wish Vamp was a woman. I'd find that more believable than Scott Dolph having a gay Romanian lover. Why? Why would that be more believable? Why can't Scott Dolph be gay? Pliskin, come in.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4. For some reason, there was one planted on an enemy soldier's back.
Gay vampire? That's just ridiculous. A straight vampire, though, that's plausible.
And who is this Solidus?
I just don't see that character being bisexual. He's very macho man. Yeah.
That was the name the public.
I mean, you never know with people, though, right? I don't know, actually. Now that I'm thinking of it. Oh my God! Look at this.
The situation is normal. All clear.
No, nice. Okay. Well, you can go back to sleep then. Bringing in a whole army for that one guy. Storm, could you not imagine Scott Dolph dancing like that pool party video? Remember that video that Raul used to play? Could you not see Scott Dolph getting down with that kind of thing? I think I could. I think you just need to stop and try and imagine it for a few seconds. I think I could imagine Scott Dolph getting very gay. The real or fake Scott Dolph? Yeah, because of course Scott Dolph is named after a real guy that worked at Kojima Productions. He used to be Kojima's translator. So it was probably partially a joke, like an in-joke. Given that he's named after the real Scott Dolph. Kind of like Johnny being named after Hideki Sasaki. Do I want to do anything else here before I leave? We could get a suppressor for this SOCOM. It isn't like the most necessary thing, but just to show it, I guess. Jump, bump, bump. Hold on, let me reload.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off.
Suck!
You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning.
You're a real egotistical woman.
If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
See you later. Bye. I really do like the abrupt way that ends. Raiden is just dazed. Hold on a second here. I still haven't finished eating my burger. That was an opportunity for me there. Hold on a second. Yeah, and watching King Kong a bunch of times. How many times? Remember a few playthroughs ago, someone brought up the idea that maybe they watched it a bunch of times because Raiden is afraid of the night. Remember with what he says later on? I'm afraid of the night, that's why I won't sleep next to you. So maybe that was Raiden's motivation. I don't want to be alone. We need to watch it again. We need to watch this other version.
Nothing here.
Ooh, let's see. So yeah, if we crawl in through here. Bam, bam. Here we get our SOCOM suppressor. And our mine detector. Ba-dum, bum, bum.
That pistol you have is a SOCOM. It's a .45 caliber offensive handgun designed for the American Special Ops Command. With 12 rounds of .45 ACPs, it has outstanding stopping power. The SOCOM has a minimum service life, averaging over 6,000 rounds, and has a 5-round group capacity that extends within a 1.4-inch radius. It's a bit large, but the SOCOM is a gun you can trust. It also comes equipped with a laser aiming module. A suppressor can be attached to the SOCOM to silence gunshots. You should try to find one.
Let me thank some people here. Monkey Meatloaf, thank you for the 100 bits. Completely unrelated, but have you guys heard of Covert Critter? From what I've seen of it, it looks like a PS1 era MGS, but with furries. Just thought I'd give it a shout out since this is an MGS channel. Well, I mean, this is an MGS channel, so of course I'm going to be checking out Covert Critters. What do you take me for? Yeah, like you suggested there. Why wouldn't I be checking out Covert Critters? But no, I haven't heard of Covert Critters. But maybe I'll take a look. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Ooh, shit. Maybe I can just... Ah! No, go. Back out this way. Let's go back up to the top floor. Ooh. I hear the cipher. Bum, bum, bum.
Freeze!
No. Let's call Snake again, see how he's doing with these bombs.
That's a tranquilizer gun with a sound suppressor. Hit an enemy with that, and it's good night, sleep tight. The time in which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on where you hit your target. If you want to knock somebody out with a single shot, aim carefully for vital spots like the head or heart.
I think I've seen this modified gun before.
Yeah, it looks like the same gun used by Solid Snake 2 years ago. Following that terrorist incident, similar models were made and sold among the fans of his exploits. I think that's one of them. That's an American military M9 modified for tranquilizer bullets. When the tranquilizer bullets hit a target, the round uses the force of the impact to mix the drug, also producing a gas in the process. The pressure of the gas drives a built-in piston that injects the target with a powerful anesthetic. It's like firing a small hypodermic syringe. This M9 is a tranquilizer gun that knocks out the enemy. It doesn't kill them.
Cool. Moff Revengeance, thank you for gifting a sub to Storm. Ricky, thank you for the 6 months. Intermesomics, thank you for the Prime. We Share the Loots, thank you for the 29. Just Good Business, thank you for the Prime sub. T-Rex with the 34, thank you. Dragon Purse with the 10. Salvo with the 16. Dumped with the 90. And I think that's everyone. I'm sorry, I might have been a little bit behind on a couple of people there. Cheers, guys. Cheers, everyone. Hold on, let me just call Snake one more time.
Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Yeah, we'll both be playing some of MGS3. I mean, it takes a long time to go through a lot of these games, so you'll see both of us playing most of the games. DRK will be taking over to do a big chunk of MGS2 towards the end. Or probably even... No, it'll be even before the end, I would say. Although, well, I'm not really sure how long I'll be going for with this session. We'll see. But yeah, DRK will be doing a good chunk of MGS2 later. And he'll probably be starting off MGS3. And doing, like, the Virtuous Mission and maybe a little bit of Operation Snake Eater. And then I'll be back, most likely, for the majority of MGS3. But then DRK might be taking over for the end. I'm thinking with how it's working out now, DRK will be back to do like the second half of MGS2 or like the last third of it, and then maybe the first section of 3 and then the end of 3. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Stillman, tell me something about that man.
Well, to start, he was born the son of a clockmaker, neglected by his parents and without friends. It seems that he spent a lot of time by himself in his father's workshop. Maybe that was the reason, I'm not sure, but apparently he has had a tremendous fascination with clock mechanics since he was a child. It was at the age of 10 that a guidebook that he found on the internet changed his life forever. That guidebook served as a basis of his eventually piecing together an atomic bomb. It was from there that he came to be known as Fat Man. Soon enough, there was no one associated with bombs that didn't know his name. In a sense, Fat Man was a hero. Although what he did was recognized only by those in the trade, I'm sure that it served to greatly stir the ego of the teenage boy at the center of it all. But he leaves his mark nowhere else. Apparently he was hated and shunned by everyone in school. So he went on to focus all his energy on explosives. He scorned the reality that surrounded him and instead chose to embrace a world that would easily grant him recognition. Well, to be sure, it never amounted to anything more than, say, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Eventually, Fat Man came to Indian Head. the exercise training facilities of the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal, at which I was a lecturer. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge, as if he hungered for bombs. Close to 20% of the students at Indian Head flunk out of what is truly a hellish curriculum. Despite this environment, he achieved extraordinarily high marks that were without precedent. After leaving Indian Head, he joined up with NEST, said to be the most accomplished bomb disposal unit. It was there that he apparently got into some trouble.
What exactly?
You got me, but Fat Man was definitely not cut out for group operations from the very start. Having been ousted from NEST, he was picked up by Dead Cell, which was already becoming notorious for being a motley crew of sorts. It seems that it was through surprise attack maneuvers later conducted by Dead Cell that Fat Man completely subdued his former companions from NEST. While being the most peculiar individual among my students, he was also the most talented. Be sure not to underestimate him. Are we clear?
Okay. I did slip on Seagull shit. You didn't, well, you did miss it. Yes, I mean, I might slip on more Seagull shit later. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hey, what's up, Dave? Spike with the 28 months as well. Cheers. Are you penalized for killing enemies instead of tranquilizing them? Not really. I mean, you are if you care about your end game rank. And if an enemy finds a dead body, it's going to be worse for you than if they find a sleeping body in terms of the alert phases and whatnot that you have to deal with. Oh, really? Let's just take out these ciphers, nice and easy. This guy with his binoculars, he has crazy range up there, you have to be careful.
Be careful, there are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped Claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
I heard that one. Okay, let's do this the old school way. If we... Where's my mine detector? Here it is. Mine D. Chemically detects mines. Activates when equipped. Displays position of Claymore mines on radar. There they are. Normally, I just sprint across here, dodging all the mines. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Hey, maybe I'll use some claymores against Fat Man as well. I never do that. There we go. Nice. Someone asked, can a seagull crap on a cipher. No, but that would be amazing. Imagine if that could happen randomly. Like on a rare occasion, a seagull would shit on a cipher and like fuck up its camera or something. Prevent it from seeing you. The calls with Mr. X are interesting in Japanese. In the Japanese version of the game, whenever Mr. X repeats dialogue that's word for word from MGS1, they actually play the audio from MGS1. They don't have this. They don't have the new voice actor just saying the lines. They play the actual MGS1 audio, and the audio interrupts the Mr. X voice actor. Apparently it was partially done as a tribute to the VA who played Fox in Japanese originally, because that VA died after the release of MGS1. So they did it partially as a tribute, but I guess it also just kind of fits with the surreal nature of this game and this artificial recreation of Gray Fox. I'm not sure how you would explain it logically within the world of the game, but you know, I guess the Patriots set up some kind of voice box inside Mr. X's suit, and Olga was ordered to play it at particular moments. Because Olga is essentially following a script of things to say and do. All right, strut E. Let's take out this guy first. And because we're in strut E, we get to make more sound than usual. The enemy's hearing range isn't as good in this area because of the loud noise of the conveyor belt. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Just within range. Little Police Knots reference here on the conveyor belt as well. Tokugawa Heavy Industries.
Who the fuck is this guy?
AI imitating a real man imitating an AI? AI imitating a real man? Who's the real man imitating the AI? I'm confused. But yeah, I do like how Olga's ninja gear, you know, it's not a real exoskeleton. It's just a suit. It's just a costume. I mean, maybe she gets some buffs from it. She probably does. It's still probably a fancy costume, but you know, she's not a real cyborg. We see her completely detached from the suit at the end of the game. So it really is just like a prop, an artificial recreation of a cyborg. Oh, I see, Dave.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right. We'll We'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
Okay, so we're not Solid Snake. I don't think we're Solid Snake anymore.
I saw a female soldier. Russian. Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the Big Shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Okay. Let me sprint quickly down to this bomb.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb, 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
All right. Dave, it's been a while since you've seen that scene, yeah? It is certainly quite melodramatic, that one, yes. Part of me kind of wishes they handled that scene a bit differently, like you actually had to meet up with Stillman again or something, rather than it happening like halfway through the bomb disposal or towards the end of the bomb disposal. I feel like it could have been a bit more impactful if you met up with him again and he confessed in front of Snake and Raiden or something like that. Diffusing my own sins. All right, let's go back. This guy having a snooze over here in the corner. Hey, Fair Chord with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Cheers. So you want a cutscene where Stillman takes his cane and snaps it in half? Is that what I said? Oh, that was the guy I knocked out up there. I was wondering what the hell that sound was. There was something else I was going to say there. Yeah, I didn't actually talk much about that scene earlier with Stillman where you first meet him. You know, the whole thing with the bad leg is designed to mirror Otacon. You know, when you meet up with Otacon in his lab and he wants to join Snake, but he has that injured leg, and Snake says, "You'll just slow me down with that leg of yours." And he says an almost identical thing to Stillman. Except with Stillman, he's just talking bullshit. In MGS1, I don't think Otacon was lying about his leg. Pretty nice shot of the shell here, actually. Look at that. And he runs out of the room. Yeah, but his run is kind of like a silly enough hobble, isn't it? It's not like he's sprinting out of the room. The worst one is Eva's run at the end of MGS3. Once you make it to the cutscene and she's just as good as new. She's like limping through the whole gameplay sequence, but then when it cuts to the cutscene, perfectly fine. Where am I going? Ooh, I haven't been doing too many save calls.
Jack, do you need to save?
Cute, huh?
I looked up information on Fat Man. Fat Man, the Emperor of Explosives. You've already heard how he manufactured an atomic bomb at the age of 10. He appears to have been known throughout the world of explosives since he was a child. He entered the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at Indian Head and graduated at the top of his class. That's around the time that he met Stillman. He was assigned to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. He quit soon after, though. After that, he joined Dead Cell as an explosive specialist. He's been there ever since.
Thank you, Rose. You don't have to save to get that call. But when you ask Rose for information and then call back, you can also get that information by going for a save as well. I kind of wish that wasn't the case, actually, because I just feel like I'm wasting my time when I do that.
Jack, is that you?
Cute, huh?
What's the relation between Fat Man, Still Man, and Die Hard Man? They all have man at the end of their name. That's the relation. Don't forget Hot Cold Man.
I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
I guess all the mans are bald, aren't they? Including Coldman. Hartman isn't. Houseman, yeah, I'm forgetting a lot of the other man characters. There are a lot of mans. I wasn't even thinking of Houseman. Even backseat frontman. Yeah, I am gonna be bald soon enough. Give it some time. Pliskin.
Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of Strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right. There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1. Watch your back.
Tell me about
I just
Olga.
got a call from Pete. He made it to Shell 2. I guess he really can run.
Pliskin.
I'll take good care of Pete. Don't worry.
Pliskin. Pliskin.
Raiden, don't ever turn your back on that Olga woman. Olga Gurlukovich, daughter of Colonel Sergei Gurlukovich, ex-GRU and former Spetsnaz commander. She's the leader of Colonel Gurlukovich's private army that's been wandering around the Big Shell. Those men were gathered by Colonel Gurlukovich. Following his death, she inherited his command and now exercises full control. Her father's name was widely respected throughout the old Soviet regime, and he was the goal of just about every military man.
Why would a respected soldier become a leader of those cutthroats?
The collapse of the Republic resulted in a lot of unemployed soldiers. Most found themselves suddenly cast out into the civilian world, hopelessly lost. The Colonel took these men in. He organized a mercenary army and led his men from battle to battle in various disputed regions around the world, hoping that one day he would rebuild his homeland. Rumor has it that during the Shadow Moses incident, he planned a rendezvous with Liquid Snake's men and assist in their uprising. I assume that the revolt figured into his reconstruction plans for the Soviet regime. I also heard that Ocelot, Liquid's right-hand man, was an old friend of the Colonel's back in the old days of the Soviet Union. In any case, Olga inherited her father's military genius and has become a force to be reckoned with. She was born and raised on the battlefield, and she's as tough as she looks. Not my ideal choice for a date.
You sound like you've met her.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Just remember what I said. Don't turn your back on her.
Interesting call. Gurlukovich really mirroring Big Boss there. Taking all these men in. Leading this mercenary army. Someone asked there, does Machine Gun Kid count as a man character? No. Is the word man anywhere in the name Machine Gun Kid? We have like Coldman, Die Hardman, Hartman, Stillman, Fat Man. You want to stick Machine Gun Kid in there? No, I think you have a real misunderstanding of the rules. Man only. The 4 horsemen? Nah, it has to be man. It has to be man. What rules? That you have the name man in your fucking name. That's the only rule. We're just talking about man names. Running Man counts. Yeah. Very simple rules. What about Walkman? No, that's not a character. That's an object. Let me keep calling Snake here.
Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
Ooh, Amanda. That's a controversial one. No. Because it can't have letters following the end of man. It has to be the word man by itself as its own word, or it has to be a name ending in man. So, no, Amanda can't count. That doesn't count. The rules are becoming slightly more complicated now, but it should still be very easy to follow. So if Stillman's name was still Manda, that wouldn't count, okay? It has to end in man, or it has to be like a separate word entirely, like running man. Psycho Mantis, no, that can't count either. Or I don't know, maybe we should get rid of that rule and just count Amanda and Mantis. Nah.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Oh. Yeah.
Ombudsman. Oh god, I hope we get a Kojima character called Ombudsman. Oh, that would be the best. Hold on 1 second, guys. Stillman. I have questions to ask you.
It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Stillman, how you feeling?
All right. It's been a while since I've run, though.
Guess that means it's also been a while since you've run out of breath, huh?
Are you accusing me of something writing?
No, I didn't mean anything by it.
No, I should be condemned.
Wait, everybody makes mistakes.
But it's the reasons behind those mistakes that become the real issue.
What do you mean?
The reason that bomb exploded, and the reason that I was saved, is because I was confronted by fear and I couldn't handle it. Halfway through disposing of the bomb, I succumbed to that fear. And when I realized what was going on, I had turned around and was running away from the bomb. The one who paid the price, however, wasn't me. After I regained consciousness from the shock of the blast, the first thing that my eyes met were the corpses of children crushed under a pile of rubble.
Stillman.
Yet, what do you think I felt at that time? A sense of relief. Relieved that it wasn't me.
Oh.
That's not all. At the time, I was known as the top bomb disposal technician in the United States. And to someone like me, who had neither a wife nor children, that reputation was everything. I didn't want to lose it. That's why I lied about losing my leg. Ran away from the responsibility that was mine. Closed my eyes to the victims. Stirred up the sympathy of the public.
All right, Stillman, that's enough. For now, let's just worry about what we're going to do about Fat Man's bombs.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird, unnatural cadence from Raiden at the end there. Need to worry about Fat Man's bombs. Shouldn't it have been like Fat Man's bombs? Fat Man's bombs. Stillman, you know I always wanted to be him. Let me save again with Rose because we're behind on save calls.
What can I do for you, Jack?
You think you're Superman or something? You know I always wanted to be him. That's a Silent Hill 3 reference.
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
This isn't like the VR training. This isn't like MGS1. Look at how realistic these soldiers are now. This is basically reality. They get afraid, you shake them down. You shoot them in the head and you see them reach out with their last breath. Pop. Who said this in Silent Hill 3? Douglas.
What? Don't worry, it'll feel good.
Let me do another one with Rose. Just so we're not lagging behind.
What can I do for you, Jack? Hey, Jack. I bet bomb disposal's a lot like starting a relationship.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Carefully dismantling emotional defenses, being on your toes constantly, you know.
I guess. Neither of them are my strong point.
It's true that you're not the most patient man in the world.
It's not that. I like to leave things as they are.
Are you afraid of what might be hidden inside?
Not afraid, just unwilling to deal with complications.
Like me?
You're...
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Do you know why I took this job?
Mm.
I wanted to see what you were really like.
But we've been together a while. You know me already.
No, you never let me in past a certain point, and I need to know what's there.
Oh, are you trying to take me apart now?
Hey, it's not important. Good luck, Jack.
All right. But yeah, going from PS1 to PS2, this console generation jump, there still hasn't been anything that's felt as big of a jump as that, I don't think. And I think most people would agree, you know, if you were around back in the day, playing games, going from the previous generations. Like going from the SNES and the 2D generations into the first 3D generation with the N64 and the PS1. Going from that to the PS2, like nothing since then has felt like that big of a jump. Like going from PS2 to PS3, it didn't feel as major as going from 1 to 2. going from PS3 to 4, 4 to 5. It feels like ever since the PS2, the jumps forward with technology have felt a lot more minimal, like just very kind of gradual progression. But when we went from the PS1 to the PS2, it was like, you know, like you were going into the future. When people saw the MGS2 demo at E3, it was like, oh my god, is this real? This is like, we're basically going to be playing real life when we get our hands on this game. And yeah, I think MGS2 is very aware of that as well. You know, it seems very conscious of that with its story. That was kind of what I was getting at with that last call. When Raiden was, you know, talking about how real this is now in comparison to his VR. And earlier on, you know, when we got that scene where he was talking about his previous VR training and how that felt almost real to him, and we were just seeing these like old ass PS1 graphics while he was talking about it, so there was like a bit of a disconnect. It's weird comparing this reality to his previous VR, which still almost felt real to him apparently. If the PS3 was anything like its 2005 E3 presentation, we would have seen a jump like the one between 1 and 2. Yeah, I don't really remember the 2005 E3 presentation. I might have to go back and look at it. But yeah, I guess you could say the same of just about like the early 2000s in general. There was that feeling of, you know, that we were stepping into this new futuristic age. The internet becoming more popular gradually, becoming more of a thing. Not really for me when I was a kid back in the early 2000s. Although, you know, I still was using the internet. The internet did still feel like this exciting new technology at the time for me, even though all I was using was like shitty dial-up. It's still, you know, even though I was quite young, I can still remember the newness of what that brought. Shenmue 1 and 2, yeah, I wish I played those back in the day. Those were crazy. Okay, let's freeze some bombs. Oh, I can't do the strat because they don't have European extreme vision. Fuck. That's okay.
Nothing here.
Ooh, go.
What was that? Who is that?
Fuck.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Oh, nice. That was pretty clutch.
Communications with Strut D have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Woo! Anyone coming from this side? Nope. Ooh, where are these boys going? I'm really tempted to just reload the area, but I won't. That would be the safe thing to do here.
Who's there?
Ha! Oh, another nice shot. Fuck it. tranking everyone.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector.
You brought that stuff with you?
Of course. I made the calibrations while I was in the pantry.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can go back and get it.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
Okay. Yeah, I'm playing on extreme difficulty. There's one higher difficulty, European extreme. The guard's vision is significantly longer on European extreme. But yeah, even if you're not familiar, or if you're not familiar with the game, their vision can still fuck you. Even if it isn't realistic, you know, even if they don't exactly appear to be human with how their vision works. They can still catch you. This isn't very good. Oh my god.
The situation is normal.
I'm just gonna chill here. No, you always have a choice whether to play game over on site or not. Whoa! Oh, okay, he isn't turning around. Nice. And the other guys are being left to sleep.
Freeze!
Mo!
Mo! Oh, how did you end up back here?
I got him. Send reinforcements.
No. Nothing's going on. I like how the game gives you just enough time to interrupt their call after being kicked to the ground, but you have to be fast. Let me call Rose again.
What's up, Jack?
The flies aren't around Raiden, they're flying around the light above the door.
Jack, when you get home, let's have a homecoming party. Just the two of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner.
What?
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster. I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too. Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation. Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry.
There was something else I wanted to do. I'm starting to get tired. Stillman. There are a few calls we can do with Stillman, just his random bomb disposal calls.
That's capable of
Yeah.
Stillman, how are you doing over there?
I'm checking it now. It just can't simply be a bomb that doesn't respond to an odor. There must be something else planted there.
Exactly what is it?
I'm not certain. Give me a little more time. Raiden, I've readied a sensor that's capable of detecting odorless C4. It's stashed in a safe I was hiding in the Strut C pantry. Fetch it. Raiden, I've readied a sensor that's capable...
Oh, is that all we can get from him now?
Raiden.
Okay. Someone was asking about these flies. Yeah, they weren't hovering around me. They're just flying around the light here. And something you can do here actually is spray them. We can murder these flies. See, look, and they all fall to the floor. Hold on. There they are, dead flies. Do they count as kills? I don't think so.
Why are you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond.
Bo. Bugs. Ooh, that was a bit close. I think this guy has a ration. Oh, you bitch. From the legs. Empty those pockets. Yes. Thank you. Oh, hey, Tact with the 10-pack. Tact, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Enjoy, whoever got a free sub. Ismail as well, did I thank you earlier for your 65? Cheers, everyone. Oh, my God. Let me test something. Can I just let go and then... didn't get the finish.
I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Those dead eyes. Oh yeah, there was something else I wanted to show in this area. You know, earlier when I was looking at the mission failed screen, I'm pointing out that the vanishing point means the area code that you're in. This is a good place to show off how you can see those area codes in the environment as well. If we look at the steps here, or the wall beside the steps, we can see it says W18A-D. The D is for Strut D. And this is telling us that W18A is the area code for Strut D. So if I was to die in Strut D and we were to look at the code written on the mission failed screen, we would see that vanishing point would come up as W18A. And if we go over to the opposite side, here, it says W16A, C, telling us what the code is for Strut C. And so we have 16 A for C, 18A for strut D. So you can probably guess what the code is for the bridge that we're on right now. Let's check. Let's just make sure.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
Yeah, there it is at the bottom of the screen. Vanished point W17A. Just had to kill myself to make sure. Interesting. Jot that down in your notes. Let me get this ration again. Game. Jesus Christ, how many times? It's kind of funny here as well if you purposely drop down here. I forgot that you got hit by the floor as well afterwards. He does his death scream, but don't worry, Raiden. You're not falling to your death here. Okay, before we pick up this sensor that's waiting for us, let me save. Oh, actually, we have some porn to read first. We picked up this book earlier, publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. Actually, I'm not sure if the game will let us do this call right now, but actually, hold on. First, let me save.
Jack, do you need to save?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
What? I can't believe this. What are you wearing?
Oh, it's a disguise.
A disguise? What kind of disguise?
Well, I was hoping I could use it kind of like camouflage. You know, fool the enemy into thinking I was a box.
You'd have to be an absolute idiot to be fooled by that.
Yeah, maybe. But there are more idiots in this world than you think.
You mean like you?
What?
Never mind. Anyway, good luck. You'll probably need it with that stupid box on your head.
There it is. Someone said in the chat there, I really can't remember these lines from Raiden when you save. These are not scripted lines. That's me pressing R1 or R2 in a call. Which you can do during any call. If you press R1, you'll get to hear Raiden's positive inner thoughts. If you press R2, you'll get to hear his negative inner thoughts. Pressure sensitivity also affects it as well. A light press will give you a light thought. A hard press will give you a very aggressive thought. So when Raiden says, "You're a real egotistical woman," that's a hard press of the R2 button. Or when he says, "Whatever," that's a hard press. If I'm doing a light press of R1, he might say something like, "Yeah," or "I like you." If you do a hard press, he might say something like, "That's so cute, I can't bear it." Because he can't bear it. It's very strong.
Jack, is that you?
Cute, huh?
That's a light press.
Hang in there.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
That's a hard press.
What's up, Jack?
I love you.
That's actually a light press. He's conveying something very strong, but he's saying it very lightly.
See ya.
I want to hold you in my arms.
All right, let's see if we can read this porn. Publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. It might not work here.
Raiden, what are you doing there? With that?
Oh, nice.
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you, this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
What?
I mean,
whatever.
I completely disapprove.
Okay, back to work.
Peter, I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of strut A.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of strut A now!
Now! Let's do it. Go, go, go. It's interesting how the music cuts when you go outside during these sequences. They don't have speakers outside, I guess. I do like how it kicks back in, though.
Freeze!
Oof.
Raiden. Pliskin. Listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Why don't you... Definitely not.
Hey! The bits had my back there. Because it's random if Raiden actually says that in the game. Raiden, in-game, Raiden can say, why don't you do it? But this time he just said definitely not, but chat had my back. A cool detail here, now that we're back in Strut A, all of the stuff that was here before is still here. It's just all been rearranged completely. Like all these barrels, all these crates on either side. All of this stuff at the start of the game was all packed in the middle of the room. Most of it anyway. The forklift was up here, but most of the crates and the boxes were just packed up in the central hub. Although I think it isn't exactly right. I think there's one extra barrel here that wasn't here at the start of the game. I remember during one of my playthroughs, I actually counted all of the barrels and compared it to how it was later on. And it was like one off, I think. Anyway, maybe I should do this again sometime, because I think maybe I was incorrect. Oh, hey, can I climb up here? No. But yeah, pretty cool how it is more or less the same stuff that was here earlier. To be honest, it really looks a bit similar to VR Level 2. That would be crazy. Given that when you first come to the area, it's compared to VR Level 1. Yeah, in Level 2 of the VR missions, you have those 4 blocks. Like one here, one up above, and then another over here. This isn't exactly like that, but maybe they were trying to draw a slight comparison. I'm not sure. That would be wild, though. At the start of the game, it's VR missions level 1, and then it changes to level 2. I like that idea. And here's the last bomb. Let me wait for it to hit the 10-second mark. Just to see if there are any calls you can get if it's about to blow up. I don't think there are, but let's just check.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not. Jack, no matter what, you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay.
Whatever.
The timers do make a difference. Yes. If this timer hits 0, I am dead. Hold on.
Raiden, there's a C4 somewhere on the bottom of Strut A where you are. Select Sensor B and get to work.
Colonel, how far-reaching was the explosion?
We are currently surveying minute details.
How about Pliskin?
I don't know.
I hope he's okay.
Raiden, if you have enough time to worry about that guy, then get back to bomb disposal. Do you understand?
Hey, that's a call that I don't usually get. I need to remember that one.
An item box can sometimes fall out while...
Wow, you're giving me normal tutorials during this shit?
Once you put a choke...
Wow, okay. No response from Pliskin.
Jack, you okay? Hang in there.
All right, let's just freeze the bomb.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Bad humans, you were gonna say something there since we're down in this area while we're in this room? May I make a geeky request? Yes, yes, go ahead, bad humans. I hope the request doesn't involve not spraying these sea lice. Can we take a look at the mirror in front of the submarine? Oh, yeah, this. Yeah, why don't I ever look at this thing? Is there anything in particular you want to see, or did you want me to just look at it? I always notice that this is here. I just never stop to focus on it for whatever reason. It's supposed to reflect in real time, but I just enjoy the effect. Yeah, it is a pretty neat little effect. Is there another one on the opposite side? No. Cool.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Strut A. So more lies from the Colonel, which we'll learn about later. This whole story about hostages getting shot.
Sneak around, but
not true at all.
My ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
Poor Raiden. Put under all this pressure. thinking that all these lives are depending on him. But no. Hey, the bugs didn't bug. I think that's twice in a row now.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me, like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him.
Who the fuck is this guy?
This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Let's do it. Damn.
What is she, a witch? For some reason, I can't hit her.
I don't understand. She's obviously impervious to attack.
What are my options?
Disengage her and get out.
The elevator is still upstairs. My retreat's been cut off.
Hang on until the elevator comes down again. Your weapons can't hurt her, and you need to stay alive. Use whatever cover you can find and invade her. Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover. Don't even think about attempting melee combat. Keep your distance and evade her attacks. Just buy some time until the elevator arrives. Right, it's no use. That door is jammed shut with rubble. There's
Oh
no way
shit,
out.
yeah.
You're going to have to manage.
They think I'm trying to get back out through the door. Oh, fuck! I might be dead.
Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inner rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
Okay, I'm a little bit scared coming out of this codex screen. I'm just gonna die immediately because I'm not... Yeah! What did I say?
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Because I was in the middle of running and it's hard to come out of the screen and then just keep running in the same way that you were running. And you really need to run very precisely to avoid her railgun. Well, I got all the codec calls I wanted to do. I really shouldn't have done the call there, but there weren't really many other places left to hide to get the call safely. So I thought I would just try and do it while running, but fuck it. I'll do a different strat this time, or I'll try. I'll show you one of the speedrun methods. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh shit! Can I do it and shoot at her at the same time? I don't even know if I can do this. Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, you missed too. You're not much better, Fortune. Oh my god. Ooh! I'm probably dead. Oh my god. I don't think I'm making it, but we might. Oh, nice. That was crazy.
Right. Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, Raiden.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, Raiden.
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, Vamp.
Now!
Now!
you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already. I can't die twice.
The timer is very polite here. We were told about the 200 seconds before the last cutscene. It's very patient, it's very polite, it waits until we get all the way back up here. And now we have 200 seconds. Okay. It's kind of interesting. You might question, well, why couldn't they have just put that codec call here after that scene? Did it really need to happen before the last cutscene? But I guess it's because Raiden, you know, he might not have to, he wouldn't have to leave in a hurry if that was the case. I guess that's why he just leaves Fortune and Vamp there, is because he has places to be. He needs to go up and get rid of the bomb. Let's see, what am I doing? Yeah, let's just go straight inside. Okay, now back to Strut E. Yeah, and if you were wondering what the hell was going on with that Fortune strategy, you basically exploit the pop-out shot. When you're doing a pop-out shot in this game, you are invincible during that animation. And that's what I was really exploiting there. There we shoot the wall to distract that guy.
Freeze!
And I think the closer you get to Fortune, the faster she will fire. It'll increase her rate of fire because her shots won't take as long. Ooh. Actually, let me just reload this area. Celeste Liray with the 7 months. Thank you. Yeah, you can abuse iframes in a few different fights in this. Against Vamp. Solidus as well. Although, again, it's really not that useful against Solidus. only if you're like really, really scared and you're really, really not good at the fight and you're looking for like some ultimate cheese. But it's very time consuming if you want to cheese Solidus with iframes. Vamp, it's useful for like setting up the cheese with Vamp.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, Donald Trump.
Oh, nope.
Came to know it.
And now, the final bomb. Just waiting for us. Look at this tease. This is Fat Man flirting with us. That's what this is.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Is he Dead Cell?
I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and the most. Can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time.
No shit.
And life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. Yum. Good year. Let's drink to Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... what are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. Set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension. So that I can become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
Let's do it. I love Fat Man. It's time to party. It's time to dance. Again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give him a head start. Ooh, 2 in 16 fucking seconds.
Wrong. Little foxhound not up to the task.
It's over. It's over. Oh, I was in the completely wrong position.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
When I glanced at the map again, I realized it was the completely wrong crate. Okay, let's go again. Okay, another head start. Let's do it slightly differently this time, though. Take out his skates here. Raiden, please. Oh, he's being extremely aggressive. Okay, nice enough time. Ah, fuck. Ooh. Nice. Oh, still had enough time to get the headshot. Just about. Oh, you're dancing again? Okay. Another headshot then. How about 2 more? There you go. I never use claymores. Ooh. Oh! Nice. Got him. Has he set himself up for a headshot now? Ah, fuck. Oh, he set off the other one as well.
It's time to get back to Bob.
Okay, nice. What if I do this? Quick, quick, quick. Ah! Nice, got the double. Wrong weapon. You know, I don't think I ever tested to see what happens when he runs out of spaces. You know, what if you let him just plant bombs in every possible space? Will he just start replacing frozen bombs with real bombs?
Your favorite. Explosive.
2. Oh, shit. He does have a lot of spaces, though. It would take a while to completely max the whole place out. Oh, nice. If I do say so myself.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean?
Thanks, Fox Engine.
What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big shell with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Whatever.
See? Snake was telling the truth about his manicured hands. Look at those nails. Oh, look at those beautiful hands. But where could this bomb be? Colonel, help me.
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Raiden, Have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look. Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just... You're a real egotistical woman.
Don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
I mean, this is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Oh my god. Do I actually have enough time here? Oof.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Defused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the President and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Okay. So, that last codec call that you saw, it's probably one of the most obscure calls in the game, or one of the rarest, I guess you could say. In order to trigger it, you have to wait for the timer to hit 10 seconds. And you also have to do the 2 previous calls before that. So, yeah, the chances of discovering that on a first playthrough or a second, third playthrough, pretty slim, I would say. There are 3 unique calls during that segment with the countdown timer. And the final call will only trigger once the timer hits the 10-second mark. And now that we've done the call, it also unlocks an extra save call afterwards that we can get with Rose, where they will reference what just happened.
Jack, is that you? Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right, and you saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
The delivery of that line. Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. Is there anything else I want to do here? Pliskin.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, No. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
There's one interesting thing about Fat Man that I think gets a bit lost in translation. You know that moment during his opening scene where Raiden accuses Fat Man of not being able to live up to who Stillman was? Like, you had nothing of his courage or his... And then Fat Man interrupts him and starts laughing. There's a bit of a mistranslation there, or something that didn't really get carried over from the Japanese text. In Japanese, when he interrupts Raiden there, he says, those aspirations died 6 months ago, along with the liquidation of Dead Cell. As in, his aspirations to be someone like Stillman died along with what happened to Dead Cell and all of that. And I don't think that's something that really comes across in the English at all. You don't get the impression that Fat Man, you know, he doesn't talk about wanting to live up to Stillman's legacy at all. In English, when he interrupts Raiden, he just starts laughing and says, that croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago. And Raiden says, 6 months ago, the liquidation of Dead Cell. There's no mention of his aspirations of living up to Stillman at all. I think it's kind of a shame as well, because it makes Fat Man into a slightly more sympathetic character, I think, or into a more of a tragic character in a small way, because he thinks he's making all these choices of his own free will, but really the Patriots have molded him into being this person. You know, he one of his lines during the scene is, that's the only reason I assisted them. Them being the Patriots. You know, as if this was a choice that he was really making. But it was the Patriots that arranged for the whole destruction of Dead Cell in the first place. You know, they were responsible for putting Colonel Jackson in jail. They were responsible for having him killed, and they did all of that knowing it would provoke Dead Cell into going off the rails. So everything that happened to Dead Cell was arranged by the Patriots. So when Fat Man talks about making these decisions and like, oh, I only assisted the Patriots because of so and so, like, You know, he was shaped to do these things anyway. He's not really making his own decisions here. And yeah, just kind of interesting to think that there was a time where he wasn't such a complete lunatic and that he maybe did have more noble or honorable intentions. Of trying to live up to who he thought his teacher was. But by this point in his story, he kind of reminds me of like a school shooter or something. You know, like dreaming of the movies that are going to be made about him. He's kind of imagining himself as a character. You know, he's kind of playing the role of how he thinks his character will be portrayed in the movies that are going to be made about him. Like the laugh and grow fat thing that's put in quotes. Like, you know, this is going to be my catchphrase. It's like he's coming up with his own movie catchphrase. And this is the legend he wants to create for himself. I die and start my legend, yeah. Laugh and grow fat. You won't be around to see the movies. Interesting how they put him here breathing. If you get a stamina kill on him or if you trank him. We can finish him. Did I even pick up the Stillman dog tag from him? Or did I let it despawn? The dog tags will despawn. I think, anyway, after that, and it doesn't take long either, I don't think. But yeah, I remember on my first playthrough when I picked up Stillman's dog tag from him. I'm sure other people thought this as well. But when I picked up Stillman's tag from his body, I was like, oh my god, Fat Man was actually Peter Stillman this whole time? Then who was Peter Stillman? And I think maybe that dialogue was confusing me as well from his cutscene where he talks about where Raiden is mentioning Stillman and then Fat Man cuts in. That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago. I was like, wait, what? Stillman, the real Stillman died 6 months ago? Or this fake Stillman died 6 months ago and you're the real Peter Stillman? I was very confused. But yeah, I guess it makes sense to be a bit confused by that dialogue because it does seem to be a bit of a mistranslation if he's supposed to be talking about his aspirations to live up to Stillman. Alright, Fat Man, I think we'll leave you here. You passed with flying colors.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Whatever. Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't
Why
know
don't you
if it is
do it?
indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect unamplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this.
Why don't you
The
do it?
security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke-capable vehicle of Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its
That would explain everything.
What is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the Big Shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood. Why don't you do it?
Alright. I like how the Colonel says he's not one of ours and then says Naomi's line as though she'd been, hold on a second. As she'd been asked about Foxhound. Yeah, that's a cool detail. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. I might not even be streaming by the time we get to the President. We'll see what happens. But no, I think I'm gonna have to wait until the next stream anyway. Bane, thank you for the 2 months. Froyo, thank you for the 2 months. Gewig, thank you for the 94. I Got Worms, thank you for the $10. Thank you for these marathons. Cheers. And I think that's everyone. I think I'm up to date. Cheers, guys. Cheers. So yeah, at the start of that scene, there's an interesting line which I was kind of talking about earlier, when it was somewhat relevant. When the ninja first appears, the first line she has is, "You passed with flying colors," which is referring to our whole performance during the bomb disposal. The bomb disposal was like a school exam. It was a test for Raiden to see if he could really tackle the meat of the S3 plan. The line she has there ties in really nicely with what Ocelot says at the very end of the game, when Ocelot is describing the S3 plan and Fat Man's role in it. He describes Fat Man like this: "An examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper," using all these words to reinforce the idea of this being some kind of school exam. You know, an examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise. And yeah, ties nicely in with what the ninja just says here. You know, you passed with flying colors. You got straight A's in your exam, Raiden. Yeah, and it goes back to before we met Stillman. That's when I first started talking about this line. Right before you meet Stillman, Raiden starts to get a little bit edgy. You know, the Colonel is telling him to hurry on and get to Stillman. And Raiden is like, is this according to simulation 2? Because he's starting to get the feeling that what he's in for isn't really what he's been trained to do. That things are starting to veer away from his VR training. Things are starting to look a little different to what he's seen in MGS1 and VR missions. And yeah, that's because it is. The bomb disposal is like a tangent, a detour that you take away from the Shadow Moses simulation. And now that it's over, now that we've completed the bomb disposal, it's getting back on track, and things are starting to resemble MGS1 again. Our main objective is to find Ames. Ames is the stand-in for the DARPA chief, and then after that, our objective is to find President Johnson, who's the stand-in for President Baker. And in the Japanese version of the game, both of those characters have the same voice actors. Ames has the DARPA chief's voice actor, and Johnson has President Baker's voice actor, which just to further reinforce that idea. Both of them having the mysterious deaths as well, or deaths that imitate the MGS1 mysterious deaths. Ames having his heart attack and whatnot. What was I going to say there? Yeah, I guess it would have been a little bit silly in the English version for Ames to have the DARPA chief's voice. Let me take a look at my stuff here. We have the uniform, the box. Now we need to go back to strut F to get our AK so we can access the core like the ninja was explaining. Let's switch into our Zone of the Enders box here. We're going on a little trip. And this is where we get the camera, which is a necessity. It's crucial that we get this for the Shell 1 core, for one of the best Easter eggs in the game. Now we can go back. Ghost Babel PTSD, yeah. If you ever want to ride around on conveyor belts inside a box for like 2 hours straight, play Ghost Babel. Oof.
There's somebody there.
Nice. Ooh, shit. I hope we're fast enough here. Quickly stop. Take out the Cypher. Run before this other guy catches up. Is there ever going to be a non-canon MGS marathon? Yeah, I'm hoping that we really start to mix up some of these marathons in the near future. And I've been kind of preparing for that recently on my own channel.
Looks like you've got an AK. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
Ooh, fuck. I'm probably gonna get caught here. But yeah, I'm not sure if we'll just be doing like non-canon marathons. I would like to do marathons in the future where we do like all sorts of games, like canon, non-canon, Kojima Saga with spin-offs and like mixing and matching. But yeah, maybe we could do something like that as well in the future, just like a purely non-canon or spin-off marathon, whatever you want to call it. I'm probably going to get caught on my way out here.
Who's there?
Yeah, other Kojima games like Snatcher, Police Knots. Fuck. I'd love to do a big marathon as well where I do a reading of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses before playing MGS2. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe like a big MGS2 session where we do like everything MGS2 related. Well, maybe not like every VR mission, but you know, in all the reading materials, the game, Snake Tales, maybe some VR missions, not all of them. That'd be cool. Yeah, maybe we could do an Ultimate MGS2 marathon where we do like all of the VR missions. In the Darkness, the game, all of the VR, all of the Snake Tales. That could be interesting. It still wouldn't be all that long, though. Probably just take a couple of days. A month-long marathon, that's probably not going to happen again, given that we have our separate channels now. I can't really afford not to stream on my own channel for a month. I'm sure DRK couldn't either. I mean, I guess we could, like, do what we're doing now. Like, if we did 2 month-long marathons. 1 month we do the whole month on this channel, then another month we do the whole month on my channel, just so to make it fair. But, ooh, yeah, I don't know, that's a lot. I don't know how we did that. Whenever that was, Jesus. That must have been stressful. I can't even remember what it felt like. Even more stressful, honestly, when you're dealing with 3 people, and that was when it was myself, Knight, and DRK. It's way harder to alternate and manage sleep schedules when there's 3 people. You might think it's, you know, it's easier that you get more of a break when there's 3 people alternating. And in a way, it's true, but I don't know, it's really awkward when you have 3 people in 3 separate time zones and you're trying to alternate one after the other. It's a real mess. Trying to make sure everyone gets a good sleep. Yeah, this used to be a shared channel. All 3 of us streamed here. But we stopped doing that because of it was just a nightmare for our taxes. We didn't really think too hard about what we were doing when we decided to merge here. We didn't really think about how it would affect our taxes and stuff like that. So it was a bad idea, really. Although, well, I mean, I don't know if it was. But yeah, it couldn't last, unfortunately. And DRK got lucky. He got to take the channel in the end. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just the way it had to be. Yeah, and before we merged, this actually used to be Knight's channel. Originally, this was Knight's channel.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
Whatever.
How did DRK get the channel? Oh, it's kind of awkward to explain, but there was nothing like... Don't worry, there was nothing malicious about it or anything. It just kind of ended up that way. And that's how it happened. Fuck. Let me reload. I didn't even put on my uniform there. I was too distracted. I'm starting to get tired as well. Does DRK stream on his own channel now? This is DRK's channel. This is DRK's channel. The channel that used to be DRK's solo channel, he just doesn't use that anymore. This is his channel. Konami Eyes. Can you link your channel? Yeah, I guess this would be a good time to link my channel as well. If you're new to what we do here, we do these marathons pretty frequently. Right now, we're like alternating back and forth every month. Like 1 month, we'll do a big 5-day marathon on this channel. The next month, we'll do it on my channel. Whenever we do it on my channel, you'll also see DRK stream there. Like, we just kind of help each other build each other's channels up, basically. And yeah, 1 month we'll do it on my channel. The next month we'll do it on his channel, which is here. And we'll just go back and forth like that. We will take breaks as well every now and then. Like, I think next month we might take a bit of a break. Maybe we'll do a smaller 3-day marathon, MGS 1 to 4 or something like that. Or maybe we'll just take a break for a month and then come back the month after and do another 5-day or something. A while back, we were doing like 5 days every month, just non-stop back and forth, and we decided that it was just a bit too stressful. And we decided to we started mixing it up with 3-day marathons. We would do 2 5 days followed by 2 3 days, followed by 2 5 days, 2 3 days, etc. But yeah, if you want to catch the next marathon, will that actually link? I'm not sure if this will link properly. There it is. Yeah, there's my channel. And you'll see me do lots of other stuff during the month as well, apart from marathons. Like this last month, I've been doing a lot of Metal Gear Acid. my first playthrough of Metal Gear Acid, which I've been enjoying quite a bit, actually, and I still have to finish. Next month, I'll be finishing off that playthrough, and I'll probably be moving on to Acid 2, and maybe some other stuff as well. I do lots of random stuff on my channel, lots of horror games, Souls games every now and then. I'm a big Silent Hill fan. I do a lot of Silent Hill stuff. Well, no, I shouldn't say I do a lot of Silent Hill stuff. I try to do Silent Hill like once or twice a year. But when I first started streaming way back in the day, I kind of became known for Silent Hill to some degree. So I usually get a decent amount of viewers when I go back to Silent Hill. And I guess horror games in general do quite well for me, but especially Silent Hill. Let's grab some more M9 ammo here. Yeah, if I really wanted to chase the numbers and everything, I should really do Silent Hill more often. You know, I should try and become a Silent Hill channel as well as a Metal Gear channel. Start streaming all the Western games and all those ones that I never really played. But no, I kind of like that it's just a special thing that I do like once or twice a year. Kojima didn't direct Rising, no. Rising was originally going to be a game that was made by his team. But they weren't able to handle it in the end, and they passed it over to Platinum Games. And they ended up making it. But yeah, it's a real shame the younger team couldn't finish Rising. It really makes me sad when I see MGS4's ending. You know, the last line of MGS4 when Sonny says it's rising again, the sun is rising again. I think that's a big part of why the game was named Rising, because it was like this new life that was rising up after the end of the old era. You know, Kojima, for so long, he wanted to pass the series down to his team. And it seemed like his team were finally going to make a big Metal Gear game by themselves with Rising. But no, it just didn't happen yet again. So yeah, I think it's kind of sad. Just when I look at the name of the game and I see that it was, you know, that they didn't even get to complete their Metal Gear Rising. It was Platinum who ended up making it in the end. It's kind of sad because I think the name of the game was really supposed to symbolize this new dawn, this new era.
You have the directional microphone. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
And of course, originally, when it was a Kojima Productions game, when it was called Metal Gear, and that's another thing. Originally, it was called Metal Gear Solid Rising. But when it was a Kojima Productions title, it was going to be set between MGS 2 and 4. When Platinum Games took the reins, it turned into something different, and they had it take place after 4.
Freeze!
Probably because, you know, if it's after all of the other games in the series, then they don't have to worry as much about it fitting with other things in the established story. But when it was a Kojima Productions game, they, you know, they wanted it to be more of a mainline game to fit with the main story. I didn't mean to knock this guy out. Ooh, have I fucked up your pattern completely? Oh no, off he goes. This guy is an Arsenal Gear Tengu in training, I think. Bum, bum, bum. The original Metal Gear Rising was supposed to explain how Raiden rescued Sonny from the Patriots, mentioned in MGS4. Yeah, and maybe it would have had an explanation for Raiden that was easier to swallow for how he ended up the way he ended up, rather than that one fucking codec call where Rose talks about memories resurfacing from Liberia. Just one call about Raiden and these memories coming back and going out and getting drunk and shit. It needed a bit more than that, I think. Battle-umpadoo. And he's off again. Okay. Oh, hey, yeah, I didn't stop to look at the door here. Of course, this is the entrance to Arsenal Gear. Authorized personnel only. We have the outline of Arsenal here. We call the Colonel.
Colonel, what's this door?
I don't know.
It's huge. What the hell is it? It's not in our intel.
Raiden, we have no way at the moment to open that door. Leave it alone and proceed with the mission. Understood?
I didn't play Madison, no. It's cool as well here, if you look up, you know, later on when you get that scene after Emma's death, the bro handshake with Otacon and Snake. It's right outside the door here, the entrance to Arsenal. And then the ninja jumps down afterwards and knocks Raiden out. But if you look up, it actually makes sense that the ninja would be able to jump down from the ceiling here. Look at all the pipes and everything up there. I can imagine her just sitting down on one of those pipes. It's not just a flat ceiling. Is he passing out again here? Bump, bump, bump. What are you doing? Bump, bump, bump.
Top of locker, top of locker.
There's a desk that stands out.
It's awfully customized.
What kind of dork brings all this stuff to work? Must be a super freak.
Must be a super freak. Speaking of super freaks. Oh, yeah, no, wait. I'm behind on a good few calls here.
Do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it, right?
Another
I'll
freak.
let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. So, you've got an AKS-74U. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. The AK is an outstanding rifle in terms of precision and reliability, as evidenced by widespread licensed manufacturing, not to mention large quantities of illegal reproductions. The AK is in high demand around the world. It is often used as reference for the design of new rifle models. Designs for Israel's Galil, Finland's Valmet, and other rifles are based on the basic structure of the AK. You have a smaller model of the AKS-74 that was designed for use by Special Forces personnel.
Yeah.
The stock will only extend to a maximum length of 726 millimeters, a feature that makes the rifle easier to handle in small spaces. The AK can be fitted with a suppressor. With a suppressor, you won't have to worry about your gunshots being heard. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's Corps are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's Corps.
Okay, thank you. We already got a call about the AK, but you get even more in-depth AK knowledge if you call again after the initial one. Anything else, Pliskin?
I see you're wearing the enemy field uniform. Looks pretty good on you.
Cut it out. It's bad enough that I'm dripping with sweat, wondering when somebody's gonna see through my disguise.
Don't worry. And quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away.
My walk? What do you mean, my walk?
Nothing. Forget I said it. I'd worry more about the fact that the uniform's a little small for your size. It just might come off when you bump into an enemy. Normally, a proper fitting uniform is issued to a soldier. You're just going to have to fit your movement to the uniform.
Love how he says that right after Snake tells him to stop being so sensitive as well.
Clap of my ass cheeks.
Quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away. My walk? What do you mean, my walk? It fits as well, because earlier on, or just even generally, you know, Raiden kind of mirrors Meryl.
Freeze!
With what we're told about him, like this is his first real mission, only previously trained in VR. Of course, that's not really the case in the end, but that's what we're led to believe for the majority of the game. Just the VR trained soldier with no previous experience, just like Meryl. That moment during the scene where you first meet Pliskin as well, when he says, "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" That mirrors what he says to Meryl outside the cell. And now he's even dressing as the enemy.
Freeze! Move!
Mo! Ooh, okay, I do have C4. Nice.
Freeze!
Bump, bump, bump. Actually, I want to get rid of the radios on these other guys. Monkey with the 4 months and the 1 streak. Thank you. Ooh, another ration. Nice.
Your SOCOM's got a suppressor. The suppressor uses multiple partitions to reduce gas discharge and keep sound and muzzle fire to a minimum. By keeping the internal baffles moist, sound can be reduced by approximately 38 decibels. That suppressor can be screwed and secured to 10 different positions. This function allows you to adjust the gun's impact point, but that doesn't really matter. That's because the suppressor's already been adjusted. You should be able to get the same results you got when you didn't have a suppressor attached. This'll reduce your chances of discovery, as long as you don't leave too many bodies around. Your ammo is also limited, so don't go shooting everything in sight.
Cool, yeah, so you get a completely separate call if you equip the suppressor. Oh, that's interesting. There's a reasoning for it. This is something DRK goes into. Yeah, DRK knows his shit when it comes to guns. When it comes to the gun details in the series. Raiden's way of holding a firearm is the modern doctrine, while Snake's is the old school way taught before World War II. Interesting. Pick him up, Raiden. Thank you. Chaz with the 5 months. Cheers, man. And the last guy. Motasada Mori. Yeah, the military advisor that worked on the entire series ever since MGS1. I remember in the making of I think it's in the making of MGS2 where they talk about the contrast between 1 and 2 with how Snake holds his weapon. You know, in MGS1, Snake holds his SOCOM up to the air when he's running with it, has it pointing up to the sky. Like a real action hero kind of pose. Very different to the much more professional look of MGS2, where he has it like down, facing down safely, professionally. Knight, thank you for the raid. Welcome anyone coming in from Knight's stream. What's up? Yeah, I never really stopped to pay attention to how, you know, the differences between Snake and Raiden and how they hold their weapons. Like, I kind of noticed it, that Raiden looks somewhat more hunched over. he kind of looks closed in with how he holds his weapon. But I thought maybe that was just more down to Raiden's posture generally. And his skinnier sort of frame. But I guess not. I guess there's more to it.
Good morning. Good morning.
You must be Ames.
Hello.
You must be Ames. You
Whoa,
must be Ames.
whoa.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Top of locker. Top of
You must
locker.
be Ames. You
Who
must
the
be
fuck
Ames.
is this guy?
Top of
You must be
locker.
Ames.
Top of locker.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Top of locker.
You must
Top
be
of locker.
Ames. You must be Ames.
Top
You
of
must be
locker.
Ames.
Top of locker.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Yes! Victory dance.
You must be Ames.
Nice.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
So yeah, if you didn't
Enemy
know,
sighted. Requesting backup.
you can ask the parrot if they're Ames. And if you keep saying it, you can teach the parrot.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
And if you shoot at the parrot, you'll find out that he also has,
You must be Ames.
or she also has Fortune's ability of deflecting bullets.
It's him. Someone get over here.
And if there are guards awake in the area, that will trigger an alert. And just like Fortune as well, if we try and use a stun grenade.
Ba-boom!
Oh, perfect timing.
You must be
And-
Ames. You must be Ames.
The parrot mocking me there.
You must be
A
Ames.
dud!
You must be Ames.
So yeah, if you throw grenades beside him,
You must be
it's
Ames.
just a dud.
You must be Ames. Ba-boom!
If we look in here, we have some
Who
Zone
the
of the
fuck is
Enders
this guy?
posters, Ghost
You
Babel.
must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Really supposed to mimic the computer room from MGS1 here when you get to Otacon's lab. And this is Emma's lab. Just like Otacon, she has nerdy posters all over the place.
Good morning. Good morning.
Can you shoot the grenade to blow it up? I don't think... Is that even a thing you can do with grenades normally in this game?
Good morning. Good morning.
Well, you can shoot it. That's cool. At least there's a reaction from it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sick. But no, it doesn't explode.
You must be Ames.
So normally, can you...
Top of locker.
Let's test this out over here, I guess.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Let's see if we can shoot this before it goes off naturally.
You suck.
Damn, nice. I guess you can do that with regular grenades as well. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever done that in this game for some reason. Thousands of hours I've played of it. Maybe I did way back and I just can't remember. That might be more useful in the HD collection as well, because in the HD collection, grenades take way longer to go off. In the original game, it's pretty instant, and you probably wouldn't have much use for that. But in this version, grenades actually take a good few seconds to go off, so you might actually have a bit more incentive to shoot it. I've done it in acid many times. Yeah. Easter Island statue here.
You must be Ames.
And the top of locker, the pirate talks about, that's the magazines up here. We can set some down. Bum, bum.
Hey. Oh. Yeah, baby. Cool.
I love that one. They have a few different lines here. That line won't always trigger the "yeah, baby," but it's the best one. Look at these freaks. Whoa, shit. Look at the shivering animation that they have. Ugh. What is that? What are these creatures? I love how they're all looking at the magazines upside down. Spank. 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 Spank.
What's that bird?
Parrot, isn't it?
Probably a large budgie. Parakeets get used to humans easily and are talkative, so they are real playful and fun. Hurts when they bite, though, and keeping their cage clean is quite a task. Having one isn't all fun and games.
You sure know a lot about parakeets.
I had my own once.
I didn't know that.
I never mentioned it?
No, this is the first time.
Really?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other things that I don't know about you yet.
Yeah, actually, well, there's a lot more.
Rose?
Jack,
What?
after this mission is over, let's talk about lots of things.
Yeah, let's.
Good luck.
Okay, I think we're finally done here. Actually, no, let me call the Colonel a couple of times.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and obtain information about the President. You're in the Shell 1 core now. Ames is being held on B1. Head for B1. Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover by attacking the enemy. Do not engage the enemy while you are in disguise.
Colonel, Pliskin wasn't killed.
You look happy, Jack.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't trust him.
What?
Don't you think it's suspicious that he alone came out unscathed? Things don't add up. Raiden, don't put any faith in that guy. You will carry out your mission alone.
That guy.
Do you understand?
That's what I should have... That's the name I should have put on the dog tags. That guy. I guess AJ, a Panese man, is still pretty good, though. Anything else, Colonel?
Colonel, who's that person, Ames?
I checked the roster of Secret Service members serving the president. There was definitely a person on the list named Ames.
So what that ninja said then was not a lie after all.
As far as the roster goes, no. Rose, do you have any other information?
All right, I'll look into it for you.
I'm counting on you.
I should have done that call earlier, but I forgot. I'm getting tired.
Colonel, the stories about a Metal Gear within the Big Shell?
That is still being looked into.
Sorry, Jack.
And stories that the Big Shell is just a cover.
Well, every record I've looked through only ever has it as a legitimate offshore decontamination facility. On paper, it's clean.
So you're saying that we have no choice but to talk to Ames or whoever else?
DRK will be able to take over soon, though. At least he should be taking over in around an hour and a half. So, yeah, I'll get to rest soon enough, thankfully. We kind of, I'm sure DRK was talking about this during his session, but we kind of fucked up the starting time of the marathon. And DRK had to do a really long session to start off with. He was going for like 17 hours or something like that. Usually we try and keep it to like 11, 12 hours per session. I think the first session will usually go on a little bit longer, like 13, 14 hours, but yeah. That's not how we used to do it. We used to do it with the first person would have to do all of the MSX games and all of MGS1. That whoever was starting would have to do a crazy long session. I don't know why we did that. I don't know what we were thinking. It's not a good way to start a marathon. Forcing yourself to stay up for like 20 fucking hours. Let's see. Colonel, anything else?
The Shell 1 core is what its name implies, the center of the big shell. The first basement floor is a capacious meeting hall. I'm sure that's where they held the welcome reception for the president and the Environmental Protection Inspection team. But its core function is concentrated in the second basement floor computer room. This computer room is where the flow of polluted water and the status of filtration is observed, in addition to being where all tasks for other facilities are carried out. I can understand why security is so tight.
Gags, how long have you guys collabed this channel? Well, right now, this isn't really a shared channel. This is DRK's channel. And I have my own channel. But you still will see me stream here every other month. To help DRK with these with these marathons. But before we went our separate ways and started doing things solo, when we merged under this channel, I think we were doing it for like 5 years or something like that. Probably more than 5 years. Probably like 6 years, maybe? When we merged, after we merged. 5, 6 years. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, then we just because it was a mess for our taxes, we had to go back and you know, we started doing it the way we used to do it. I feel like I'm not used to hearing these particular voices. Okay. But yeah, then after we stopped, we just went back to how we used to do it, where we all just had our own individual channels, but we still work together as a team, where we help each other do marathons on each other's channels. So yeah, right now, we just alternate month by month. This month we'll do a marathon on this channel, and the next month we'll do it on my channel, and we'll just go back and forth like that. I help DRK build up his channel by doing marathons with him here, and he does the same for me on my channel.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Okay, now in this area, we can get up to some fun. First thing we're gonna do is access the node. Sorry if I'm starting to feel, if I'm starting to sound a bit tired, rather. Not feel. Sorry if I'm starting to feel a bit tired. Can you feel my tiredness, chat? Sorry if you're able to feel my tiredness right now. I hope it doesn't feel too bad. I hope it's not too coarse. But yeah, sorry if I'm starting to sound a bit tired now or a bit low energy, but that's because I'm getting tired. Been streaming for 14 hours. I've been awake for like 16 hours, something like that. Let's see. Let's activate this radar. Hey, man. Oh, that was quick. Quick on the draw there. Fuck. All right, check this clearing sequence out. These two guys come in. They start to check the lockers. Oh my god. I'm going back in.
Move.
So sick.
Understood. I'm sending additional men to B1 and the Show 1 core. Heighten security in the crew lounge.
So he's just about to look, and then he gets, right as he opens the locker, he gets distracted by another guy coming through. Yeah, the door opens behind him and another guy comes in, distracts him, he turns around. And I have just enough time to pull the door back in. Close the door. Is he just standing outside? I might get caught here. Let's see what happens. Ooh. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that's it. That's a very scripted sequence. A lot of the evasion sequences are like that. Well, you know, scripted depending on what you do. If you hide in that locker, that will always happen. If it's an alert and I go and hide in here, a different evasion sequence will happen. But it'll still be scripted. That same thing will happen every time, as long as you hide in the same place. You know, the sequences will change depending on where you hide. Just to demonstrate, we may as well. Let's see what happens if I hide in the other locker. Because the same thing won't be able to happen. You know, that guy won't be able to get distracted in the same way by the guy just outside the door. Because the second locker isn't right beside the door. At least I'm pretty sure the same thing doesn't happen. So, let's let this guy see us. So last time he checked this locker first before checking the other one. This time, I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, see, look, it's very quick. A quick look around, clear. That's probably what happens when you hide in the crawl space as well. It's probably the same. Ooh, Jesus. Oh my god, look at the radar. Blue cones all over the shop. Oh my god. What's crazy about this is when they all get told to go home, they have no door to walk through. They can only teleport. But wait till you see what happens if you try and catch up to the guards and watch them teleport. The game really doesn't want you to see through the illusion here. You know, because they can't tap on the buttons and use elevators. That's too advanced. These Glukovich soldiers, they're pretty damn good. They're pretty high tech for PS2. Pretty big upgrade from the genomes of MGS1, but they're not that good. They can't get through the retinal scanner. There's no other door they can go through. Where are you going? Where are you going? No. 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 Where are you going? You want to teleport? You want to teleport? Let me see. Let me see. Where are you going to teleport? Ah, fuck! Shit! So, yeah, they need to rely on you not following them. If you just let them be, like if I just waited here, they would go into that room with the node and then they would just disappear out of existence. Yeah, pretty hard to avoid knocking into them there. But if you hang around the node area, they'll come down into this room and they'll despawn over here. Hold up.
Huh?
Oh, why did I unequip the AK? I was good. Fuck.
Oh God, no! Jack! Jack!
Okay, I think I'm satisfied. Let me get the radar again. But yeah, it's pretty funny how the game just tries to really keep the illusion. And if you try and follow them to this despawning point, they won't let you. They'll just turn around. Ooh, I almost knocked into him.
Freeze!
Axel with the 15 months. Thank you. What about the gasp at the end? What about it? Did I press X before the gasp triggered? Are you questioning the gasp?
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.